Chapter 350. That's right, it's me. General Tianhe, you should heal your wounds first. Don't worry about the rest. After saying that, Yi Tianzong threw Zhong Tianhe a purple crystal jade bottle containing 2 level 7 spirit recovering pills, and then looked at the battlefield below. Yi Tianzong eliminated the 2 demon god kings too quickly. At this time, the 70,000 celestial soldiers and generals under his command had just flown out of the Sky Patrol battleship, and had not yet had the time to support the human army on the ground below that had suffered heavy casualties. However, under the control of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, the Sky Patrol battleship had already shot out 2 purifying divine lights, which turned into purifying divine halos and eliminated more than 20,000 demons. Seeing this, Yi Tianzong, in order to reduce the losses on his side, converted the spiritual power in his body into the power of the heavenly scripture of purification, and directly slapped down with his palm. The divine and holy palm that covered the sky appeared in mid-air, and then exploded into countless 1-foot-long palm prints, which attacked the demons one after another. Instantly, more than 20,000 demons died in the hands of Yi Tianzong. Until now, the 70,000 celestial soldiers and generals under Yi Tianzong's command had flown to the ground, and surrounded the remaining 50,000 demons. Then, they formed the Howren demon subduing formation, and launched a continuous and powerful attack on the remaining demons. At the same time, after seeing the arrival of the reinforcements, the morale of the celestial soldiers and generals under Zhong Tianhe's command, who had already given up all hope, was greatly boosted. They all squeezed out the last bit of strength in their bodies, and desperately fought the demons. Together with the celestial soldiers and generals under Yi Tianzong's command, they attacked the demons from 2 sides. There was no suspense in the battle. Under the attack of the Sky Patrol battleship in the sky, under the skillful cooperation of the 70,000 celestial soldiers and generals, and under the all-out battle of the remaining 20,000 celestial soldiers, the remaining 50,000 demons were completely annihilated in just half an hour. None of the demons could escape. After cleaning up the battlefield, at Yi Tianzong's invitation, Zhong Tianhe led the remaining celestial soldiers and generals into Yi Tianzong's Sky Patrol battleship. After everyone entered the battleship, Yi Tianzong controlled the battleship to activate the concealment array. Then, he quickly left this place and disappeared into the void. Within the massive Sky Patrol battleship, Yi Tianzong controlled the Sky Patrol battleship to fly in the void, constantly paying attention to the situation within 10,000 miles. Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, on the other hand, commanded the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to sort out the spoils of war. Then, they distributed the cultivation-type divine essence pills or divine healing pills to everyone, striving to increase their strength every minute and second, so that the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command could maintain their peak condition. The moment they entered the Sky Patrol battleship, Zhong Tianhe and the celestial soldiers and celestial generals under his command hurriedly began to treat their injuries. In this battle with the demon race, apart from the majority of people who had died, there were less than 20,000 people left. Almost everyone was injured, and Zhong Tianhe's injuries were also very serious. Fortunately, he also knew Yi Tianzong, who was also under Marshal Mo Chen's command. Thus, he did not put up any vigilance. He directly sat in the Sky Patrol battleship and swallowed the 2 divine elixirs that Yi Tianzong had given him to treat his injuries. With the 2 powerful divine elixirs that Yi Tianzong had refined, Zhong Tianhe's injuries were mostly healed after 6 hours. He only needed another 4 hours to fully recover. As he treated his injuries, Zhong Tianhe's heart was in turmoil. He really did not expect that the mysterious and powerful battleship that had caused so many casualties to the demon race was actually controlled by his colleague, the Vast Expanse Divine General. In the past, he only knew that the Vast Expanse Divine General was an ascendant who had been promoted to a 3rd-level Divine General as an exception. He was also under Marshal Mo Chen's command. He did not know much about the rest of the information, but he did not expect that the Vast Expanse Divine General would give him such a big surprise today. Not to mention the fact that the Vast Expanse Divine General was controlling a powerful battleship, he was also extremely powerful. He had instantly killed 2 divine kings of the demon race who were more powerful than him. He was simply unbelievably powerful. In addition, The vast expanse divine general had taken out 2 divine elixirs with extremely powerful effects. The celestial soldiers and celestial generals under his command cooperated closely. He did not know what kind of joint attack formation they had used, but they actually managed to annihilate tens of thousands of demon race troops with less than 3,000 casualties. Compared to the vast expanse divine general, his current situation was really indescribable. B****, lowly human ant, how dare you sneak attack our demon race army? You're courting death. Ah, despicable human, you'll be hunted down by the demon race until you're dead. You'll never be reincarnated. The reinforcements are here. It's that mysterious battleship. We have hope now. Quick, we can't let these damned demons escape. It had been a year since they rescued Zhong Tianhe. During this year, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu controlled the sky-patrolling battleship and led the celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command. They had been active in the battlefield of the demon race. Relying on their invincible strength in the Divine King realm, Yi Tianzong and the celestial soldiers and celestial generals had successively annihilated more than 200 demon race troops during this year. At the same time, they also rescued more than 60 heavenly court troops who were in danger of being hunted down by the demon race. They not only won the gratitude of many celestial generals, but also expanded the number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals to 100,000, including 10 high-level celestial generals of level 6 of myth and 100 mid-level celestial generals of level 5 of myth, who were much more powerful than some level 5 immortal generals. Given the great achievements and contributions made by Yi Tianzong's troops on the battlefield of the demon race, the high-level officials of Heavenly Court promoted Yi Tianzong to level 4 of immortal generals and promoted Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu to level 3 of immortal generals. Additionally, they allowed Yi Tianzong and the celestial generals to gather the remaining celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Zhong Tianhe, who was rescued by Yi Tianzong, returned to the rear of Heavenly Court for temporary reorganization and replenishment of troops. Years passed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu led their celestial soldiers and celestial generals on the battlefield of the demon race for another 5 years. 5 years later, the war between the human race and the demon race showed no sign of stopping. Instead, it became more and more intense, bloody and cruel, and the scope of the war became larger and larger. Moreover, the borders between the human race and other races were not peaceful either. Wars broke out there too, but the war was still under control. However, the human race could not transfer troops to support the demon race. Yi Tianzong had heard that Heavenly Court had begun to recruit troops on a large scale in the human race's territory. Some Emperor-level forces and Supreme-level forces had also sent their disciples and experts to join the war. 5 years later, Yi Tianzong could no longer remember how many demon race experts they had killed. In any case, it was definitely no less than 10 million. They had even killed more than 400 god kings of the demon race and rescued more than 300 celestial generals and divine generals. Yi Tianzong and the other 2, who had achieved so much, were promoted to 5th-level divine generals by the Heavenly Court's camp in the rear of the battlefield. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu were promoted to 4th-level divine generals. The number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command had increased sharply, reaching 300,000. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu each commanded 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Although this did not meet the Heavenly Court standards, it was still a special treatment in times of war. Currently, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu each commanded 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals and celestial generals and celestial generals. They sat on 3 sky patrol battleships and constantly traversed the battlefield, searching for traces of the demon race. They were always ready to destroy the demon race and rescue the Heavenly Court's army. Chapter 351. Although Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu had led 300,000 heavenly soldiers and generals under their command to wipe out the army of the devil race and rescue the human soldiers they encountered, compared to the vast battlefield that spanned tens of billions of miles and the tens of billions of soldiers who participated in the war, it was nothing more than the tip of the iceberg. The more the human race invested in the war, the more the devil race invested in the war. The army of the heavenly court and the disciples of the various major forces fought with great difficulty, but they could not stop the devil race's attack. Under the devil race's attack, the human race's defensive line was still retreating, and countless human cultivators were killed by the devil race. Moreover, because the human race had always been at a disadvantage in the war against the devil race, the conflicts between the other powerful races bordering the human race and the human race became more and more frequent, and the scale of the conflicts grew larger and larger. There were faint signs of an all-out war, and the survival of the human race suddenly became critical. This could not go on. As more and more troops of the heavenly court were rescued, Yi Tianzong received more and more information. From it, he saw the dangerous situation that the human race was facing. If they could not stop the devil race from retreating in a short period of time, the human race was likely to be besieged on all sides and attacked by a group of enemies. Perhaps they would not be exterminated in the end, but the strength and foundation of the human race would be greatly damaged, and they would fall out of the ranks of the powerful races in the vast thousand worlds and become a weak third-rate race. The efforts of countless predecessors and sages would be in vain. Yi Tianzong did not want to live a life of fear and trepidation as soon as he ascended to the vast thousand worlds. Yi Tianzong thought for a moment. The only things that could improve the strength of the human race's heavenly court army in a short period of time were his own sky patrol battleships and battle fortresses. In fact, Yi Tianzong couldn't understand why the heaven, the most powerful force among the humankind, which was one of the top 10 races in the world, didn't have powerful war weapons like sky patrolling battleships and battle forts. Furthermore, according to Yi Tianzong's observation of the heavenly court's army on the battlefield over the years, there was not a single formation that could quickly gather power. This made Yi Tianzong very confused. Logically speaking, in a super great thousand world like the myriad races great thousand world, regardless of whether it was the path of cultivation, the path of alchemy, the path of formations, or the path of equipment, they should have developed to a peak. This was because no matter what path it was, once one reached the peak, one would be able to master everything. Take celestial venerables as an example. They had already comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth. Creating a combined attack formation was child's play for them. However, Yi Tianzong had not seen any combined attack formation in the human race's heavenly court army apart from the relatively shallow one in the demon race's army. When the human army fought with the demon race, they swarmed forward without any formation. Moreover, they were weaker than the demon race. It would be strange if they didn't lose. Yi Tianzong, who couldn't figure it out, didn't dwell on it. In order to still be able to rely on the human race in the future, Yi Tianzong decided to hand over the construction method of the sky patrolling battleship and his self-created combined attack formation to the higher-ups of the heavenly court. He believed that as long as the higher-ups of the heavenly court weren't idiots, they would know the use of these two things. With these two things, Yi Tianzong reckoned that they should be able to stabilize the defense line. After making up his mind, Yi Tianzong discussed with Ling Xinyu and Xunyu for a while, and then began to turn back. On this day, Yi Tianzong and the others were controlling the sky patrolling battleship to fly in the void, returning to the heavenly court's camp. Suddenly, Yi Tianzong felt a powerful energy fluctuation. From this energy fluctuation, Yi Tianzong sensed 3 different auras. It was a collision between great emperor-level experts. However, among the 3 great emperor-level auras, Yi Tianzong acutely sensed that 2 of them faintly came from the demon race, and they were early great emperor-level demons. Then, the remaining one was obviously from the human race. Only early great emperor level? Yi Tianzong controlled the sky patrolling battleship to stop. His emotions fluctuated, and his eyes narrowed as he thought about something. Ling Xinyu and Xunyu, who were controlling the other 2 sky patrolling battleships, also sensed the collision between the great emperor-level experts. Seeing Yi Tianzong stop, the 2 of them, who were together with Yi Tianzong all the time, instantly thought of Yi Tianzong's plan. That's right, Yi Tianzong was tempted. He wanted to meet the great emperor-level experts of the demon race. With his current strength, he had comprehended more than 79% of the 108 types of laws of heaven and earth, and more than 30 types of laws of heaven and earth had reached 80%. The origin of the laws of heaven and earth in his body had become thicker and stronger, and his opened inner world had become more complete. Any God King level expert would only be able to exchange a few blows with him at most. Those weak God Kings could be killed in a single move, so he was not interested at all. Only great Emperor level experts could make him erupt with a strong fighting spirit. However, now that he was on the battlefield with the demon race, he could not ignore the safety of hundreds of thousands of his subordinates for the sake of his momentary pleasure. Therefore, Yi Qianzong had been operating the divination art on the battlefield all these years, carefully avoiding meeting the great Emperor level experts of the demon race. However, now that there was a great Emperor level expert of the human race fighting with two early great Emperor level experts of the demon race in the distance, and it seemed that they were evenly matched, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Qianzong really did not want to miss such a rare opportunity. Moreover, with the help of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, they might be able to compete with the early great Emperor level expert of the demon race. After Yi Qianzong told his thoughts to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, and after some consideration, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were also eager to give it a try. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu had both comprehended 27 types of laws of heaven and earth, and they had comprehended more than 79% of them. Apart from Yi Qianzong, it could be said that in the great thousand worlds of the myriad races, there was no other peak God King level expert who could be their match. With the two of them and Yi Qianzong together, although they might not be able to kill a great Emperor level expert, they might be able to compete with an early great Emperor level expert. After discussing, Yi Qianzong and the other two followed the direction of the energy waves and controlled the Sky Patrol battleship to head towards the battlefield. The Sky Patrol battleship activated all its defenses, and after flying for several million miles, they finally arrived near the battlefield where the great Emperor level experts were fighting. Through the Sky Patrol mirror, Yi Qianzong and the other two, as well as the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command, saw the situation on the battlefield. At this moment, there were two massive demon race armies attacking a human heavenly court army from the front and back. The two demon race armies each had about 1 million soldiers, while the human heavenly court army also had about 1 million soldiers. In total, there were 3 armies of 1 million soldiers fighting fiercely on the battlefield that spanned several tens of thousands of miles. However, the demon race armies were more orderly and coordinated, while the human heavenly court armies were more scattered. Even though they fought with all their might, they were still forced back by the two demon race armies, and their casualties were huge. In the sky above the 3 armies, the human race and demon race's God King experts were engaged in a fierce battle. There were only about 30 human race God King experts, while the demon race had more than 70 God King experts. Under the attacks of the demon race's God King experts, the human race's God King experts could only barely resist. However, it was obvious that if they continued to defend, they would definitely lose. If there was no miracle, the human heavenly court's army would definitely be defeated. Yi Qianzong couldn't help but sigh at the strength of the demon race. In the great thousand world of myriad races, the demon race, heavenly saint race, star soul race, and soul-devouring race were the 4 supreme races that were born at the beginning of the great thousand world of myriad races. Each race had their own unique characteristics. The demon race was born in the eternal demon abyss, and their reproductive ability was extremely strong. Moreover, the demon race's God King experts and above could use their own demon origin chi to erode the living beings of other races, turning them into demons. The heavenly saint race was born in the primeval heavenly mountain of the great thousand world of myriad races. They were the darling of the great thousand world of myriad races. In contrast to the demon race, although their reproductive ability was not as good as the demon race, their individual strength was stronger than the demon race. The star soul race was born in the endless starry sky, and the endless stars in the sky were the places where the star soul race was born. The star soul race controlled the stars in the sky, and they were born with the star law. There were countless of them, and their strength was not any weaker than the demon race. The soul-devouring race was born in the formless soul world, and their numbers were much fewer than the demon race, star soul race, and heavenly saint race. However, the soul-devouring race was born with the ability to devour divine souls, and they were extremely good at hiding. Once targeted by the soul-devouring race, unless one's strength far exceeded the soul-devouring race, no living being could escape the fate of death. The demon race's living beings were more talented than the human race, and their reproductive ability was not any weaker than the human race. The race's experts and foundation were much stronger than the human race's. If it wasn't for the heavenly saint race and other powerful races' coercion, the human race's life. Chapter 352. Since ancient times, the demon race had already exterminated too many races. Hopefully, the human race would not be exterminated. No, the human race would definitely continue to exist. Yi Tianzong's eyes revealed a resolute look. In the profound spirit world, he had led the Hao Ranjun sect to the peak. Then, in the boundless thousand worlds, he would do his best to make the human race even stronger. Looking past the God King experts who were fighting, he looked even further into the sky. There, a great emperor of the human race was fighting intensely with two great emperors of the demon race. They were all in the early stage of the great emperor realm. This great emperor of the human race was stronger than the two great emperors of the demon race. However, it was obvious that he could not defeat the two great emperors of the demon race in a short period of time. Yi Tianzong turned around and said to the celestial soldiers and celestial generals in the Heaven Patrol battleship, "Our race is in trouble. After I deal with the god kings of the demon race, you guys will control the battleship to ambush the demon race army. When the demon race is prepared, you guys will work together with the others and form a large formation to eliminate the enemy. One for offense and one for defense. You guys will work together." The same words were said in the other two Heaven Patrol battleships controlled by Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu. After saying that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu controlled the Heaven Patrol battleship to shoot a powerful divine purification light at the back of the demon race army. The divine purification light was very effective against the demon race. They did not expect that the divine purification light from the three Heaven Patrol battleships would kill more than 70,000 of the demon race army. After shooting the divine purification light, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu flew out of the Heaven Patrol battleship and headed towards the God King battlefield. The control of the battleship was handed over to the celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command. The celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command were very loyal to Yi Tianzong and the other two. They worshipped them a lot. Therefore, they were assured to hand the battleship over to their celestial generals. The sudden change attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. When they saw the divine purification light, both the demon race and the human race knew the identity of the intruder. The human army was suddenly filled with hope and joy, while the demon army was gnashing their teeth in anger. The demon army vigilantly searched for traces of the enemy. However, the sky patrolling battleships were extremely good at hiding. Even godly kings might not be able to find them. Thus, it was destined to be a futile effort. Instead, it lessened the pressure on the human army. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu flew out of the sky patrol battleship, they arrived at the sky where the human race and the devil race god kings were fighting. As soon as they arrived, Yi Tianzong and the other two used their extremely powerful strength to kill 3 devil race god kings in one move. Despicable human! How dare you launch a sneak attack? I'm going to turn you into ashes. A peak god king of the devil race cursed when he saw Yi Tianzong and the other two kill 3 of his race. This damned devil race ant! Yi Tianzong snorted coldly. His face was ice cold. He said to Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu beside him, "Let's end this quickly." Then, he used 70% of his strength. In an instant, he transformed into an extreme divine light that even divine souls could not capture. With a speed that surpassed time and space, he traversed the battlefield of the God Kings. From afar, it looked like he was weaving a dense net. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu also had cold expressions. They also transformed into 2 cold and sacred divine lights and attacked the devil race god kings together with Yi Tianzong. The difference in strength was too great. All the devil race god kings did not know when Yi Tianzong and the other two launched their attacks. They lost consciousness as the divine lights passed by them. One by one, the devil race god kings lost all signs of life as they tried to escape in fear. Their divine souls were completely destroyed. Was this real? How could they be so powerful? The 30-plus God King experts of the human race were so shocked that they could not believe what they were seeing. They watched with their own eyes. The 70-plus devil race god kings that they viewed as great enemies died under the inconceivable attacks of the 3 god kings that suddenly appeared. They could not resist at all. How long had it been? Was it even 15 minutes? Not even 15 minutes had passed. 70-plus devil race god kings were finished just like that. We are all god king experts. Could it be that we are fake? The god kings of the human race started to doubt their lives. Did the human race have such powerful geniuses? No way. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu collected the corpses of the devil race god kings. The 3 of them stopped and looked at the 30-plus god kings of the human race. Yi Tianzong did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, "Devil race god kings, this general has already killed them for you. Those who need to heal, heal. Those who are not injured, I will leave the battlefield below to you. Remember, those 3 Heaven Patrol battleships over there are my men." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he exchanged glances with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. There was a deep tacit understanding and a strong battle intent in their eyes. Then, the 3 of them took out their own divine swords. Their bodies exuded a vast and vigorous aura. Looking up at the sky, they turned into heavenly lights and shot into the sky. They were going to battle with the devil race great emperors. What are they going to do? Could it be? No way. Those are great emperors. A peak god king stammered. His eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter what they are going to do, it is not something we can participate in. The difference in strength is too great. We are too weak. Let's go rescue our heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals first. Without the devil race god kings, this time, we must annihilate the entire devil race army. Another peak god king wearing green battle armor said. After he finished speaking, he charged towards the devil race army below. With this person taking the lead, all the god kings who had regained their senses did not delay. Other than the 17 god kings who were more severely injured and needed to be treated, the rest of the god kings all took up their weapons and charged towards the devil race army below. They swore to annihilate those damned devils and not let any of them escape. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu turned into heavenly light and soared into the sky, they immediately used traceless void and instantly disappeared without a trace of aura. The 3 of them headed towards the center of the battle between the great emperors. Not long later, they saw the great emperor of the human race and 2 great emperors of the devil race. At this moment, the great emperor of the human race was wearing a purple battle armor. He was wielding an emperor sword that was shrouded in purple chi as he attacked the 2 great emperors of the devil race violently. Every single move of his had the power to shatter space and annihilate all living things. The entire area within a radius of a few million miles was affected by the powerful shockwaves. Although the 2 great emperors of the devil race were not as strong as the great emperor of the human race individually, they were much stronger when they joined forces. Facing the attacks of the great emperor of the human race, the 2 great emperors of the devil race did not back down. They also executed their mystic skills and unleashed an invincible force to clash with the great emperor of the human race. Ha ha, purple wind of the human race, no matter how you attack, you will never be able to shake off the 2 of us. Your subordinates will be wiped out right before your eyes by the men of the devil race. Your human race is destined to lose this battle. There's no hope left. Just struggle till your death. One of the great emperors of the devil race shouted at the great emperor of the purple wind arrogantly. The great emperor of the human race ignored the words of the devil race. He knew that they were trying to shake his mind. As long as he was distracted by the words of the devil race, he would have to face the attacks of 2 great emperors of the same level. However, he also knew that the words of the devil race were right. If he could not shake off the enemies in front of him, then his god generals and celestial soldiers would be completely annihilated by the great emperor of the devil race. Just as the great emperor of the purple wind was in a difficult position, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu arrived at the center of the battlefield silently. They saw both sides of the battle and heard the arrogant voices of the great emperors of the devil race. I'll let you be arrogant. Let's see how we'll take care of you today. Yi Tianzong secretly made up his mind. He then waited for the right time to strike with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. Chapter 353. At this moment, a demon emperor of the demon race appeared near where Yi Tianzong and the others were hiding because he was blocking Emperor Purple Wind's attack during the battle. Yi Tianzong and the others, who had been waiting for a long time, seized this very rare opportunity. The moment they attacked, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu appeared from the void and used the power of the laws of space with all their strength, freezing the demon emperor in the air. Because the demon emperor was caught off guard, he was frozen in the air by Yi Tianzong and the others' power of the laws of space, unable to move. The moment the demon emperor was frozen in place, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's attacks descended. Not only were Yi Tianzong and the others extremely powerful, the divine swords in their hands were refined from various emperor-level materials and could cause damage to the celestial emperor physique of a great emperor. The three supreme divine swords, which were only 3 meters in length, were condensed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. They were imbued with the extremely powerful power of the laws of destruction, and they pierced through the demon emperor's head and chest at a speed that surpassed the speed of time. A blood-curdling scream that shook heaven and earth resounded through the vast world. An endless storm of energy instantly appeared in the vast space. The demon emperor, who had been successfully ambushed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, suffered an unimaginable injury. The shrill scream caused Emperor Purple Wind and the other demon emperor to stop fighting and watch the scene unfold in shock. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were ready to attack. They used a secret technique to condense all the power in their bodies to launch an attack. Even a great emperor suffered a heavy price. The demon emperor's entire body was damaged, and most of his indestructible head was destroyed by Yi Tianzong. Even his soul, which was attached to the river of laws, was affected and heavily injured. Less than a third of his chest was destroyed by Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, and a pillar of the demon emperor's blood was spurting out. The pitch-black demon emperor's blood spurted into the air, instantly forming jet-black pools of blood that were enough to corrode and destroy any ordinary God King expert. After being ambushed, the demon emperor's strength decreased by at least 30%. This emperor will kill you all. I'll imprison your souls for eternity. You will suffer the pain of 1,000 cuts day and night. Die. The heavily injured demon emperor was enraged and roared as he unleashed a devastating attack at Yi Tianzong and the others. A destructive sea of darkness appeared out of thin air, instantly occupying a radius of millions of miles. Then, the waves in the sea of darkness tumbled, and huge waves crashed toward Yi Tianzong and the other two with the power to destroy everything. The demon emperor, who had gone mad from being heavily injured, immediately launched a desperate attack, unleashing his most powerful divine ability, eternal darkness. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu looked at the boundless sea of darkness with grave expressions. It was as if the sky was falling towards them. Then, the three of them changed their positions and formed the heaven, earth, and human tripartite formation. Then, with Yi Tianzong as the point of attack, they gathered the power of Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Yi Tianzong also unleashed his own divine ability, stellar transposition. A vast starry sky descended, and countless stars shone. Boundless starlight gathered to form an immeasurable number of stars, smashing into the world of the sea of darkness with world-shattering power. Within the sea of darkness, the boundless sea of darkness roiled, swallowing everything. The boundless sea of stars destroyed the heavens and the earth. The two powerful divine abilities clashed, instantly causing the heavens and the earth to tremble. Space trembled, and the earth shook. An incomparably violent power burst forth with world-shattering power, sweeping through millions of kilometers of heaven and earth. The human race's great Emperor Purple Wind and the other demon emperor were both stunned. How was this possible? Those were merely 3 god kings. How could they fight so intensely with a demon emperor who was fighting with his life on the line? The two world-shattering divine abilities clashed for an entire half a minute. Whether it was the demon emperor or Yi Tianzong's group of 3, they had used up more than half of their energy. In the end, the boundless world of stars and the sea of darkness dissipated at the same time. The result of the battle was a draw. How is this possible? This emperor doesn't believe it. This is impossible. You are only 3 insignificant God King ants. How could you block this emperor's attack? The heavily injured demon emperor was on the verge of collapse. He was already heavily injured, and in order to take revenge, he had forcefully unleashed his most powerful divine ability. In the end, the 3 God King ants who were the culprits in his eyes were actually evenly matched with him. He couldn't do anything to them. That was his most powerful divine ability, his most powerful attack, but it didn't have the slightest effect. How could the Demon Emperor, who had always viewed humans as lowly ants, accept this? If others knew that he, the Demon Emperor, had been ambushed by 3 human God Kings, and that he couldn't even defeat them, they would laugh him to death. A great emperor couldn't be humiliated. How could he accept this? His originally serious injuries worsened, and more than half of his energy was used up. His overall strength was less than 30%. The heavily injured Demon Emperor went crazy. However, Yi Tian, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu didn't just stand there. They pretended to be greatly injured, and immediately swallowed all kinds of 7th-grade divine pills to replenish their energy. Then, they immediately turned into streaks of light and flew into the distance. Then, they used the traceless void and disappeared. It looked like they had run away when they saw that the situation wasn't good. As for the other Demon Emperor who wanted to attack Yi Tianzong and the other 2 while they were retreating, he was also stopped by the Purple Wind Emperor of the human race. He could only watch as Yi Tianzong and the other 2 escaped successfully. He was so angry that he was stamping with rage. While escaping, Yi Tianzong transmitted a message to the human Purple Wind Emperor. Purple Wind Emperor, the demon god kings below have been dealt with by us. Don't worry. You hold back the 2 demon emperors in front of us. When we recover our strength, we will work together to kill them. When the Purple Wind Emperor heard Yi Tianzong's message, although he was shocked, he didn't show it. The other demon emperor's strength was less than 30%. The pressure on him was greatly reduced, and he didn't have to worry about the rear. The demon emperor's sword in his hand became even more fierce and domineering. He closed in on the 2 demon emperors step by step. For a moment, the 2 demon emperors were somewhat unable to resist. Just as Yi Tianzong's group of 3 hid to recover their strength, and the Purple Wind Emperor had the upper hand in the battle, the demon army on the ground also suffered a devastating blow. First of all, the God Kings rescued by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were merciless in killing the demon army. The demon army couldn't resist at all. Then there were the 300,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals under Yi Tianzong's group of 3. The 300,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals formed the Howran Heavenly Dipper Sword formation, which focused on offense. It gathered the power of the 200,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals to form 100 giant swords that were thousands of feet long. They exploded with power that could destroy heaven and earth. Endless sword chi followed, causing the demon army to suffer heavy casualties. The other 100,000 celestial soldiers formed the Howran Heavenly Imperial Formation, which focused on defense. Any attack from the demon army was neutralized by the defensive formation formed by the 100,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. It was futile. One for offense and one for defense. The 300,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals were like an invincible ancient giant beast. They rampaged through the demon army and were invincible. They destroyed the demon army at an astonishing speed. Oh my God! Could this be the strength of the powerful celestial soldiers on the battleship? Their coordination was strict, and they attacked and defended as one. How did they become so powerful? Was that the joint attack formation that was extremely rare in the entire heavenly court? Seeing the strict coordination of Yi Tianzong's group of 3 and the invincible 300,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals, and then looking at the chaotic celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command, all the God Kings immediately felt embarrassed. After a moment of shame, a fire rose in their hearts. They all thought about how they could obtain the same joint attack formation. As long as they had such a joint attack formation, their celestial soldiers and celestial generals would be able to increase their strength by at least 2 times. Chapter 354. Under the joint attack of over 10 God Kings, 1 million celestial soldiers and generals, 3 Sky Patrol battleships, and 300,000 celestial soldiers and generals with both offensive and defensive abilities, the 2 million demon army had no chance of turning the tables or even escaping. In less than half an hour, the 2 million demon army was almost completely wiped out. The remaining hundreds of thousands of demons who were still resisting were also slapped to death by a peak God King realm divine general in a very short time. So far, the 2 million demon army had been completely wiped out. When cleaning the battlefield, the 300,000 celestial soldiers and generals under Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu were clearly separated from the celestial soldiers and generals under Emperor Zifeng's command. They were cleaning up the corpses of the demons they had killed. After cleaning up the battlefield, the 300,000 celestial soldiers and generals under Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu returned to the 3 Sky Patrol battleships one after another. They didn't have much interaction with the people under Emperor Zifeng's command. The divine generals under Emperor Zifeng's command only said a few words of thanks to the 3 celestial generals under Yi Tianzong's command. Apart from that, they didn't talk much. Both sides knew that the ones who made the decisions were their commanders and commanders. They fought side by side only because of the demons. They weren't familiar with each other, so there was nothing to talk about. Looking at the 3 Sky Patrol battleships in the sky, all the divine generals and celestial soldiers under Emperor Zifeng's command were burning with passion. They couldn't wait to have such powerful battleships. Unfortunately, that was just a beautiful wish. The battle on the ground had already ended. The demon army had been completely wiped out. The battlefield millions of miles above the ground had also reached the final stage of the battle. After Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu used the traceless void to disappear, they directly entered the vast expanse immortal mansion. Using the 8 times faster time flow, only 15 minutes passed in the outside world, and the 3 of them returned to their peak condition. After exiting the immortal mansion, the 3 of them continued to use the traceless void to silently return to the center of the battlefield between Emperor Zifeng and the 2 demon emperors. Because one of the demon emperors had been ambushed by Yi Tianzong's group and fought them head-on without caring about his injuries, he had less than 30% of his strength left. Therefore, it was very easy for Emperor Zifeng to deal with the 2 demon emperors. As long as he kept attacking the weakened demon emperor, the 2 demon emperors would be beaten passively. In fact, the 2 demon emperors had also noticed the destruction of the demon army below, but they had never thought of running away. Firstly, they couldn't afford to run away from the human race, which they regarded as a lowly race. They would be laughed at when they returned to the demon territory. Secondly, they had already sent out a message. As long as there were demon emperors within 10 billion miles, they would come to reinforce them in a very short time. They weren't in a hurry. Purple Wind, Great Emperor of the human clan, was well aware of the plan of the 2 demon emperors. Therefore, his attacks became more and more powerful. He wanted to injure the enemy as much as possible, and then cooperate with Yi Tianzong and the other 2 to severely injure or eliminate the enemy. At the very least, he wanted the enemy to escape with serious injuries. Otherwise, he would not be able to leave safely with his troops under the pursuit of the 2 demon emperors. On the contrary, under the pursuit of the 2 demon emperors, it was very likely that he would be surrounded and killed by the demon clan. Just as Emperor Zifeng's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer and the 2 demon emperors were struggling to fend off his attacks, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 demon emperors who had sneaked over seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the other demon emperor. They didn't expect Yi Tianzong's group to return. They also didn't expect Yi Tianzong's group to recover their strength so quickly. The other demon emperor was also hit. After being ambushed by Yi Tianzong's group, he didn't have time to counterattack before being attacked by Emperor Zifeng's group. This demon emperor's injuries were more severe than the other demon emperors. Now, the 2 demon emperors were completely frightened. They knew they were in danger. If they didn't run, they would die. However, it wasn't that easy for them to escape. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Shun Yu, and Emperor Zifeng all used their most powerful attacks on the 2 severely injured demon emperors. Their storm-like attacks drowned the 2 demon emperors. Seeing that they couldn't escape, the 2 demon emperors self-destructed their emperor bodies. The violent and irresistible destructive power instantly broke through the encirclement of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, Shun Yu, and Emperor Zifeng, pushing them back tens of thousands of miles. When the 4 of them returned to their original positions, the 2 demon emperors who had self-destructed their emperor bodies were nowhere to be seen. "It's a pity that they ran away," Yi Tianzong said regretfully. "Haha, I'm satisfied that they ran away. You must be the legendary vast divine general who leads the powerful warship. It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. Being able to severely injure a demon emperor as a divine king is unheard of in the entire myriad races macro world. I think it won't be long before you all become great emperors. Thank you for coming to help me this time. Otherwise, my soldiers and I would have paid an unimaginable price. Emperor Zifeng smiled at Yi Tianzong and the other two, treating Yi Tianzong and the other two as equals. He didn't treat them with the arrogance that he had when he treated ordinary divine kings. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu didn't say anything, but Yi Tianzong said with a smile, "You're too kind, Marshal Zifeng. The two beside me are my cultivation partners. Now that the demon race is powerful, it's my duty to fight against them. As long as I see human soldiers in trouble, I'll never stand by and do nothing. The battle here has been going on for a long time. Now that the demons have just escaped, why don't we leave first to prevent any accidents from happening? What do you think, Marshal?" "That's reasonable. Let's leave first." It had been a month since Yi Tianzong separated from Marshal Zifeng and the others. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu continued to lead their celestial soldiers and celestial generals back to the Heavenly Court's camp. They had finally returned to the Heavenly Court's camp. When the three huge Sky Patrol battleships appeared in the Heavenly Court's camp, the entire Heavenly Court's camp was in an uproar. Many celestial soldiers and generals, even divine generals and marshals, wanted to see the vast divine general who was rumored to be able to defeat a demon emperor as a divine king. Yi Tianzong actually saw his superior, Marshal Mo Chen, in the camp. Seeing Marshal Mo Chen striding over, Yi Tianzong immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Marshal." At the same time, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu followed Yi Tianzong and bowed to Marshal Mo Chen. "Haha, no need, no need. I can't accept your bow. I really didn't expect this. It's only been a few years, but you've already grown to this level. If it weren't for the Heavenly Court's war puppets proving that the three of you and Marshal Zifeng seriously injured two demon emperors, I really wouldn't dare to believe that the three of you are so shockingly powerful. You still don't know, but the three of you are now famous in the Heavenly Court. Who knows how many emperors and marshals want to recruit you? Even some celestial venerables want to take you as their disciples. If Marshal Li Kang didn't step in and reject everyone, you might have been snatched away by one of the marshals." Marshal Mo Chen patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder and said amiably. After Yi Tianzong heard Marshal Mo Chen's words, he was a bit surprised, but he immediately calmed down and said, "Marshal Mo Chen, please don't worry. Can you please tell Marshal Li Kang that this general thanks Marshal Li Kang for his protection and will definitely not switch sides?" Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Mo Chen's eyes immediately lit up. He was clearly very happy. He patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder again and said, "I will definitely tell Marshal Li Kang. Don't worry, as long as you don't violate the heavenly rules of the Heavenly Court, you don't have to be afraid of anyone. Marshal Li Kang can definitely protect you." Hearing Marshal Mo Chen's words, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but have some guesses about Marshal Li Kang, whom he had never met before. It seemed that Marshal Li Kang's identity wasn't ordinary. He could actually make Marshal Mo Chen say such words. However, having such a powerful backer was exactly what Yi Tianzong wanted. At the very least, he would have less misgivings in the Heavenly Court. Yi Tianzong didn't have any more guesses. Instead, he said to Marshal Mo Chen, "Marshal, this general actually came back this time to offer two things to the Heavenly Court. How about Marshal Li Kang take a look at them for me?" "Oh, what is it? Tell me." "It's like this. In the past few years of fighting against the demons, this general discovered a rather strange phenomenon. I don't know why, but many of the armies of the Heavenly Court actually don't have a joint attack formation suitable for large-scale battles. At least, this general didn't encounter any. On the contrary, the demons have some relatively shallow joint attack formations. When our human soldiers face the joint attack formations of the demons, they simply can't contend with the same number of heavenly soldiers. They will only suffer a crushing defeat. Also, our Heavenly Court actually doesn't have a war weapon like the Sky Patrol battleship under this general's command. This general finds it somewhat inconceivable. I don't know why this is. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. Marshal, can you tell this general the reason? Yi Tianzong asked the question that had troubled him for a long time. After hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Mo Chen looked strangely at Yi Tianzong and said, "Yes, you have only ascended for a short time and don't understand the situation. The cultivation of the Tao of formations and the Tao of refining is very difficult. In the great thousand worlds of the myriad races, the soul-devouring race doesn't appear easily. Apart from the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race who have the foundation of the Tao of formations and the Tao of refining, the other races basically don't have the inheritance in this area. They can only rely on a long time and spend a lot of energy and resources to slowly explore. Therefore, the two situations you mentioned are very normal. By the way, even if you didn't tell me, I wanted to ask you. I heard that the heavenly soldiers and generals under your command can form a powerful battle formation. I don't know if it's true. Also, where did your Sky Patrol battleships come from? Could it be that you refined them yourself? Holy shit. Damn it, this is normal. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Among the top 10 races in a super great thousand worlds, there aren't many in the entire world that don't have the inheritance of the Tao of formations and the Tao of refining. This is a rare thing in the myriad worlds. How did the Heavenly Court's teleportation platform come about? Could it be that it's natural? Now, it was Yi Tianzong's turn to doubt his life. Chapter 355. How did the teleportation platform of the Heavenly Court come about? If it's not a teleportation formation, could it be formed naturally? Yi Tianzong couldn't help but ask. Oh, the teleportation platform you're talking about is indeed a teleportation formation. However, this teleportation formation exists in all the races in the world. Actually, this Marshal doesn't know how the teleportation platform came about. Marshal Mo Chen thought for a moment before replying. All right. Yi Tianzong gave up on continuing to ask and temporarily threw the idea of investigating to the back of his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "It's like this. In the world I came from before I ascended, the path of cultivation was parallel to the path of formations and the path of refining. I also dabbled in the path of formations and the path of refining. I created the joint attack formation of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under my command, and the 3 Sky Patrol battleships were also refined by me using various materials. Now that the demon race is powerful, they are pressuring our human race step by step. According to what I know, the other races bordering our human race also seem to be showing signs of an all-out attack. If we can't stabilize the situation on the demon race's battlefield in a short period of time, our human race will very likely be attacked by many other races. At that time, we will definitely suffer disastrous losses. The reason why I asked you the previous question is that I want to know why we humans don't have the knowledge of formations and equipment refining. I want to know whether we don't have them or whether they've hidden them. Now that I know some of the reasons, I've decided to contribute another set of combined battle formation that I've created and the construction method of sky patrolling battleships. I hope that they can help us stabilize the war situation and prevent us from being defeated one after another. What does Marshal think of this general's decision? Good. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Hearing the result that he expected, even as a great emperor, Marshal Mo Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up. He knew all too well how important the two things that Yi Tianzong wanted to offer were to the heavenly court and the human race. This time, he received Marshal Li Kang's instructions to come to the battlefield from the hinterland of the human race. Originally, he just wanted to hint that Yi Tianzong could consider the overall situation and contribute something to the heavenly court. Of course, the heavenly court and the entire human race's upper echelons wouldn't treat him unfairly. However, he hadn't expected Yi Tianzong to take the initiative to bring it up. This made Marshal Mo Chen very excited. Seeing that there was no one around, Marshal Mo Chen casually set up a law boundary. Then, he said to Yi Tianzong, "Marshal Mo Chen didn't misjudge you. I didn't misjudge you either. To tell you the truth, because of Emperor Purple Wind, the entire heavenly court knows about you. This time, I came here not only to support the battlefield, but also because I was instructed by the Grand Marshal. Originally, I wanted to hint that he hoped you could contribute the sky patrolling battleship and your battle formation. The higher-ups of the heaven and the human race would definitely not mistreat you. It's just that this marshal didn't expect you to take the initiative to bring it up. How about this? I'll return to the heavenly court and contact the Grand Marshal later and tell him about your decision. Don't worry. You're in a good mood to contribute to the human race, but don't give up on what you should fight for. Marshal Mo Chen looked at Yi Tianzong expectantly. Yi Tianzong also understood. He took out a jade slip that he had prepared long ago from his Chenkuan ring and handed it to Marshal Mo Chen. He said, the construction method of the Sky Patrol battleship, the required materials, and the principle of the great formation of sanguine slaughter are all in this jade slip. In addition, there is also the basic detailed explanation of the way of refining and the way of formations that I have sorted out. Marshal, you can take it to report to your superiors. Marshal Mo Chen happily took Yi Tianzong's jade slip and hurriedly returned to the branch of the heavenly court in the heart of the human race. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu followed Marshal Mo Chen's orders and rested in the heavenly court's camp, waiting for news from him. In order to avoid trouble, Yi Tianzong had all the heavenly soldiers and generals under his command enter the 3 sky patrolling battleships. Afterwards, Yi Tianzong put the 3 battleships into his inner world. Yi Tianzong's inner world had become a complete minor world due to the 3,000 laws. It could accommodate any living being as long as it didn't exceed the limits of his inner world. After putting the 3 sky patrolling battleships into his inner world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu casually found a room in the city, changed their appearances, and quietly left. After changing their location, they settled down and waited for news from Marshal Mo Chen. After Yi Tianzong and the others settled down, the envoys and divine generals of the other heavenly court's great emperors and marshals went to visit the room where Yi Tianzong and the others had first settled down. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. 2 days passed very quickly. Marshal Mo Chen once again arrived at the heavenly court's camp on the demon battlefield from the heavenly court's branch of the human race. Through the divine message talisman, Marshal Mo Chen found Yi Tianzong and the others, who had changed their appearances. Heh. You really know how to hide. If it weren't for the divine message talisman, I really wouldn't have been able to find you. There's no other way. In order to hide in peace, we had to do this. After all, we're only god kings. The human heart is unpredictable. It's best to be more careful, Yi Tianzong said calmly. At the same time, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu returned to their original appearances. You're very wise. In the vast heavenly court and the human race, there will always be some scum. I was originally worried about you, but now it seems that I was overthinking. When I returned this time, I gave your jade slip to Marshal Li Kang. Marshal Li Kang was very happy. After discussing with the higher-ups of the heavenly court, he fought for some benefits for you. Marshal Mo Chen said somewhat enviously. What is it? First of all, because the things you contributed are very useful to the entire heavenly court and the human race, the higher-ups of the heavenly court rewarded you with 10 million battle merits. Secondly, since you're proficient in the Tao of array formations and the Tao of weapon forging, the higher-ups of the heavenly court decided that you can use your own collection to forge array discs, weapons, and various war weapons to sell. However, you can only sell them to the heavenly court and the human race's internal factions. Thirdly, considering that the 3 of you are already peak god kings, with your talent, it's only a matter of time before you become a great emperor. Therefore, the higher-ups of the heavenly court decided that you can gather as many heavenly court soldiers as you want on the battlefield. However, the number cannot exceed 1 million. What do you think? After Marshal Mo Chen said this, he looked at Yi Tianzong enviously. Very good, very good. I have no objections. Yi Tianzong said somewhat happily. With Yi Tianzong's current peak god king cultivation, killing a peak god king expert would only cost him 1,000 battle merits. If he could obtain 10 million battle merits, he could use these battle merits to exchange for large amounts of resources to nurture his subordinates and increase their strength. It would be best if he could nurture some god kings. By the time he became a great emperor marshal, there would be people he could use to help him. Allowing him to sell array discs and weapons would bring him a large amount of wealth and battle merits. Moreover, In the process, he could form connections with many god kings and great emperors, deepening his network in the heavenly court. It would be very beneficial for his future development. At the same time, he could use the wealth and battle merits to increase the strength of his subordinates. Lastly, allowing him to gather as many heavenly court soldiers as he wanted within 1,000,000. This meant that as long as he could break through to the great emperor realm, he would directly become a marshal of the heavenly court with 1,000,000 heavenly court soldiers. It could be said that Yi Tianzong had gained a lot this time. It had exceeded his expectations. It seemed like his superior, Marshal Li Kang, had put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, 10,000,000 battle merits would have been enough to send him away. This was the benefit of having a backer. Marshal Mo Chen looked at the happy Yi Tianzong and said, "Marshal Li Kang has put in a lot of effort to get these benefits for you. He almost got into a fight with some narrow-minded upper echelons of the heavenly court. You can't let him down. Don't worry. Please tell the marshal that I won't let him down," Yi Tianzong said loudly to Marshal Mo Chen. After thinking about it, Yi Tianzong made a decision. Then, in front of Marshal Mo Chen, he waved his right hand in the air. Suddenly, 4 palm-sized Sky Patrol battleships appeared in the air. Yi Tianzong said, "Marshal, I've made some Sky Patrol battleships in my free time over the years. Aside from the 3 I've already used, there are 4 left. To thank you and the Marshal for taking care of me, I'll give these 4 Sky Patrol battleships to you. I hope you can give one of them to General Qing Yun." Marshal Mo Chen looked at the 4 Sky Patrol battleships and his eyes lit up. Chapter 356. Marshal Mo Chen happily accepted the 4 Sky Patrol battleships that Yi Tianzong took out. According to Yi Tianzong, each Sky Patrol battleship was 30 li long, 20 li wide, and 8 li tall. It could hold up to 1,000,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals. It also had powerful defensive capabilities, concealment capabilities, and offensive capabilities. Marshal Mo Chen had already thought it through. He planned to keep one for himself, give one to his subordinate Divine General Qing Yun, and give the other 2 to Marshal Li Kang. Marshal Mo Chen looked at Yi Tianzong with a face full of smiles, then said, "I accept your good intentions. I will personally hand them over to the Marshal. Right, let me tell you some good news. Soon, the Marshal will also lead his army to support the battle against the demon race. At that time, you won't have to be so careful." This was really good news. After Yi Tianzong saw Marshal Mo Chen leave, he thought about his next plan. Since Marshal Li Kang would be coming soon, he would have less to worry about and could sell the Sky Patrol battleships in his hands without any worries. However, apart from the 3 that he had already used and the 4 that he had given away, he only had 1 left. It was far from enough. For Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, this kind of Sky Patrol battleship wasn't difficult to refine. The key was that it took a lot of time. If Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu worked together to refine it, it would take at least 3 months. Not to mention Sky Patrol battleships, it would take at least 5 years. However, Yi Tianzong didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he revealed a meaningful smile. Yi Tianzong brought Ling Xinyu and Xinyu to the Heavenly Court Camp's War Merit Exchange Office. The 3 of them used a total of nearly 20 million war merit to exchange for a large amount of refining materials and a batch of spirit herbs. Then, the 3 of them quickly left the exchange office, directly changing their appearances and disappearing, causing those who wanted to chase them to return without success. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu used the body displacement technique, completely changing their appearances and auras. They silently left the Heavenly Court camp and once again entered the demon race's battlefield. After entering the depths of the demon race's battlefield, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 entered the Immortal Mansion. Let me tell you a piece of good news. I recently discovered that I can freely enter the Immortal Mansion in the profound spirit world and the myriad races' great 1,000 worlds. The price is that I use 90% of my power every time. Really. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu's peerless beautiful faces had unparalleled beauty's unparalleled beauty. It is indeed true. I only discovered it recently. Of course, this is just my feeling. I have never tested it before, but I believe that my feeling should be correct. This is also why I used my war merit to exchange for so many spirit herbs and refining materials. We have the profound spirit world's Hao Ranjan sect as a base camp. We can completely let the sect's people refine pills, formation discs, weapons, and sky patrol battleships for us. As for us, we can continue to fight on the demon race's battlefield, accumulate war merit, and gather even more heavenly soldiers and generals. Then, we can use the sect's refined pills, formation discs, weapons, and sky patrol battleships to sell in exchange for resources and war merit. With this, we can cultivate and strengthen the sect, as well as the soldiers under our command, killing many birds with one stone. Yi Tianzong said happily to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu were also very happy. There's no time to lose, let's go back now. After Yi Tianzong adjusted his state, he took a deep breath. Then, relying on his identity as an intermediate disciple, the power in his body quickly disappeared like a torrential flood. Then, in the depths of the endless space and time, an immortal mansion with boundless divine might suddenly moved. With an indescribable speed, it crossed the endless and distant primal chaos region. In just a moment, it brought Yi Tianzong and the other two from the myriad race's great thousand world to the profound spirit world. When the immortal mansion stopped, Yi Tianzong only had 10% of his strength left. Yi Tianzong gasped for breath, then swallowed more than 10 Tier 7 divine essence pills. With the help of the extremely rich energy in the immortal mansion, he quickly recovered his consumed strength. A few days later, when Yi Tianzong had recovered his full strength, he, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu walked out of the immortal mansion with a thought. The moment he walked out of the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong felt the familiar aura of the world, as well as the clone he had left in the profound spirit world. At this time, in the depths of the profound spirit world, Yi Tianzong's clone, who was cultivating on the profound spirit jade butterfly, suddenly opened his eyes when Yi Tianzong appeared in the profound spirit world. He shot out 2 divine lights that pierced through the void. The aura on his body spread out, causing the void to tremble for a while. Then, he stood up and took a step forward, crossing a distance of billions of miles, and directly arrived in front of Yi Tianzong. Original body. Yes, after I left, did anything big happen to the profound spirit world? Yi Tianzong asked with a calm expression. No, you left for less than 150 years. The world hasn't changed much. Yi Tianzong's clone replied. Yes, I understand. I have nothing to do. You can go back and continue cultivating. After Yi Tianzong's clone left, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu hid their figures and slowly flew towards the Hao Ranjan sect. As they flew, they enjoyed the scenery along the way and familiarized themselves with the current situation of the profound spirit world. After spending half a month, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu finally arrived at the Hao Ranjan sect's heavenly dipper peak. It was rare for the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjan sect to gather together. This was because 2 days ago, a new Divine King expert had been promoted to Hao Ranjan sect, making the total number of Divine Kings in the Hao Ranjan sect reach 17. Today, the upper echelons of the Hao Ranjan sect were celebrating the promotion of the new Divine King. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Let me be happy too. A clear voice rang out in the Howran Hall on Heavenly Dipper Peak, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the hall. Who are you? How dare you trespass into my Howran? Sect leader. Madam. Tianzong. Xinyu. Young master. There were all kinds of shouts. All the divine kings of the Hao Ranjan sect, including Yi Howran and the others, looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two in disbelief. Everyone is here. Don't be surprised. It's me. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu looked at the people in the Howran Hall with smiles on their faces, then sat down directly beside Yi Howran. Su Mengxian grabbed Yi Tianzong's hand and asked, Tianzong, didn't you ascend to the Great Thousand World? Why are you back? I'm not dreaming, am I? Yi Tianzong let Su Mengxian grab him and said, Mother, I did ascend to the Great Thousand World with Xinyu and Xinyu, but who said that I can't come back after I ascend? I can come back whenever I want. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, everyone in the Howran Hall looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two in shock. It was easy to say that they could come back whenever they wanted, But no one was a fool. Every world had a world barrier. How could the world barrier of the Great Thousand World allow creatures to enter and exit freely? Besides, outside the profound spirit world was a chaotic and dangerous area. Divine kings like them did not dare to step into the chaotic area. The profound spirit world and the Great Thousand World were separated by an endless chaotic distance. It was easy to know how difficult and dangerous it was to return to the profound spirit world from the Great Thousand World. Everyone knew the difficulties and dangers involved, but no one asked. Yi Haoran smiled and said, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. I'll inform the disciples and let them be happy. Father, don't inform the sect. Other than you all, I don't want anyone else to know that I'm back. I will come back often in the future. My whereabouts must be kept a secret. Only you all can know. Besides, I have something that I need the sect to help me with." "Oh, what is it? Tell me," Yi Haoran said. The rest of the people in the Haoran Hall also listened carefully to Yi Tianzong's next words. Chapter 357. It's like this. After Shen Yu, and I ascended. Then. That's the situation. Since we are the absolute overlords in the profound spirit world, we simply transferred people to refine Sky Patrol battleships, formation discs, pills, and weapons for me. I have already used the military merits I obtained in the boundless world to exchange for a large amount of materials and spiritual herbs. It just so happens that the people in the sect have something to do. I can sell the finished products in the heavenly court of the human race in the boundless world to obtain military merits and resources. With this, I can raise the strength of the sect and the heavenly soldiers under my command. Yi Tianzong briefly told the senior members of the Hao Ranzhen sect about what he, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had seen and experienced after their ascension, as well as the current state of the human race in the boundless world. Finally, he told them about his plan. "This is a good thing. Tianzong, don't worry. The sect will definitely support your plan." After listening to Yi Tianzong's words, before Yi Haoran could say anything, Yi Tianzong's uncle, Yi Haoyun, immediately expressed his support for his plan. With Yi Haoyun taking the lead, all the senior members of the Hao Ranzhen sect in the Haoran Hall expressed their support. Only a fool would not agree to such a mutually beneficial matter. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu stayed in the profound spirit world for a month. After leaving a large amount of resources and materials for the Hao Ranzhen sect, as well as more than 100 Xian King pills that could increase the chances of advancing to the Divine King realm by 30%, they once again drove the immortal mansion through the endless chaotic distance and returned to the battlefield of the demon race in the boundless world. After Yi Tianzong and the other two left the profound spirit world, the Hao Ranzhen sect, the supreme overlord of the profound spirit world, directly mobilized more than 5 million disciples and experts. Under the leadership of the Formation Tools Hall and the 100 Herb Hall, they began to build Sky Patrol battleships, refine pills, weapons, and formation discs in full swing. After returning to the Great Thousand World of myriad tribes, Yi Tianzong and the other two walked out of the boundless immortal abode. Looking at the horizon in the distance, Yi Tianzong said softly, "If it weren't for the fact that the living beings of the lower world have to go through the ascension pool in order to be recognized by the heavenly Tao, we would have brought those divine kings from our sects up here long ago. I hope our world is lucky enough that the ascension plan isn't just an illusion." The ascension plan was actually a rather vague plan that Yi Tianzong had thought after returning to the profound spirit world. The goal was to allow the divine king realm of the heavens would be able to ascension to the world of the boundless thousand world. In order to ascend from the profound spirit world to the world of the boundless thousand world, they had to go through the path of guidance. As mentioned before, the path of guidance that connected the boundless thousand world to the profound spirit world required the will of the profound spirit world to expend the origin energy of the heavens and earth to communicate with the heavens of the boundless thousand world and request for the path of guidance to descend. Only then would the heavens of the boundless thousand world expend energy to connect the primal chaos and open up a path of guidance. In order for the will of the profound spirit world to willingly communicate with the heavens of the boundless thousand world and descend on the path of guidance, the ascender must fulfill two conditions. Firstly, the ascender's own strength had reached the limit of the world's capacity. Secondly, The Ascender must have made a huge contribution to the world they were born in. With the various divine pills that Yi Tianzong provided, it was not difficult for the Hao Ranjin sect's divine king experts to reach the limit of the profound spirit world's capacity. The difficult part was how to make a huge contribution to the world. What else could be easier to make a contribution to the world than in the middle of a world war? Yi Tianzong's ascension plan was based on the large and small worlds that were floating around in the primal chaos. As long as the profound spirit world's luck was good enough, they would be able to encounter more worlds. Then, with the help of the Hao Ranjin sect's experts, the profound spirit world would be able to swallow and fuse with the other worlds to strengthen itself. In return, the will of the profound spirit world expended energy to request the heavens of the boundless thousand world to descend on the path of guidance, allowing the Hao Ranjin sect's divine king experts to ascend to the boundless thousand world. The plan was quite beautiful, but unfortunately, it was very vague. Yi Tianzong did not have much hope. Don't worry, take it slow. With our methods, as long as we have time, we will be able to nurture a divine king. Ling Xinyu said as she looked at Yi Tianzong. That's right, we're not in a hurry to be reincarnated. In the profound spirit world, divine king experts live as long as the heavens. Even if it's 10,000 years, it's just a very ordinary period of time. There's no need to be too anxious. Shun Yu also said to Yi Tianzong. Ian, you're right. I'm too anxious. There's really no need to be so anxious. To us, time is really worthless. Fine, let's continue to destroy the devil race. After Yi Tianzong heard Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu's words, his heart suddenly became clear. After kissing the two of them intimately, he took out 3 Sky Patrol battleships from his inner world and led the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under his command to continue to roam the battlefield of the devil race. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. In these 2 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu led the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command. They rode the Sky Patrol battleships and exterminated wave after wave of Devil Race armies on the battlefield of the Devil Race. They killed hundreds of Devil Race godkings and rescued even more human heavenly court soldiers. Now, Yi Tianzong and the other two had gathered 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command. The heavenly court army led by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu became more and more famous on the battlefield of the Devil Race. Unfortunately, because Yi Tianzong was proficient in divination and the Sky Patrol battleships had powerful concealment abilities, the great emperors of the Devil Race wanted to track Yi Tianzong and the others many times, but Yi Tianzong and the other two managed to escape. This made the Devil Race furious, but there was nothing they could do. After 2 years, Yi Tianzong found that the heavenly court army of the human race was increasing. Therefore, he estimated that Marshal Li Kang should have arrived at the battlefield. Therefore, after discussing with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu, he planned to return to the heavenly court camp behind the battlefield to take a look. However, before returning, Yi Tianzong took Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu back to the profound spirit world and took 10 Sky Patrol battleships from the Hao Ranjin sect, 10,000 divine weapons from the 3rd heavenly layer to the 5th heavenly layer of Myth Realm, 3,000 sets of defensive array discs, and 10 million divine pills from the 1st to the 6th heavenly layer. TSK, the more people there are, the more power there is. If the 3 of us were to get these things, we wouldn't be able to do it in less than 100 years. Yi Tianzong happily put everything into the Ring of Cosmos and stayed in the profound spirit world for another month, then returned to the Myriad Race's Great Thousand World. After returning to the Myriad Race's Great Thousand World, Yi Tianzong and the other two did not immediately return to the heavenly court camp behind the battlefield. Instead, they planned to lie low for a period of time, so that when they took out 7 or 8 Sky Patrol battleships, it would be strange. At the same time, the divine weapons and divine pills in his hands could be sold to the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under his command at a low price to improve their strength. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu led the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command to lie low for half a year. During this time, most of the divine pills and 10,000 divine weapons in Yi Tianzong's possession were exchanged for by the 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command using their battle merits. For this reason, Yi Tianzong and the other two obtained more than 20 million battle merits. The effect of these medicinal pills was that among the 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, the ones with the lowest cultivation base were at the late first heavenly layer of Myth Realm. Most of them were at the third and fourth heavenly layer of Myth Realm. There were more than 700 middle divine generals at the fifth heavenly layer of Myth Realm, and more than 200 upper divine generals at the sixth heavenly layer of Myth Realm. Looking at the soldiers before him, Yi Tianzong couldn't help but feel high-spirited. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then, he led the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals back to the heavenly court's camp. The 3 heavenly patrol battleships flew through the void at an extremely fast speed. Along the way, if they encountered any fleeing heavenly court soldiers, Yi Tianzong would collect them. If they encountered any devil race, then sorry, they would have to say goodbye to the world. After 3 days, Yi Tianzong and the other two returned to the heavenly court's camp. This time, before returning, Yi Tianzong got in touch with Marshal Mo Chen when they approached the heavenly court's camp. After learning that Marshal Li Kang was at the heavenly court's camp, Yi Tianzong didn't hide his whereabouts this time. Instead, he openly piloted the 3 heavenly patrol battleships with Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu to the heavenly court's camp. When the 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals walked out of the 3 heavenly patrol battleships and set up camp, Marshal Mo Chen, who had received the news, had already rushed over to welcome Yi Tianzong and the others. "Haha, good job. In the past few years, your reputation has become more and more resounding. The devil race hates you to the bone. The Grand Marshal is very satisfied with your performance. You 3, make arrangements and quickly follow me to see the Grand Marshal. Don't worry, no one will dare to look for trouble." Marshal Mo Chen happily said to Yi Tianzong. Marshal Mo Chen couldn't help but be happy. In the past few years, when Yi Tianzong and the others were fighting against the devil race, Marshal Mo Chen had also led his heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals to fiercely fight against the devil race's army many times. This was because of the 2 heavenly patrol battleships and the joint battle formation contributed by Yi Tianzong. The million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals led by Marshal Mo Chen had the upper hand in many battles against the devil race, causing a lot of damage to the devil race. They had annihilated more than 6 million devil race's army and more than 100 devil race's god kings. For this, Marshal Mo Chen had also received a reward from the higher-ups of the heavenly court. As long as he thought of the envious and jealous expressions of the other marshals, Marshal Mo Chen's heart would be very happy. Therefore, seeing Yi Tianzong again, Marshal Mo Chen was particularly happy. If Marshal Li Kang didn't want to see Yi Tianzong, Marshal Mo Chen really wanted to pull Yi Tianzong to have a good drink. "Grand Marshal wants to see us? Good, I will make arrangements and immediately go." Yi Tianzong called over his subordinate heavenly generals of the 6th heavenly layer. After giving some instructions, he, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu followed Marshal Mo Chen to see Marshal Li Kang. Chapter 358. From his previous conversations with Marshal Mo Chen, Yi Tianzong knew that Marshal Li Kang's identity was not ordinary. Now that he finally had the chance to see him, Yi Tianzong was somewhat excited. This excitement was not the kind of excitement that came from nervousness and worship, but the excitement that came from seeing an expert. Yi Tianzong did not worship Marshal Li Kang, but he respected the pioneers on the path of cultivation. Even though he had an unparalleled opportunity and would surpass anyone in the Great Thousand Worlds in the future, it did not mean that he could look down on everyone. In the endless space and time of the universe, there were countless opportunities and opportunities. Yi Tianzong did not dare to be sure that his was the best. The world did not revolve around him. On the path of cultivation, every stage had to have the awareness and mental state of each stage. He was only in the Divine King realm. Perhaps he could communicate with early-stage Great Emperors as equals, but when facing mid-stage Great Emperors, or even Celestial Venerables, he had to be humble and respectful. Respecting a cultivator who was stronger than oneself was also respecting oneself at the same time. Following behind Marshal Mo Chen, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu finally arrived at a mansion. After reporting, Marshal Mo Chen brought Yi Tianzong and the others into the mansion and saw the legendary Marshal Li Kang. Majestic, upright, invincible. This was the first impression that Yi Tianzong had when he saw the person in glass armor sitting at the head of the hall. Looking at this person was like looking at the center of the world, looking at the supreme sovereign who could suppress the heavens and earth. Could this person be Marshal Li Kang? Yi Tianzong thought to himself. Greetings, Marshal. Divine General Tian Miao and his wife have arrived. Marshal Mo Chen bowed to the person in glass armor and said. After Marshal Mo Chen finished speaking, Yi Tianzong knew that his guess was right. He immediately bowed respectfully to Ling Xinyu and said, "This general greets Marshal." Marshal Li Kang didn't care about the *T of using aura to test his strength. Instead, he smiled and said, "Yes, you may rise." Then, he carefully sized up Yi Tianzong and the other two. He seemed to have noticed something. He continued with some surprise, "Solid foundation, strong physique, not far from the Emperor realm. The three of you are really not simple. No wonder so many devil races god-kings died in your hands. However, you have done well. Your performance on the battlefield is very good. You have made this marshal's face more radiant. Aside from meeting you, I've also called you here because the three of you have too many celestial soldiers under your command. It would be unfair to disband them, so you're no longer suitable to stay under Mo Chen's command. That's why I've decided to remove you from Mo Chen's command and place you under my command. I've already told Mo Chen about this matter. However, this is against the rules, so I have a condition. That is, within 1,000 years, one of the three of you must advance to the Emperor realm. Otherwise, the celestial soldiers under your command will be disbanded. The number of celestial soldiers will be maintained at 100,000. Do you have any objections? Hearing this, Yi Tianzong immediately replied seriously, replying to Marshal, "This general has no objections. I will definitely advance to the Emperor realm within 1,000 years. I won't disappoint Marshal's expectations." Yes. Marshal Li Kang nodded and said, "The battle formation and warship refining method you handed over is of great use to the Heavenly Court. After spreading it, the casualties of the human race and the devil race in the battle have decreased a lot. However, due to the lack of time, the number of warships is very small. The refining process is also not satisfactory. Do you have any extra warships in your hands?" Yi Tianzong replied, replying to Marshal, "This general didn't hide the construction method of the Heaven Patrol warship. I think it's because the refiners in the Heavenly Court aren't proficient in it. As for the extra warships, this general has refined some with my Dao partner over the years after exchanging the battle merits for materials. Now, I have 8 extra warships." Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Li Kang's eyes flashed. The Sky Patrol warship was actually useless to him. He could destroy thousands of them with a slap. However, it was a sharp weapon for the celestial soldiers under his command. "Alright, since you have 8 extra warships, you can sell them to the celestial generals or marshals of the Heavenly Court. The warships refined by the Heavenly Court cost 20 million battle merits. You can decide the price yourself. Don't worry, with this marshal here, no one will dare to have any bad ideas. Also, if you have time, you should refine more warships. With your current contribution to the Heavenly Court, once you reach the Emperor realm, becoming a marshal won't be a problem. However, the more warships you refine, the stronger the human race and the Heavenly Court will be. You will receive more praise and support. It will be very beneficial for you in the Heavenly Court in the future." "Yes, this general understands." Yi Tianzong replied respectfully. He was secretly grateful. He knew that Marshal Li Kang was giving him pointers. That's all. You can leave." "Yes, this general will take his leave." Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu left Marshal Li Kang's residence with Marshal Mo Chen. Marshal Mo Chen patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder and said, "Hao Miao, from now on, you and I will be colleagues. Marshal Li Kang thinks very highly of you." Yi Tianzong said modestly, "Marshal Li Kang is too kind. This general still has many things to learn and rely on Marshal Li Kang's support." Marshal Li Kang also heard that this general still has 8 extra Sky Patrol warships. "I plan to sell them for 13 million each. I don't know if Marshal Li Kang is interested." Marshal Mo Chen stared at Yi Tianzong and said, 13 million? Are you serious? Was 13 million battle merits expensive? Of course not. Each Sky Patrol battleship refined by the Heavenly Court cost 20 million battle merits. The battleship sold by Yi Tianzong was cheaper by 7 million battle merits. Who wouldn't want it? It was a life-saving toy. When the time came, with his subordinates, buying 3 or 4 wouldn't be a problem. What? This price is too expensive. I remember Marshal Li Kang said that each Sky Patrol warship of the Heavenly Court costs 20 million each. Yi Tianzong said doubtfully. It's not expensive, not expensive. Of course it's not expensive. Are you sure it's only 13 million each? I'm sure it's 13 million each. However, this price is only for our Marshal Li Kang's subordinates. It needs to be kept a secret. To outsiders, it's 15 million each. Does Marshal Li Kang think this is a problem? Will the higher-ups of the Heavenly Court cause trouble for me? Yi Tianzong asked. This. Let's go ask Marshal Li Kang. I can't say for sure. Thus, Mo Chen led Yi Tianzong and the others back to Marshal Li Kang's residence. After hearing Mo Chen's words, Marshal Li Kang looked at Yi Tianzong with a strange expression. Yi Tianzong had just left and he had already found himself such a big problem. From what he knew, the refiners of the Heavenly Court didn't earn much from selling each Sky Patrol warship of the Heavenly Court because it was a time of war. To some extent, it was a loss. However, this Heaven's Expanse Divine General under his command actually decided to sell each Sky Patrol warship of the Heavenly Court for only 15 million. He was even worried that the higher-ups of the Heavenly Court would cause trouble for him. Of course they would. You're selling it so cheaply. Are you trying to prove that the people of the Heavenly Court are trash or that the Heavenly Court is a black-hearted shop? Well, perhaps the people of the Heavenly Court really aren't that good. 13 million battle points. Since you're sure of this price, then it won't be a loss. Let's sell it for 13 million battle points. I'll tell them to keep it a secret. At this point, Marshal Li Kang's mouth twitched. He continued, to outsiders, let's sell it for 19 million battle points. The Heavenly Court didn't earn 20 million battle points. You can't sell it too cheaply. 19 million? That's so expensive. Then I've made a fortune. How embarrassing. Yi Tianzong muttered to himself. Although his voice was soft, it was very clear to Mo Chen and Marshal Li Kang. The two of them suddenly felt a little depressed. Cough, cough. Mo Chen coughed lightly to remind Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong came back to his senses and replied to Marshal Li Kang, "Yes, Marshal. I'll remember it." Marshal Mo Chen really wanted to monopolize each Sky Patrol warship of 13 million battle points. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this suicidal idea and bought 2 from Yi Tianzong. After buying the 2 Sky Patrol warships, Mo Chen also notified the other Star-class and Moon-class marshals under Marshal Li Kang. The Vast Expanse Divine General has extra Sky Patrol warships. There are only 6 of them, and they cost 13 million battle points each. If you want to buy one, hurry up. Mo Chen's message was simple and direct. All the 34 marshals who received the message at the campsite of the Heavenly Court all rushed over. After confirming the news, the situation became chaotic. Everyone wanted to buy a few more Sky Patrol warships, but the situation didn't allow it. In the end, each marshal bought one, and most of the other marshals didn't manage to buy one. Seeing the regretful gazes of the other marshals, Yi Tianzong could only promise that he would make more Sky Patrol warships as soon as possible. Also, he sold all the formation discs he had and got 3 million battle points. After selling all 8 Sky Patrol warships, Yi Tianzong got a total of 104 million battle points. In addition to the battle points they had accumulated before, Yi Tianzong, Moon-class Divine General, and Moon-class Divine General had a total of 130 million battle points. It was definitely a huge sum of money. After making a fortune, Yi Tianzong, Moon-class Divine General, and Moon-class Divine General went to the Battle Points Exchange Center in the Heavenly Court and used 120 million battle points to exchange for a huge amount of forging materials and spirit herbs. This shocked the people in the exchange center. After exchanging for the materials, Yi Tianzong passed on the basic knowledge of formations and forging to the 500,000 celestial soldiers and generals under his command. Then, he, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu ordered the celestial soldiers and generals under his command to organize the materials that they exchanged for. In the following days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu led the celestial soldiers and generals under their command and once again boarded 3 sky patrol warships and headed to the demon battlefield. However, this time, other than killing the demons, Yi Tianzong and the others' main goal was to avoid the surveillance of the Heavenly Court's camp and freely refine sky patrol warships. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu brought a huge amount of resources back to the profound spirit world. This huge amount of resources was enough to build 200 sky patrol warships. Yi Tianzong left behind the materials needed to build 10 sky patrol warships for himself, Moon-class Divine General, and Shunyu to refine. Then, he ordered the Hao Ran Zhun sect to build 100 sky patrol warships and 20 million pills. The rest of the materials and resources were all harvested by the Hao Ran Zhun sect. Once again returning to the demon battlefield in the myriad races Great Thousand World, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu led the 500,000 celestial soldiers and generals to fight against the demons. At the same time, they spent more time refining the sky patrol warships. While refining the sky patrol warships, they would occasionally give pointers to the soldiers under their command and let them participate in refining some unimportant parts. Chapter 359. With the help of hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu sped up the process of crafting the heavenly patrol battleships. It took them about 2 years to complete the crafting of the 10 heavenly patrol battleships. During these 2 years, in addition to crafting the heavenly patrol battleships, Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Shunyu also led the heavenly soldiers and generals to exterminate over 2 million demon soldiers and over 50 demon immortal kings, dodging the pursuit of the great demon emperors many times. Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Shunyu's subordinates also accumulated some military exploits. These heavenly soldiers and generals knew that Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Shunyu had a large number of divine elixirs, whose quality was not inferior to the divine elixirs made in the heavenly court, at least 10% cheaper. Therefore, after gaining military exploits, these heavenly soldiers and generals exchanged various grades of divine elixirs for cultivation from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu. They cultivated the Haoran Heavenly Dipper catalogue taught by Yi Tianzong, as well as the other 9 powerful cultivation methods that could allow them to reach the peak of the immortal king realm. They also had plenty of secret skills and divine abilities. In addition to the divine elixirs they exchanged from Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Shunyu, these 500,000 heavenly soldiers and generals would make significant progress every once in a while. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had 500,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command. 400 of them had reached the upper divine generals of the 6th sky of Myth realm, and more than 30 of them had reached the peak divine generals of the 6th sky of Myth realm. Most of these upper heavenly generals who had reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of Myth were the remnant soldiers that Yi Tianzong had gathered on the battlefield over the years. In the battle with the demons, the remnant soldiers who could escape would not be weak. In this way, Yi Tianzong, Shunyu, and Shunyu were able to benefit from it, saving them a lot of time and resources. As for the remaining soldiers of the heavenly courts, they had been carefully observed and identified by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. There was no problem with their loyalty and they could be nurtured with ease. Moreover, if it wasn't for Yi Tianzong, they would have been captured by other divine generals or marshals. Of course, it was more likely that they would have been wiped out by the demon race. It could be said that Yi Tianzong had undoubtedly saved their lives. Yi Tianzong valued his subordinates who had already cultivated to the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of Myth realm. After confirming that there was no problem with their loyalty, Yi Tianzong not only taught them a part of the 9 revolutions of soul return, he also gave each of them 2 mysterious king pellets and explained to them the things they needed to pay attention to when advancing to the God King realm. Once a God King appeared under his command, the pressure on him, New Moon, and Shunyu would be greatly reduced. They would be able to gather even more celestial soldiers and generals. Now, with only the 3 of them, whether it was managing the 500,000 celestial soldiers and generals or fighting against the demon race, there were many constraints. Another year passed, another 3 years of fighting on the battlefield. The battle between the human race and the demon race showed no signs of stopping. However, Yi Tianzong felt that the strength of the human race's heavenly courts seemed to be slowly stabilizing the situation. They were no longer retreating like they were in the beginning. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu once again returned to the profound spirit world. The flow of time in the profound spirit world was synchronized with the myriad race's great thousand world. Therefore, 3 years had passed in the profound spirit world. After 3 years, Yi Haoran and the others also personally took action. With the efforts of millions of disciples and experts of the Haoran Zhan sect, a total of 50 Sky Patrol battleships were built and more than 23 million pills were refined. This exceeded Yi Tianzong's expectations. After collecting the Sky Patrol battleships and pills, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 stayed for half a month before returning to the myriad race's great thousand world. After returning to the heavenly court camp, Yi Tianzong sent a message to Marshal Li Kang's subordinates who were still in the camp. In the end, a total of 60 Sky Patrol battleships were sold in a short 2 hours. Yi Tianzong obtained another 780 million battle achievements and sold more than 5 million god pills, earning him another 50 million battle achievements. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had a total of close to 850 million battle achievements. After obtaining so many battle achievements, Yi Tianzong was originally very happy. However, Marshal Li Kang summoned all the marshals, including Yi Tianzong, and told them a very bad news. Marshal Li Kang had just fought a bloody battle with a great emperor of the devil race on the battlefield. Some of the injuries on his body had yet to recover, and his killing intent was overflowing. The greatest crisis of our human race has arrived. In addition to the devil race, the purple spirit race, the silver moon race, the blood demon race, and the ancient elephant race that border our human race's territory have all mobilized powerful forces to attack us. Now, our heavenly court's armies are outnumbered in 4 directions and are retreating step by step. We have suffered heavy casualties. We have already begun to gather all the major forces in our territory to participate in the battle. The purple spirit race, the silver moon race, the blood demon race, and the ancient elephant race are all very powerful races. The blood demon race is only ranked behind our human race. The remaining purple spirit race, the silver moon race, and the ancient elephant race are also ranked in the top 100 among the myriad races. In addition, the devil race is also increasing their attacks. This time, our human race is not optimistic, Marshal Li Kang said with a heavy expression. After hearing Marshal Li Kang's words, everyone fell silent. Yi Tianzong's heart was also very heavy. He didn't expect the situation to deteriorate to such an extent in just over 10 years. If the other races didn't interfere with the devil race, the purple spirit race, and the other races, then the human race would at least suffer heavy losses and lose a large amount of territory. As Yi Tianzong was thinking, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. He suddenly raised his head and found that everyone was looking at him. Yi Tianzong was somewhat baffled. Suddenly, he heard Marshal Li Kang say to him, "Vast expanse, the human race is in a critical situation now. Do you have any more profound understanding of the Tao of formation and artifact forging? The things you contributed previously were of great help to our human race, but the knowledge of formation and artifact forging is still relatively shallow. The speed at which the people of the Heavenly Court are forging warships is too slow. Do you have any better methods? If you do, I hope you can contribute for the sake of the overall situation. Of course, I won't let you contribute for nothing. Don't worry, the credit that belongs to you will not be wasted. I will personally ask the Supreme Heavenly Venerate for you." Supreme Heavenly Venerate. Yi Tianzong's heart skipped a beat. This was the peak existence of the myriad races in the Great Kiliachasm. It was also the peak existence that all the Great Kiliachasms could accommodate. Supreme Heavenly Venerates were existences who controlled the long river of laws of the Great Kiliachasm. They were existences that had the same lifespan as a super Great Kiliachasm. They could even open up a Great Kiliachasm in their bodies. They were truly boundless and incomparably powerful. Could it be that Marshal Li Kang was the descendant of a Supreme Heavenly Venerate of the human race, Or was he the disciple of a supreme heavenly venerate? Yi Tianzong thought to himself, but he didn't get distracted. Instead, he immediately bowed to Marshal Li Kang and said, "This matter concerns the rise and fall of our human race. I don't dare to ask for credit. Even if Marshal doesn't say it, I'm willing to do my best for the human race." As Yi Tianzong spoke, he touched the yin and yang ring on his left hand and a jade slip appeared in his right hand. Yi Tianzong held the jade slip and said, "This jade slip records all the information I know about formations and the path of refining. In addition to the more profound knowledge of formations and refining, there are also 72 offensive, defensive, illusory, trapping, and other formations. There are also 7 refining methods. During this difficult time for the human race, I'm willing to contribute these things. Please accept them." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he controlled the jade slip to float into Marshal Li Kang's hand. Marshal Li Kang reached out and took the jade slip. He scanned it with his divine sense and saw that it was far more profound than the jade slip Yi Tianzong had given him last time. Once the heavenly court digested the contents of the jade slip, even if the human race couldn't survive this time, it would at least reduce a lot of casualties and preserve a lot of vitality. Marshal Li Kang looked at Yi Tianzong with appreciation and said firmly, "You are very good. Don't worry, I will do what I say. I won't let your contributions go to waste. The heavenly court rewards and punishes appropriately. There is no reason for contributions to be not rewarded. You all go and prepare for battle. This battle won't end in a short time." Yes. Everyone left the mansion one by one. When they walked outside, an early-stage Emperor Star Marshal, Marshal Kang Xian, took the initiative to say to Yi Tianzong, "Divine General Kang Xian is indeed righteous. I admire you. I hope you can return safely." Although the other Star Marshals and Moon-class Marshals didn't take the initiative to talk, they didn't hide the admiration in their eyes. Yi Tianzong immediately returned the greeting and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, Marshal Kang Xian. I also hope that Marshal and everyone can return safely and continue to contribute to the heavenly court and the human race." Yi Tianzong returned to the camp and told Ling Xinyu and Xinyu the news that he had just learned. "Using some of the knowledge of formations and forging in the profound spirit world that I sorted out myself, as well as some of the content that I created, in exchange for the praise of the higher-ups of the human race and contributing to the human race. This is a very worthwhile thing. As long as we don't die midway, we will definitely become the higher-ups of the heavenly court in the future. Next, we will use the battle merits to exchange for materials and resources. Then, we will teach the soldiers under us more advanced knowledge of formations and forging. We can't stay in the heavenly court's camp forever. Next, we will continue to the battlefield, but the main purpose is to freely forge the Sky Patrol battleships. As for the soldiers under us, let them help us forge the battleships and give them pills to offset their battle merits. This way, it won't delay the growth of their strength, and it will also increase the speed at which we forge the battleships." Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu and Xinyu of his plan. "Okay, we'll do as you say. After all, with our current battle merits, as long as we become emperors, there won't be a problem for us to be promoted to heavenly court-martials," Xinyu and Ling Xinyu said. Therefore, Yi Tianzong went to the Battle Merits Exchange Center to exchange for materials and resources worth 830 million battle merits. Then, he led the soldiers under him into the battlefield. Chapter 360. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu led the 500,000 celestial soldiers and celestial generals into the Devil Race's battlefield once again. However, this time, they kept the Sky Patrol battleship's concealment and warning formations activated, hiding in the void. Yi Tianzong and the other two first taught the 500,000 people under their command more profound formations and the art of refining weapons. They did not require them to be proficient in them, as long as they could work together to refine some simple parts of the battleship. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong and the other two once again urged the Immortal Mansion to return to the profound spirit world, allowing the Hao Ranjin sect to mobilize more manpower to refine the Sky Patrol battleship. Out of the 13 million official disciples of the Hao Ranjin sect, 7 million had already joined the operation to refine the Sky Patrol battleship. However, they also received more resources as a result. With the support of a large amount of resources, the Hao Ranjin sect's strength rapidly increased once again. Aside from the Sky Patrol battleship, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu were also discussing the construction of a batch of sky suppression-level battle fortresses. However, the Hao Ranjin sect did not have the ability to refine sky suppression-level battle fortresses. Even if they could, it would take a very long time. Therefore, Yi Tianzong and the other two thought of the Black Heaven sect. After passing through the colorful barrier and entering the divine mystic region of the human race's greater thousand world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu felt as if things had remained the same, but people had changed. It had only been less than 20 years since they left, but Yi Tianzong and the other two felt as if they had been away for hundreds of years. Let's go. We don't have the mood to tangle with the divine mystic region's emperor-level and supreme-level factions. Once we enter the world battlefield, we won't be able to come out within 100 years. We can't go there for the time being. Let's go straight to the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu. Okay. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu used the body displacement technique to change their appearances, then used the teleportation array to arrive at the border between the Divine Shen region and the Taiyuan region. Through the traceless void, they quietly crossed the border into the Taiyuan domain and finally arrived near the Black Heaven sect through the void teleportation array. Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu temporarily settled down at a place millions of kilometers away from the Black Heaven sect. Yi Tianzong, on the other hand, headed to the Black Heaven sect alone. After using the traceless void to pass through the Great Sect Protection Array, Yi Tianzong directly arrived at the Profound Array Peak and met with Liu Xini. When Liu Xini saw Yi Tianzong appear quietly, he was shocked at first, but then he said happily, "Chief, it's really you. When did you come? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. Those bastards in the Divine Shen region can't do anything to me. If I want to run, no one can do anything to me." Yi Tianzong patted Liu Xini's shoulder and said. After chatting with Liu Xini for a while, Yi Tianzong said, "I came this time because I have something to tell you. I need the sect's help." Liu Xini said directly, "Chief, just say it. No matter what it is, as long as I can do it, I will do my best." Yi Tianzong waved his hand and said, "This is not something you can decide on your own. I came this time to trade with the sect for Sky Patrol battleships and battle fortresses. Within 300 years, I need a large number of battleships and fortresses. The more the better. I will provide a portion of the materials, and the sect will also provide a portion of the materials. Your Profound Array Peak and Myriad Tools Peak will refine the battleships and fortresses. I will use Profound King Pills and various God Pills as compensation. I plan to use the finished battleships and fortresses for myself. In the future, I will leave the Taiyuan region and take root in other large regions. I will establish a force and slowly develop. When I have enough strength, I will come back for revenge. You can talk to the other people in the sect about this matter and see what they think. I will come back in 2 days." Yi Tianzong finished speaking and left silently. After Yi Tianzong left, Liu Xini directly informed the other Scripture Hall Masters and Law Enforcement Hall Masters to go to the sect's main hall. Just now, Leader Yi of my Hao Ran camp came to the sect. He found me and asked me to tell you that he wants to make a deal with the sect. In the next 300 years, he needs a large number of battleships and fortresses. The more, the better. He will provide a portion of the materials. Then, my Mystic Array Peak and Myriad Weapons Palace Master's Myriad Weapons Peak will build them. He will take out Mystic King Pills and other Divine Pills as compensation. He will use these things for himself. After 300 years, he will leave the Taiyuan region and take root in other large regions. When he has enough strength, he will come back for revenge. What do you think? Liu Xini said. Oh, he actually came back. That's great. I was worried that he would be found by those forces. I heard that he took revenge on those forces in the Divine Shen region. That's really satisfying. If he wants the battleships and fortresses, we will build them and get paid. This is a matter of mutual benefit. Besides, he taught us how to build the battleships and fortresses. It's not a secret to him. He wants the sect to build the battleships and fortresses because they are too big. It will take too much time for him to build them himself. He won't use them to deal with us. I agree. What do you think? Myriad Tools Hall Master's eyes lit up after hearing Liu Xinyi's words. You have a point. I have no objection, Law Enforcement Hall Master said. I agree. I have no objection. Everyone in the Shentian sect's main hall agreed. Originally, they felt guilty that the Shentian sect couldn't protect Yi Tianzong and forced him to leave. Now that Yi Tianzong needed their help, and it wouldn't do any harm to the Shentian sect, of course they would help. Therefore, 2 days later, Yi Tianzong came again to meet with the higher-ups of the sect. They happily reached a cooperation agreement. Yi Tianzong took out a large amount of materials and resources and gave them to Liu Xinyi and the others. He also took out 1,000 Shen King pills as a deposit and agreed that Yi Tianzong would come once every 10 years to collect the battleships and fortresses. After leaving the Black Sky sect, Yi Tianzong was very happy. With the Black Sky sect, an emperor-level sect, refining battleships and fortresses for him, he would be able to accumulate a lot of wealth and merits in the Great Thousand World very quickly. As long as his cultivation reached a certain level, he would have a meteoric rise. After achieving their goal, Yi Tianzong and Ling Xinyu left the Great Thousand World of the human race again and returned to the Great Thousand World of the myriad races. Then, they continued to use the remaining materials and resources to refine more Sky Patrol battleships with the help of the 500,000 celestial generals and celestial soldiers. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu, on the other hand, refined more level 7 divine pills and Shen King pills that were suitable for divine kings to consume. At the current level of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu, as long as they comprehended 80% of the laws of nature, they would directly advance to the Great Emperor realm. However, on the battlefield of the Great Thousand World of the myriad races, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu could not advance to the Great Thousand World. This was because Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu had comprehended too many laws of nature. Once they were exposed when they advanced to the Great Emperor realm, they would definitely die without a burial place. The best choice was to wait until the war between the human race and the demon race came to an end. Then, the three of them would consider advancing to the Great Emperor realm. Now, they only needed to find time to comprehend the laws of nature every day. Time flew by. Yi Tianzong and the others had been fighting on the demon race's battlefield for another 100 years. The number of celestial soldiers and celestial generals under their command had reached 1 million. During these 100 years, the battle between the human race and the demon race had become more and more intense. Countless human race and demon race had died in battle every moment. However, thanks to the more profound array formations and the inheritance of the Tao of artifact refinement that Yi Tianzong had contributed, a large number of Sky Patrol battleships and countless array discs had been thrown into the battlefield, increasing the strength of the human race by at least 20%. In the battle with the demon race, the human race relied on a large number of battleships, battle formations, and various array discs to gradually stabilize their footing. They were no longer retreating in defeat. Instead, they entered a stalemate with the demon race. Although the battle was becoming more and more intense and cruel, the human race's defensive line was still firmly resisting the attacks of the demon race. Because the human race had invested too much strength in the demon race's battlefield, they were not strong enough in the battle with the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the blood demon race, and the silver moon race. On the battlefield in 4 directions, the human race retreated again and again, losing a large amount of territory. However, with the investment of many Sky Patrol battleships and various array discs, the purple spirit race and the other 3 powerful races would have to pay a huge price every time they occupied a piece of territory of the human race. The upper echelons of the human race adopted the strategy of fighting to the death with the demon race, but they adopted the strategy of exchanging space for time with the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, and the other 3 races. They used various methods to delay the advancement of the 4 races and then left more time for the upper echelons of the human race to seek help from the other races. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu led the 500,000 heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under their command and returned to the heavenly courts camp at the rear every 3 to 5 years. Then, they would sell the Sky Patrol battleships and some medicinal pills in their hands. In 100 years, Yi Tianzong had sold more than 2,000 Sky Patrol battleships one after another in exchange for tens of billions of battle credits. As for the Sky Patrol battleships built by the Mystic Sky sect in the Immortal Mansion's trial space, Yi Tianzong also had more than 40 of them. However, Yi Tianzong kept all of them and had no intention of selling them for the time being. Through tens of billions of battle credits, Yi Tianzong had exchanged for an unimaginable amount of materials and resources. With the supply of these materials and resources, the strength of the Hao Ranzhen sect in the spirit profound world had been constantly increasing. The Mystic Sky sect in the Immortal Mansion had also obtained a large number of high-grade divine pills, and their strength had increased by a lot. The strength of the 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under Yi Tianzong's command had greatly increased. Just the number of first and second stage divine generals alone had reached 20, which greatly reduced the management and commanding pressure of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. There were also more than 1,000 upper heavenly generals at the sixth heaven of the myth realm. Among the 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, 700,000 of them occupied 7 Sky Patrol battleships, while the remaining 300,000 were commanded by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. They rode on a Sky Patrol battleship. When Yi Tianzong took out the 300-kilometer-long Sky Patrol battleship, the 1 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under his command were so shocked that they could not calm down for a long time. Chapter 361. A Sky Patrol battleship was only 15 kilometers long. Compared to a battle fortress that was 300 kilometers long, it paled in comparison. Not only was their size not on the same level, but their defensive capabilities and offensive prowess were also not on the same level. A Sky Patrol battleship could only pose a threat to early-stage God King experts, but a battle fortress of the same level could suppress peak God King experts. It could be said that as long as a great Emperor expert did not make a move, a Sky Patrol battleship would almost guarantee victory. Yi Tianzong took out a colossus like a battle fortress and planned to do something big. In the past 100 years, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu led their celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Although they did not lack in fighting against the demon race, they still spent more of their energy on refining Sky Patrol battleships. It was definitely not good to keep doing this for a long time, so Yi Tianzong wanted to put more energy into fighting against the demon race in the next few decades. In any case, he had the Profound Heaven sect in the Immortal Mansion and the Hao Ranzhen sect in the Profound Spirit world to refine battleships and fortresses for him. He was not worried about not being able to earn military merits. Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu led their celestial soldiers and celestial generals. Like ghosts, they shuttled through the demon race's battlefield, searching for traces of the demon race. With 20 celestial generals and a battle fortress, Yi Tianzong expanded the search range to 100 billion kilometers. With the Sky Patrol mirror on the battle fortress, Yi Tianzong easily found many demon race armies. Whether it was a demon race army of tens of thousands or a demon race army of hundreds of thousands, Yi Tianzong followed the principle that no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He did not let a single one of them go. Every time he fought, he crushed the demon race with absolute strength. He did not allow the nearby demon race experts to come to his aid in time. The demon race was very annoyed by the Sky Patrol battleships and various defensive and offensive array discs that the demon race could not get off the tiger they were riding. In the 150 years since the outbreak of the war, the human race had suffered heavy casualties in the beginning, but now they were in a stalemate with the demon race, stubbornly resisting their attacks, causing the demon race to suffer more and more casualties. It wasn't that the demon race hadn't thought of forcing the human race to yield. They would use a truce as a condition to force the human race to cede their territory. Although many people were tempted, the human race's upper echelons were mostly stubborn. They wouldn't yield at all. A truce was fine, but they had to withdraw from the human race's territory. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about it. The devil race also had other powerful enemies. Once they invested too much power in the battle with the human race, or suffered too many losses, the other races would take the opportunity to launch an attack on the devil race. Especially the mortal enemy of the devil race, the heavenly saint race. They would definitely ruthlessly tear off a piece of flesh from the devil race. In fact, It was not difficult to deal with the human race. Although the human race was ranked in the top 10 in the great wide world of the myriad races, they were too weak compared to the devil race. Even if they used 1/20th of their strength, the devil race could wipe out the human race. In the countless years of history of the great wide world of the myriad races, the number of powerful races that were exterminated by the devil race was simply uncountable. It was just that the real reason for the outbreak of the war between the devil race and the human race was very coincidental, and the timing wasn't too suitable. In fact, in the great wide world of the myriad races, the devil race was currently at war with the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race. Since the birth of the devil race, the heavenly saint race, the star spirit race, and the soul devourer race, the soul devourer race rarely appeared. However, every time they appeared on a large scale, they would set off a reign of terror in the great wide world of the myriad races. As for the remaining devil race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race, none of them were willing to submit to the other. Every day, every moment, there would be battles and conflicts, which evolved into a small battle every 10,000 years and a big battle every 1,000,000 years. Right now, it just so happened that the devil race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race were having a great battle every 1,000,000 years. The outbreak of the war between the devil race and the human race was very sudden, and the cause was just a small matter. However, in the end, it evolved into a state of mutual hostility. The devil race naturally wouldn't care about a weak race like the human race. With the intention of teaching them a lesson, they directly attacked the human race. In the end, the human race resisted fiercely, causing the devil race to suffer great losses. As the devil race's anger rose, they increased the investment of their forces and launched an even larger scale attack on the human race. However, the human race's determination to resist was unexpectedly firm. Now, both sides were in a deadlock. The devil race was at war with the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race. It was impossible for them to transfer more forces to the human race's battlefield. As a result, the devil race's attack was somewhat lacking. The devil race wanted to stop the war, but they couldn't afford to lose face in the great wide world of the myriad races. They could only endure. As for the higher-ups of the human race, because the conditions of the devil race's ceasefire were too difficult to accept, they couldn't explain it to the human race's cultivators. They could only fight to the death with the devil race. It was impossible for Yi Tianzong to know about these things. Even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he could do now was to constantly hunt down the devil race and then refine more Sky Patrol battleships to increase the strength of the human race. The consumption of the Sky Patrol battleships on the battlefield was very high. Although the Sky Patrol battleships had good defensive capabilities, they were nothing to those very powerful divine kings or great emperors. Every day, there were many Sky Patrol battleships that were destroyed in the battle with the devil race. The more than 2,000 Sky Patrol battleships that Yi Tianzong sold in the past were not even 1/10,000th of the human race's demand. These damned human race ants and these damned Sky Patrol battleships. They caused the devil race to lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers. This is simply unforgivable. Keek. Don't worry. Their 2 commanders have already been surrounded by our 3 emperors. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as their commanders die, these human race ants will die without a burial place no matter how many of them there are. On a huge battlefield that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, more than 6 million human race and the devil race's army were fighting. Nearly 4 million devil race's army surrounded more than 2 million human race's celestial soldiers and celestial generals, constantly reducing the space for the human race's army to move. The human race's celestial court's army was not to be outdone. At least 1,000 of them formed a battle formation and fought the devil race's army to the death. Countless attacks from both sides collided. The vast earth was covered with bottomless cracks and huge craters appeared on the ground due to the collision between the human race and the devil race. Around the battlefield, the remaining 3 Sky Patrol battleships of the human race were avoiding the pursuit of the divine kings of the devil race. Tens of thousands of miles above the human race and the devil race's army, the human race's divine kings and the devil race's divine kings were engaged in a chaotic battle. However, it was obvious that the human race's divine kings outnumbered the devil race's divine kings. Therefore, The human race's divine kings didn't foolishly fight the devil race's divine kings head-on. Instead, they formed a battle formation of 3 or 4 people to resist the devil race's divine king's attacks. Millions of miles above the ground, there were 5 great emperors of the human race and the devil race fighting. The battle between the 5 great emperors was earth-shattering. Every divine ability attack carried unparalleled power and killing intent that swept across the land. The emperor sword slashed the sky, the devil claw absorbed the soul, the halberd crossed the sky, and the devil fist destroyed the world. Every collision caused the entire land within a radius of millions of miles to tremble and violent storms to rage. However, the current situation was not very good for the 2 human race great emperors. If Yi Tianzong was here, he would recognize the 2 human race great emperors as his acquaintances under Marshal Li Kang. They were Marshal Kang Xian and Marshal Mo Chen. At the beginning of the battle, Kang Xian and Mo Chen had been ambushed by one of the demon race great emperors hiding in the dark. After being injured, they were besieged by 3 other demon race great emperors. The situation was very bad, and their injuries were getting more and more serious. They wanted to break away from the encirclement of the 3 devil race great emperors, but the 3 devil race great emperors cooperated very well and did not give them the slightest chance. Kang Xian and Mo Chen resisted the attacks of the 3 devil race great emperors with all their strength. Their hearts were heavy. They had already sent out a request for help, but they knew that the chances of being rescued were very slim. Within a radius of 20 billion miles, the 2 strongest forces were the armies led by the 2 of them. Now that even they were in danger, who else could save them? The range of a request for help was at most 10 billion miles. Apart from great emperors, those divine king realm divine generals would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Therefore, if there was no miracle, the best result today would be to escape with serious injuries. However, the cooperation of the 3 devil race great emperors was too good. They did not give them any chance at all. If they were not careful, all the soldiers under their command would be wiped out. Chapter 362. On the ground, the battle between the human army and the demon army became more and more intense. Both sides suffered more and more casualties. As for the remaining 3 sky patrol battleships of the Heavenly Court, they were destroyed by the 6 god kings of the demon race. In the air, the god kings of the human army and the demon army also suffered casualties. Overall, although the demon army suffered heavy casualties, the situation was developing in the demon army's favor. After destroying the 3 sky patrol battleships, the 6 god kings of the demon race did not fly up to the sky to fight with the human god kings. Instead, they attacked the human army on the ground. Because the human Heavenly Court's army had a more powerful joint attack formation than the demon Heavenly Court's army, they didn't fear the demon Heavenly Court's army at all. As a result, the demon Heavenly Court's army suffered heavy losses while the human Heavenly Court's army suffered much fewer losses. Therefore, the demon god kings couldn't bear the demon Heavenly Court's losses and directly attacked the human Heavenly Court's army. With the 6 god kings of the demon race attacking from the sky and the demon army attacking from all sides, the human army could not take care of both sides at the same time. Their original battle formation was disrupted. In a short time, hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured. It seemed that the human army on the ground would be completely wiped out if there were no reinforcements. Who is it? How dare you? Damn it, you're courting death. The sudden change silenced the entire battlefield. Both the human army and the demon army temporarily stopped fighting. Seeing the familiar divine purification light, the human army was overjoyed, while the demon army was about to explode with anger. Not only were the 6 god kings of the demon race in the air furious, but all the human and demon god kings in the sky were also attracted by the powerful energy waves on the ground. Before the god kings of the demon race could find the source of the energy waves, they saw a huge object appear from the void. It was a city that spanned 300 miles. Its vast and powerful aura suppressed the sky and looked down on all directions. There were 7 sky patrol battleships guarding the city. What is that? What's this? What's this? Under the doubtful gazes of all the humans and demons, the city-like colossus once again launched a purifying light beam with a diameter of 20 miles towards the demon army on the ground. Damn it, stop it. Don't let it shoot. Quick, Attack it. No matter what it is, destroy it. However, the reality was rather unacceptable to the demon god-kings. The purifying pillar of light was just too powerful. They could not stop it at all. If it were not for the fact that a late god-king had dodged quickly, he would have been heavily injured by the purifying pillar of light. As for the other 5 god-kings of the demon clan, when they attacked the defensive light barrier of the city, they only caused some ripples. How is that possible? What? It's impossible. Even the human army on the ground and the human god-kings in the sky were shocked. They looked at the city that stood proudly in the void in disbelief. What on earth was that thing? Under their shocked gazes, 3 streams of light flew out from the colossus and appeared in the sky. They were Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. After appearing, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu only glanced at the 6 god-kings of the demon race indifferently before flying tens of thousands of miles into the sky. They did not take the 6 god-kings of the demon race seriously at all. They took advantage of this opportunity to let the battle fortress show off its ferocious power. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had all cultivated doppelgangers in the battle fortress. They had 30% of the strength of their original bodies. Even if they did not rely on the battle fortress, they could still easily kill the 6 god-kings of the demon race. However, this was not Yi Tianzong's goal. His goal was to use the 6 god-kings of the demon race to show off the might of the battle fortress so that he could prepare to sell it in the future. Yi Tianzong and the other 2 flew tens of thousands of miles into the sky. Heaven's expanse divine general. Heaven's double moon divine general. All the human god-kings recognized Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. The Heaven's double moon divine general was a collective name for Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. What? It's him. Damn it. Damn it. You human ant. Today is the day you die. Hand over your life. When the human god-kings said Yi Tianzong and the other 2's identities, the god-kings of the demon race instantly exploded. In this battlefield, as long as one was from the demon race, there was not a single person who did not know Yi Tianzong. It was because of Yi Tianzong that the demon race was able to create sky patrol battleships, battle formations, as well as all sorts of defensive, illusory, and offensive formations that gave the demon race headaches. Furthermore, Yi Tianzong had killed too many of their fellow demon race clansmen. All the demon race hated Yi Tianzong to the bone. Now that they saw the person they had been thinking about day and night, how could they let him go? Holy shit! They had caused trouble. All the human god-kings who had shouted out Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's identities wanted to slap themselves in the face. They had come to rescue them out of goodwill, but in the end, they could not help but shout out their identities. All the god-kings of the demon race gritted their teeth and charged towards them in anger. What the hell was this? This was a classic example of repaying kindness with enmity. The human god-kings were filled with regret. They hurriedly attacked the god-kings of the demon race and helped Yi Tianzong and the other 2 out of their predicament. On the other side, Yi Tianzong was stunned when he saw the god-kings of the demon race charging towards them with murderous intent. Had he become so famous? Then, he threw this thought to the back of his head. Damn it, you dare to act so arrogantly just because you have more people? Watch how I deal with you guys. Then, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu each wielded a divine sword made from emperor-grade godly materials. Then, they turned into 3 streaks of light and dodged the combined attacks of the several hundred god-kings of the demon race with extreme speed. After arriving behind the several hundred god-kings of the demon race, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu charged into the god-kings of the demon race like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Ah, how is this possible? I don't believe it. It can't be. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu charged into the several hundred god-kings of the demon race with unparalleled speed. They killed a god-king of the demon race with a single sword strike, a punch, and a palm strike as easily as cutting vegetables. The god-kings of the demon race had no ability to resist at all in front of the 3 of them. They couldn't dodge, because the speed of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 far surpassed them. They couldn't block, because the difference in strength was too great. They couldn't even block a single sword strike from Yi Tianzong and the other 2. All the god-kings of the demon race experienced a turn from heaven to hell in the blink of an eye. They were originally filled with killing intent and were confident that they could get rid of their enemies, but in the end, their enemies were too powerful. They were beaten to the point where they couldn't even fight back. All the god kings of the demon race were terrified. They couldn't wait to escape from this terrifying place, but that was destined to be an extravagant hope. Every sword strike, punch, and palm strike from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu contained unparalleled destructive power. As long as they attacked the god kings of the demon race, the powerful destructive power of the laws of destruction would instantly destroy their souls and vitality. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is too fucking terrifying. All the human god kings who wanted to attack the god kings of the demon race to help Yi Tianzong and the other two were frightened by the scene in front of them. They reflexively stopped, and even forcibly withdrew the divine ability that they were about to use. They were afraid that if they accidentally hit Yi Tianzong and the other two, they would be killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that they had never seen or heard of a god king who was so terrifying. Killing god kings of the same level was like slapping ants to death. It was too frightening. Chapter 363. The human god king experts just stared blankly as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu brutally slaughtered the god kings of the demon race. No matter how those arrogant god kings struggled, they were unable to escape from Yi Tianzong and the other two. Other than shock, there was only shock. Other than what the F***ck, there was only what the F***ck. The human race's god kings were like a bunch of stunned salted fish as they watched Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu flaunt their strength. After killing the last demon god king, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu turned around with killing intent still lingering in their eyes. They stared at the human god kings on the other side. Hua, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, whose killing intent had yet to dissipate, the human god kings were like frightened rabbits. Their hearts trembled for no reason, and they hurriedly retreated a few steps before turning around to flee. F***ck. F***ck, why are you running? When Yi Tianzong saw the reaction of the human race's godly kings, he was instantly enraged. He was so angry that he wanted to beat them up. Mother ***, we're on the same side. Am I that scary? Why are you running? Yi Tianzong couldn't help but roar. That's right. Why are we running? Isn't he with us? After being roared at by Yi Tianzong, the human god kings finally realized that they were with Yi Tianzong. He was here to save them. F***ck. They didn't know how many times they cursed today, but only the word F***ck could express their embarrassment and shame at this moment. They had never been so embarrassed in their lives. They were actually scared away by their allies. This was so embarrassing. If the marshal knew about this, would he slap them to death? The group of over 150 human god kings looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment. However, while they were stunned, Yi Tianzong wasn't. He didn't have the mood to be angry with these god kings right now. Thus, he said bluntly, I'll leave the rest of the demon race to you. Be careful not to accidentally injure my people. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he nodded to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu before turning into a streak of light and flying into the sky. Looking in the direction that Yi Tianzong and the other two left, all the human god kings were shocked. They instantly guessed what Yi Tianzong and the other two wanted to do, but no one said anything. Even though the gap between god kings and great emperors was like the gap between heaven and earth, after witnessing the strength of Yi Tianzong, Xinyu and Ling Xinyu with their own eyes, they didn't dare to say that Yi Tianzong and the other two were definitely not a match for great emperors. It seemed like the rumor of the vast expanse divine general and his wife seriously injuring the great emperor of the demon race wasn't groundless. Just as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu killed hundreds of god kings and went to support the great emperors, the battle between the battle fort controlled by Yi Tianzong and the other two clones and the 6 god kings of the demon race also came to an end. The battle was completely one-sided. The battle fort completely displayed its ferocious might. With the defensive formation activated, the 6 god kings were unable to break through the defensive light barrier no matter how they attacked. It was as if they were scratching an itch. Just as the god kings of the demon race attacked the battle fort, the god-sealing realm in the battle fort locked onto them. First, The god-destroying puppets attacked. Then, 12 huge dragon-snaring lassos showed their might. They directly pierced through space and shot towards the god-kings of the demon race. Even though the 6 god-kings wanted to dodge, they were still firmly bound by the dragon-snaring lassos. Then, the god-destroying puppets and the Heaven Yuan cannons shot out from the profound light pagoda. The earth-shattering attacks immediately drowned the 6 god-kings bound by the dragon-snaring lassos. Amidst a series of miserable cries, the 6 god-kings were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Then, the dragon-snaring lassos took them back and tossed them into the spirit-devouring disk that powered the battle fort. In the end, they were completely obliterated by the powerful 5 elements millstone in the spirit-devouring disk and turned into energy for the battle fort. In less than a quarter of an hour, the huge battle fort annihilated hundreds of thousands of demon race troops and heavily injured 6 god-kings of the demon race. It played an important role in stabilizing the situation. At the same time, the other 7 Sky Patrol battleships under the control of Yi Tianzong's divine generals continued to attack the demon race troops below. There were also 400,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who formed the Howran Heavenly Dipper Sword Formation and the Howran Heavenly Imperial Formation to attack the demon race troops both offensively and defensively. When Yi Tianzong and the other 2 flew to the 9 heavens to reinforce the battlefield of the Great Emperor, the human god-kings returned to the ground and saw the demon race troops fleeing in all directions. Seeing the demon race fleeing in all directions, the human god-kings' eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They split up and formed an encirclement at the outermost perimeter. Then, they contracted the encirclement and killed all the demon race troops that tried to escape. On the other side, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu did not conceal their powerful auras at all this time. They released their powerful auras that reached millions of miles into the sky. When an early great emperor released their full strength, they could sense everything within a radius of several 100 million miles. The arrival of Yi Tianzong and the other 2, as well as the slaughter of the god-kings of the demon race, had already been noticed by the 3 demon emperors. Of course, because Kang Xian and Mo Chen were injured and the 3 demon emperors were closing in on them, they could only concentrate on dealing with the attacks of the demon race. Therefore, they did not notice the arrival of Yi Tianzong and the other 2. When Yi Tianzong and the other 2 approached with their powerful auras, the 3 demon emperors of the demon race relaxed their attacks on Kang Xian and Mo Chen. Only then did Kang Xian and Mo Chen notice Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu. Vast expanse, Shuangyu, why are they here? No, we must let them leave quickly. Kang Xian and Mo Chen were puzzled. At the same time, they were very worried. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu were very powerful. Once they reached the Great Emperor realm, they would definitely be stronger than the 2 of them. They could not die here. But before they could say anything, Yi Tianzong said first, "Marshals, the demon race below has been dealt with. You don't have to worry. Now, let us have a good fight with those bastards of the demon race." Yi Tianzong looked at the 3 demon emperors and shouted, "This general vast expanse is here. Didn't you demon race always want to kill me? Then come." Then, a set of golden armor appeared on Yi Tianzong's body. His aura surged wildly. Then, holding the vast expanse divine sword, he took the initiative to attack one of the demon race emperors. Behind Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shun Yu also summoned their armor and divine swords. Their auras also erupted. They slashed out destructive sword lights at the demon race emperors. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu were too powerful when they unleashed their full power. Even the boundless sky was shaking because of it. It was far beyond what a divine king should have. In front of the 3 of them, divine kings were just weak babies. They could no longer be considered god kings. Perhaps half-step great emperors were more suitable for them. One of the demon emperors who was targeted by Yi Tianzong and the other 2 could feel their tyrannical strength. However, as a demon race emperor, his pride made him unable to accept Yi Tianzong and the other 2's provocation. 3 god king ants of the human race. How dare you offend this demon emperor's dignity? Since you're courting death, this demon emperor will definitely smash you to smithereens and completely erase the shame of our demon race. Clearly, this demon emperor knew Yi Tianzong and the influence Yi Tianzong had on the demon race. Moreover, Yi Tianzong and the other twos had killed all the god kings of the demon race under their command. This made them hate them to death. Today, they could settle their old and new grudges at once. HMPH, ignorant. No matter how strong a god king is, he's still a god king. He'll never be a match for a great emperor. Today, we can get rid of all these ants of the human race. It can be considered as revenge for our fallen brethren. Another demon race emperor looked at Yi Tianzong and the other two and said disdainfully, "Don't care about those 3 god king ants. Let's get rid of these 2 human great emperors first. They're heavily injured now. Even if we have to pay a price, we must eliminate them." After the 3rd demon emperor finished speaking, he continued to attack Kang Xian and Mo Chen. When Kang Xian and Mo Chen heard Yi Tianzong's words, they were stunned. However, before they could urge Yi Tianzong and the other 2 to leave, they were attacked by the other 2 demon race great emperors. At that moment, they had no choice but to concentrate and deal with the attacks of the 2 demon emperors with their injured bodies. With 1 less demon emperor, the pressure on Kang Xian and Mo Chen was greatly reduced. Although they were still at a disadvantage, the situation was no longer so precarious. P.S. There's something wrong with the network today. It's intermittent. Posted a little late. In addition, I would like to thank all the readers who have been supporting me. Thank you. Chapter 364. Facing the incoming demon emperor, Yi Tianzong did not choose to dodge. Instead, he decided to meet force with force. Ever since they ascended to the myriad races' great thousand world, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's strength had been constantly increasing. Now, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had comprehended 80% of the laws they had comprehended, reaching the level of great emperor. It could be said that the 3 of them were now genuine half-step great emperors. Previously, on the demon race battlefield, Yi Tianzong was worried about the possible reinforcements of the demon race, as well as the heavenly soldiers and generals under his command. Therefore, he could not go all out against the demon race great emperors. Now that Kang Xian and Mo Chen, the 2 human great emperors, were sharing the burden, there were no more demon race great emperors in the surrounding tens of billions of miles. Yi Tianzong could let go of all his worries and vent his suppressed desire to fight. He could truly test his current strength and see what the gap between him and a great emperor expert was. The demon emperor opposite him attacked with full force. Although he did not think that Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu could pose a threat to his life, as an expert who had experienced countless hardships to become a demon emperor, he still understood the principle that a lion must go all out even when hunting a rabbit. Demonic blade splits the sky. The demon emperor's hand, which was covered with sharp blades, swung down at Yi Tianzong at an undetectable speed. Suddenly, 100-foot demon claw containing terrifying power appeared out of thin air, directly locking onto Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. There was no way for them to dodge. The 100-foot demon claw was filled with monstrous demonic qi, wreaking havoc everywhere as it tore through the void and came down on Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu all unleashed their own sword Dao divine abilities as 3 massive swords clashed with the demon emperor's massive demonic claws. Boom! The earth-shattering divine abilities collided with each other, resulting in an unimaginably violent explosion. The energy explosion caused by the clash of divine abilities spread in all directions at a speed faster than the speed of light, shaking the 9 heavens. Even on the ground millions of kilometers below, one could feel the intense energy fluctuations. Damn it, die for this emperor. The all-out attack of the Devil Emperor, who was fighting Yi Tianzong and the other 2, was actually ineffective. This caused his heart to boil with rage. A dignified devil race great emperor was actually unable to deal with 3 human god kings. This was simply the greatest joke in the world. The demon emperor was infuriated. With a roar, he took the initiative to attack Yi Tianzong and the other 2. "Mph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to slaughter the great emperor." Yi Tianzong's eyes were filled with killing intent that could not be dispelled. His entire body glowed with a dazzling golden light. Like an invincible war god, he also attacked the demon emperor. As for Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, they transformed into 2 incomparably sacred moons and accompanied Yi Tianzong as they fought the demon emperor. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were already mentally connected. When they fought, it was as if they were one person. Yi Tianzong was the main attacker, while Ling Xinyu and Xunyu had transformed into two moons to support him. The three of them did not back down in the slightest as they fought the Demon Emperor. They did not retreat a single step and were unmatched in the boundless world. The battle between Yi Tianzong and the other two was extremely intense. Every step they took crossed at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and every attack shook the 9 heavens. Golden swords filled the sky, and demonic blades tore through the sky. The figures of Yi Tianzong and the Demon Emperor could be seen everywhere within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The more the Demon Emperor fought, the angrier he became. His hatred was monstrous. Facing 3 human god kings, he was unable to defeat them for a long time and was even at a slight disadvantage. As for Yi Tianzong and the other two, their battle intent was high. Their auras were like rainbows, and their 3,000-meter-long swords became increasingly fierce and domineering. This is impossible. Damn it, how could this be? Is this for real? They're actually so strong. On the other side, Kang Xian, Mo Chen, and the 2 demon emperors noticed the battle on Yi Tianzong's side. However, after seeing the situation of the battle, both sides were extremely shocked and in disbelief. The difference was that the demon race was shocked and furious, while Kang Xian and Mo Chen were both surprised and delighted. Kang Xian and Mo Chen were pleasantly surprised to see that Yi Tianzong, who carried 2 bright moons, was not only not at a disadvantage, he even had a slight advantage over the Demon Emperor. His aura was becoming increasingly fierce and domineering, as if he was an invincible golden-armored god. Kang Xian and Mo Chen were pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, they also had complicated feelings. In the history of the Great Thousand Domains, there had never been a god king who could fight a demon emperor without being at a disadvantage. They did not expect to see it with their own eyes today. Yi Tianzong and the other two had such strength in the God King realm. When they became great emperors, how incredible would their strength be? At that time, the two of them would be just weaklings who could be easily defeated by Yi Tianzong and the other two. Although their hearts were filled with emotions, Kang Xian and Mo Chen pulled themselves together and attacked the 2 demon emperors with all their strength. They firmly blocked them and did not allow the 2 demon emperors to intervene in the battle on Yi Tianzong's side. Since there was nothing to worry about, they could fight the demon race and see who could outlast the other. While the battle was in full swing in the sky millions of miles above, the demon race army on the ground was also coming to an end under the attacks of many sides. After the last demon race army was collected by the battle fortress and thrown into the spirit-devouring disk, the demon race army was completely annihilated. After the demon race army was destroyed, the clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu flew out of the battle fortress and ordered all the humans present, everyone, clean up the battlefield as quickly as possible and then enter the battle fortress. We have more important things to do. What other things were there? Could it be that we were going to support the great emperors on the battlefield? Although the human God King experts were puzzled, they did not say anything. Although Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's clones only had 30% of their original strength, the auras they gave off far exceeded that of ordinary god kings. Sensing the indifferent gazes of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu's clones, which seemed to say that if they didn't do as they were told, they would kill them, all the human god kings very wisely followed their orders. They did not forget the ferocious strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two. You are strong, you have the final say. Besides, they were all on the same side. Could it be that they would kill them? After cleaning up the battlefield, whether it was the 1 million heavenly soldiers under Yi Tianzong and the other two, or the heavenly soldiers under Kang Xian and Mo Chen, all of them entered the huge battle fortress. Even the 7 Sky Patrol battleships were withdrawn into the battle fortress. After devouring a large number of demon race corpses, the energy of the battle fortress had completely recovered to its peak state. The clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu commanded all the heavenly soldiers and divine generals who had entered the battle fortress, as well as the God King realm divine generals, to stand in a specific position and place their hands close to the energy nodes inside the battle fortress. Then, the clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xunyu activated the concealment and defensive formations of the huge battle fortress, which was 300 miles wide and 50 miles tall. They directly disappeared into the void and flew several million miles into the sky. The Sky Patrol mirror inside the battle fortress showed the situation within 100 million miles outside the battle fortress. The battle fortress flew very quickly. In just a quarter of an hour, it had flown several million miles into the sky. What the hell? This is the battlefield of the great emperors. How did we fly here? Seeing the scene displayed in the Sky Patrol mirror, everyone in the battle fortress was at a loss for words. What the hell? This is the battlefield of the great emperors. Aren't we courting death by coming here? Several divine generals under Yi Tianzong and Mo Chen were about to ask the clones of Yi Tianzong, but the clones of Yi Tianzong suddenly said, "Everyone, get ready. Inject the power in your body into the energy nodes around you. Quick, kill whoever dares to disobey." With that, the clones of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu erupted with biting cold killing intent. When the battle fortress flew up, Yi Tianzong and the other two had already sensed it through their clones. Whether it was Kang Xian, Mo Chen, or the three great emperors of the demon race, they were all focused on the battle and did not notice the battle fortress that was hidden in the void with the concealment formation fully activated. Through the battle with the great emperors of the demon race, Yi Tianzong had a basic understanding of his strength. With the help of New Moon and Shen Yu, he could contend against the initial stage great emperors of the demon race. However, he could only contend against them. It was impossible for him to seriously injure them, unless he launched a surprise attack. P.S. Thank you to the readers who have been subscribing. Thank you for your monthly votes and recommendation votes. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. If not for your support, the author might not have been able to write so much. Thank you. Chapter 365. Generally speaking, demon great emperors were more powerful than human great emperors in the same realm. Therefore, Yi Tianzong estimated that he could fight against an ordinary early-stage demon great emperor or an early-stage human great emperor. After figuring out his own strength, Yi Tianzong didn't plan to waste any more time. Now that he couldn't defeat the demon emperor in a short period of time, he decided to rely on external forces. Yi Tianzong's doppelganger, who was connected with Yi Tianzong's mind, had over 2.5 million heavenly soldiers and over 180 immortal kings inject their strength into the energy nodes inside the battle fortress. After that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu's doppelganger controlled the battle fortress to gather this immeasurable amount of energy and convert it into an extremely sacred purifying immortal light through the profound light tower. With the help of Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu, Yi Tianzong was locked in battle with the demon race great emperor. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the sky. Everywhere they went, everything was destroyed. The more they fought, the angrier the demon emperor became. He didn't care about restraining himself anymore. He completely abandoned all his concerns and went all out. The only thought in his mind was to kill Yi Tianzong and the other two immortal kings. As for Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu, they now had the demon monarch, who was a powerful whetstone. Therefore, their understanding of magical powers, Tao principles, and all kinds of fighting experiences had been rapidly accumulating. They could use all kinds of magical powers more and more easily, and the power they could release was greater and greater. In particular, the three people's sword offensive immortal skills became more and more perfect and profound in the battle with the demon emperor. Gradually, they seemed to have deduced more powerful offensive moves. The progress of Yi Tianzong, Shen Yu and Shen Yu was obvious. Therefore, the demon emperor had gone completely crazy. All of you must die. All of you must die for this emperor. This emperor will extract your souls and refine them. I will make you suffer for all eternity in hell. The demon emperor unleashed his most powerful divine ability, but it was broken by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu's boundless sword technique's 10th move, chaotic firmament reversal. Under the heavens reversal, heaven and earth were thrown into chaos. The laws were no longer there, and the divine abilities were no longer there. Instead, the great monarch of the demon race was suppressed. Since his most powerful divine ability was ineffective, the crazy demon race great monarch directly rushed forward. Relying on his indestructible celestial monarch physique and the sharp blades that could cut through time and space, he engaged in close combat with Yi Tianzong. Yi Tianzong did not want to be outdone either. He wielded the boundless god sword and fought the demon emperor in close combat. The golden divine sword and the dark blade clashed dozens of times in an instant, and the clanging sound of metal clashing resounded throughout the heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong, who had started from a weak world and walked step by step on the martial way, had never been afraid of anyone when it came to martial skills and close combat. Although the demon race Great Monarch's martial skills were not bad, they were still far from Yi Tianzong's. In close combat with Yi Tianzong, the demon race Great Monarch could not effectively cause any harm to Yi Tianzong. He was completely relying on his extremely powerful celestial monarch physique to withstand the attacks of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's divine swords. Although being stabbed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's divine swords did not cause much damage to the demon race Great Monarch, and he would at most bleed a little, which could be recovered very quickly. However, if this continued, the small injuries would become serious or even serious injuries. Furthermore, he could not afford to be covered in injuries all the time. If others saw the current situation, they would think that the demon race Great Monarch was completely suppressed by Yi Tianzong, who had 2 moons around his body. He was beaten to the point that he could not fight back and was covered in injuries. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! 2F** King Powerful, 2F** King Awesome, is this still a godly monarch? A godly monarch suppressing a great monarch and beating him up, who would dare to believe this? Too exciting, 2F** King Subversive. To be able to see such a scene in my life, even if I die, it will be worth it. In the future, I will be able to brag until I explode. I, your father, have seen a godly monarch suppressing a great monarch and beating him up. You bunch of country bumpkins are simply ignorant and ignorant. All the heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and divine generals hidden in the battle fortress were so excited that they could not control themselves and were about to explode on the spot when they saw the scene displayed in the sky surveying treasure mirror. Everyone was so excited that their bodies trembled as they imagined the scene when they bragged to others in the future. The demon race Great Monarch was so angry that he could not wait to turn Yi Tianzong and the other 2 into ashes. However, this could not change the fact that he could not defeat Yi Tianzong. On the other side, the demon race Great Monarch who was fighting against Kang Xian and Mo Chen wanted to support the demon race Great Monarch who was fighting against Yi Tianzong several times, but he was firmly blocked by Kang Xian and Mo Chen. The 3 demon race Great Monarchs were so angry that they wanted to die. It's close, it's almost here. Yi Tianzong led the demon race Great Monarch to the pre-planned location in the battle. Then, he defeated the demon race Great Monarch with 1 strike of his sword. His aura that had reached its peak surged crazily once again. The 2 bright moons that were formed by Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu also shone brightly and merged into an even more sacred and supreme true moon, which floated behind Yi Tianzong's head. A vast amount of magic power was injected into Yi Tianzong's body. Gathering all the power of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu, Yi Tianzong raised the boundless godly sword with both hands. The boundless godly sword, under the infusion of boundless magic power, first expanded to 100,000 feet long sword. The sword was surrounded by an endless sea of golden sword energy. Then, the endless sea of sword energy converged on the golden sword. During this process, the golden sword rapidly shrank. By the time the sea of sword energy was complete, the boundless godly sword had shrunk from 100,000 feet to 100,000 feet long. This time, Yi Tianzong gathered the power of himself, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu to execute the strongest killing move, massacre the world. Yi Tianzong's eyes shot out 2 golden rays that pierced through the void. When Yi Tianzong swung down with both hands, the boundless godly sword became 100,000 feet long at a speed that surpassed time. It directly broke through the space of myriad races and slashed towards the Devil Monarch. The Devil Monarch also knew that Yi Tianzong's attack was no small matter. However, he couldn't dodge because he was locked onto by Yi Tianzong from the start. No matter how he dodged, Yi Tianzong would still hit him in the end. Therefore, when Yi Tianzong gathered his power, the Devil Monarch did the same. He used the secret art Devil Blood Ignition to burn his own Devil Emperor blood and forcibly increase his power in order to fight against Yi Tianzong to the end. When Yi Tianzong's sword slashed down, the devil monarch also unleashed a destructive dark blade. The divine sword that transcended time and space carried the power to massacre the world. The destructive dark blade was also unstoppable and capable of shattering the universe. The two collided and an unimaginable surge of energy burst out. The vast 9 heavens shook. All colors lost their colors, leaving behind only one golden and one black light that continued to fight to the death. While the Demon Emperor was fighting against Yi Tianzong's divine sword, thousands of miles behind the Demon Emperor, the battle fortress controlled by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's doppelgangers appeared. As soon as it appeared, 12 heaven-reaching chains extended from the battle fortress, which were 12 dragon-snaring lassos, and firmly tied up the devil monarch with lightning speed. After that, 30% of the battle fortress's energy, more than 2.5 million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, and more than 180 god kings were gathered. Finally, the black light pagoda shot out a 300-meter diameter divine purification light that attacked the devil monarch who was fighting against Yi Tianzong in a split second. An earth-shattering scream came from the devil race's great emperor. Translator, WQL editor, Alim. The holy purifying light released by the battle fort was too powerful. The holy purifying light could greatly restrain demon creatures. Therefore, being hit by the holy purifying light, the Demon Emperor was severely injured at once. In fact, when the battle fortress appeared behind the devil monarch, he had already sensed it. However, because he was fighting against Yi Tianzong with all his strength, he was unable to do anything else. In just a short moment, the well-prepared battle fortress gave him an unforgettable injury. After the devil monarch was severely injured, the devil blade immediately collapsed and became unstable. Yi Tianzong seized this opportunity and directly cut through the devil monarch's obstruction with his huge sword. In the blink of an eye, the devil monarch suffered 2 fatal attacks from the front and back, and was in imminent danger. However, he was firmly bound by the 12 dragon-snaring lassos, and his severely injured body was unable to break free. Yi Tianzong once again became one with his sword. The boundless divine sword expanded to 300 meters in length, and with the power of the law of destruction, it directly attacked the devil monarch's head. Even the indestructible celestial emperor physique was unable to withstand such an attack. The devil monarch's head instantly exploded, and his body was badly damaged. The devil monarch's blood flowed between heaven and earth like a river. Withdraw. Yi Tianzong slammed his palm with all his strength, sending the devil monarch's body toward the battle fortress. He then used the Qianquan palm mystique to quickly draw all of the devil monarch's blood into his Qianquan palm. Meanwhile, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's clones controlled the battle fortress, using the 12 dragon-snaring lassos to draw back the devil monarch's body and suppress it in the spirit-devouring disc. Then, they gathered the remaining 70% of the battle fortress's energy, as well as the energy of everyone in the fortress, to activate the 5 elements millstone with all their might, grinding away the devil monarch's body and turning it into energy for the battle fortress. Everyone in the battle fortress was so excited that they were about to die. They had done something big today. They had killed a devil monarch. Chapter 366. What calmness! What calmness! It was all bullsh*t. A demon emperor had been severely injured by them, and his broken body was being destroyed by them. What calmness! If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't move right now, all the godly kings, celestial soldiers, and celestial generals in the fortress would be spinning around in excitement. To these godly kings, celestial soldiers, and celestial generals, the demon emperor was a high and mighty existence that could not be violated. Even if they were enemies, the demon emperor was still an existence that they could only look up to. However, just now, they had worked together with the vast expanse heavenly general and the other two to completely destroy the demon emperor that they thought was unreachable. It was an achievement and joy that came from breaking through the taboo. Whoever could hold back was a ninja turtle. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's doppelgangers controlled the battle fortress to retrieve the demon emperor's broken body. After that, they immediately activated the concealment array and disappeared into the void, escaping without a trace. If they didn't escape quickly, the remaining 2 demon emperors would turn the battle fortress into ashes in their madness. The battle fortress escaped with the broken body, but Yi Tianzong did not leave. He remained in the area where he fought the Demon Emperor, searching for the Demon Emperor's divine spirit. The Demon Emperor's divine spirit was in the long river of laws. How could it be so easy to kill? Although it was severely injured by Yi Tianzong and the other two's battle fortress, its divine spirit was at most injured. It couldn't be destroyed. The broken body was taken away by the battle fortress, and it was impossible to get it back. The Demon Emperor, with only his divine spirit left, did not have the guts to look for the battle fortress. Therefore, the remaining Demon Emperor's divine spirit could only be hiding. Yi Tianzong swallowed a dozen or so Tier 7 energy recovery pills to replenish the energy in his body. At the same time, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu disappeared and entered the immortal mansion to recover their energy. Yi Tianzong poured his dharmic powers into his eyes, then activated his golden eyes of illusion breaker and scanned the void within a radius of millions of miles, searching for the whereabouts of the Devil Monarch's divine soul. No matter how difficult it was to kill the Demon Emperor and how his divine soul was entrusted to the long river of laws, the body was the foundation of everything. Just now, he had been caught off guard and was severely injured. With his Empyrean body broken, the Demon Emperor's divine soul must have been injured as well. And once the divine soul was injured, it couldn't stay in the long river of laws for too long. Otherwise, it would assimilate into the long river of laws and become a part of the long river of laws. Yi Tianzong continued to search for the Devil Emperor's spirit, but the other two Devil Emperors, Kang Xian and Mo Chen, couldn't remain calm. What did they just see? What was that city that was hundreds of miles in size? In just 2 or 3 breaths of time, a Demon Emperor of the same level as them was finished just like that. A Demon Emperor fought with 3 God Kings. It was fine if he couldn't win, but in turn, he was severely injured. Even his broken Empyrean body was dragged away. Was this a joke or a dream? If a Demon Emperor didn't even have his Empyrean body and only had his divine soul left, then his strength would be less than 10%. If he didn't hurry and find a suitable body to possess, then he would be discovered and refined by other experts sooner or later. Damn it, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Hand over your life. The 2 Demon Emperors fighting with Kang Xian and Mo Chen went completely crazy. They couldn't accept this result. They wanted revenge, they wanted to kill Yi Tianzong. After receiving the attacks of Kang Xian and Mo Chen, the 2 demon race great emperors directly rushed towards Yi Tianzong. When Yi Tianzong saw the 2 demon race great emperors rushing towards him, he used the aurora flash and hid as fast as he could. He didn't want to fight with the 2 demon emperors. His strength hadn't recovered yet, so he wasn't a match for the 2 demon emperors. If you want to kill him, you'll have to pass through us first. Go die. Kang Xian and Mo Chen immediately caught up with the 2 demon emperors and fought with them again. Of the 3 demon emperors, one was severely injured by Yi Tianzong and the city that appeared just now. His spirit was nowhere to be found. Only 2 demon emperors were left, and they were injured by Kang Xian and Mo Chen. Kang Xian and Mo Chen's fighting spirit was high. Even if they were injured, they didn't fear the 2 demon emperors. When Yi Tianzong saw that Kang Xian and Mo Chen had stopped the 2 demon emperors once again, he rejoiced and breathed a long sigh of relief. He directly took out a handful of grade 7 divine pills and began to recover his consumed strength. Just when Yi Tianzong was concentrating on recovering his strength, an indistinguishable black light appeared in the void and rushed into Yi Tianzong's mind at a speed faster than the speed of light. A moment later, Yi Tianzong opened his eyes, revealing a happy expression. He had guessed correctly. The spirit of the Demon Emperor that he had seriously injured had been hiding in the surroundings. While Yi Tianzong was recovering his strength, it planned to seize Yi Tianzong's body and occupy Yi Tianzong's body. Unfortunately, the immortal mansion in Yi Tianzong's mind directly suppressed it and shattered it into pure spirit energy. Yi Tianzong instantly disappeared in the void and then appeared in the immortal mansion. He sat in front of Ling Xinyu and said, "Pay attention and refine the spirit energy." Then, he directly stretched out his left and right index fingers and pointed at the space between Ling Xinyu and Xinyu's eyebrows. Yi Tianzong divided the spirit energy of the Demon Emperor's spirit in his mind to Ling Xinyu and kept 60% for himself. Then, the three of them peacefully refined the spirit energy in their minds and strengthened their spirits in the immortal mansion. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's spirits had always been very powerful, not weaker than the spirits of great emperors. Otherwise, they would not have been able to comprehend so many laws. After an hour, after refining the spirit energy in his mind, Yi Tianzong felt that his spirit had increased by nearly 20%, and it was much easier for him to comprehend laws. After another hour, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu had recovered at least 50% of their strength. Then, the three of them used Traceless Void and walked out of the immortal mansion without leaving a trace. They directly went towards Kang Xian and Mo Chen, who were fighting the demon emperors. 2 hours in the immortal mansion was only a quarter of an hour in the outside world. At this time, the two demon emperors of the demon race were fighting fiercely with Kang Xian and Mo Chen. They had just lost one of their companions, and their millions of subordinates and demon kings had been wiped out by Yi Tianzong and the others. If they had known this would happen, they would have made the first move when Yi Tianzong and the others appeared. This time, the encirclement of Kang Xian and Mo Chen could be said to have gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only did they not obtain any benefits, but they also suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only the two of them were left, and the main culprits, Yi Tianzong and the others, had escaped. Yes, they could not sense the auras of Yi Tianzong and the others, so they thought that Yi Tianzong and the others had escaped. How could they swallow such a result? How could they explain it to their superiors when they returned? How could they endure this? Therefore, the two demon emperors of the demon race were a little crazy, and they fought desperately with Kang Xian and Mo Chen to vent their anger. Under the desperate attacks of the two demon emperors, Kang Xian and Mo Chen had no choice but to endure their injuries and fight fiercely with the two demon emperors. Both sides could not restrain their power at all, and the entire world within hundreds of millions of miles was turbulent because of this. Energy storms raged and shook, and it was on the verge of collapse. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu gradually got closer to the battlefield. Then, the three of them gathered their strength again, and when the time was right, they became one with their swords and attacked from the void. They locked onto a demon sovereign and launched a sneak attack. The demon emperor, who thought that Yi Tianzong and the others had already escaped, had its head crushed by Yi Tianzong and the others' sneak attack, and even its emperor body was severely injured. "Ah, you all deserve to die. This emperor will kill you all." The two demon emperors were really mad with anger. They originally thought that Yi Tianzong and the others had escaped, but they did not expect them to come back and attack them. The anger and humiliation made them want to explode. Kang Xian and Mo Chen's eyes lit up when they saw that one of the demon emperors had been seriously injured by Yi Tianzong and the others' sneak attacks. They seized the opportunity to attack again fiercely. The demon emperor, who was about to explode from anger, had his emperor body broken by Kang Xian and Mo Chen's consecutive attacks, and half of his body was gone. Another miserable scream shook the world. Yi Tianzong and the others, Kang Xian and Mo Chen, did not hesitate and jointly attacked the other demon emperor who was still in good condition. You've angered this emperor to death. Look at this emperor, my demon race will not let you off." The demon emperor, who was vomiting blood after being sent flying by Yi Tianzong and the others, saw that the situation was not good. He waved his hand and picked up the other seriously injured demon emperor, and after desperately attacking with a divine ability, he burned his emperor blood and instantly fled the battlefield. P.S. Thank you for your support. I hope that you can vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 367. Phew, they finally escaped. Yi Tianzong, Kang Xian, Mo Chen and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the fact that Kang Xian and Mo Chen were heavily injured, Yi Tianzong really wanted to kill the three demon emperors. Unfortunately, things didn't always go according to one's wishes. If the demon race hadn't escaped, Kang Xian and Mo Chen would have been heavily injured if they had continued to fight. "Marshals, as a precaution, why don't we leave first and find another place to treat our injuries?" Yi Tianzong asked as he looked at Kang Xian and Mo Chen. "Yes, that's how it should be. All right then, let this general lead the way and meet up with the soldiers under the two marshals." After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, he flew towards the battle fortress with Ling Xinyu and Xinyu, while Kang Xian and Mo Chen followed behind. Whether it was Yi Tianzong, Kang Xian, or Mo Chen, they all flew extremely quickly. In less than a quarter of an hour, they had already flown hundreds of millions of miles. When Yi Tianzong and the others stopped, they saw a 300-mile-wide city appear in the void in the distance. Seeing Kang Xian and Mo Chen's puzzled and enlightened expressions, Yi Tianzong said, "This is a battle fortress that this general has spent a lot of effort and resources to build. Its functions are similar to the Sky Patrol battleship in all aspects, but its power is more than 100 times greater. It can deal with the encirclement of 40 peak God King experts. If it has enough energy, it can withstand the attack of an early Great Emperor expert. In the battle just now, it was with the help of the battle fortress that we were able to heavily injure the Demon Emperor. Right now, the Demon Emperor's body is being destroyed and absorbed by the spirit-devouring disk of the fortress. Your subordinates are all inside the fortress. Please follow me." After entering the battle fortress, Kang Xian and Mo Chen saw the layout of the fortress, as well as their subordinates who were excitedly refining the Demon Emperor's body. Seeing how excited their subordinates were, Kang Xian and Mo Chen felt very complicated. When they were at their level of cultivation, they didn't have the magnificent feat of defeating a Demon Emperor. For safety's sake, why don't the two marshals heal their injuries in the fortress? This general is also planning to return to the rear camp and sell some of the battle fortresses in my hands to increase the strength of our human race and avoid the revenge of the demon race," Yi Tianzong said to Kang Xian and Mo Chen. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Kang Xian's and Mo Chen's eyes immediately, they didn't have time to heal their injuries, they directly asked, "Tian Tus, S. Kang Xian and Mo Chen had seen the power of these battle fortresses. In addition to Yi Tianzong's introduction, they easily understood that these battle fortresses had a great advantage in the battle against the demon race. When the time came, their subordinates would be inside the fortress, controlling the fortress to attack the demon race, while the demon army and god kings could only watch helplessly. They couldn't even break through the defense of the fortress. As long as they delayed the demon emperor of the demon race and prevented him from attacking, their side would be in an invincible position. This was much more powerful than a patrol battleship. That's right. Over the years, I have indeed accumulated some battle fortresses, but there aren't many. Apart from the one I have, there are only 5. Marshals, don't be anxious. Heal your injuries first. I'm not sure what price I should sell the battle fortresses for. I need to ask the Grand Marshal first. But rest assured, I will reserve 2 fortresses for you in advance," Yi Tianzong said with a smile. "Then we'll leave it to you, Tian Miao. Don't worry, we definitely won't let you suffer a loss. All right, Mo Chen and I are indeed heavily injured. We'll heal in your fortress." Kang Xian patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder intimately. After seeing the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two, Kang Xian had long placed Yi Tianzong on the same level as himself. Hearing Kang Xian's words, Mo Chen also nodded. Then, the two of them casually found a place and began to heal their injuries. With the clones controlling the battle fortresses, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu didn't care. They let the celestial soldiers and celestial generals continue to work together to destroy the demon emperor's body. Yi Tianzong and the other two each took out a grade 7 divine recovery pill to recover their energy. While Yi Tianzong, Kang Xian, and Mo Chen's clones were controlling the battle fortress to hide in the void and rapidly returning to the heavenly courts camp, the demon race great emperors who had escaped from Yi Tianzong, Kang Xian, and Mo Chen were also returning to the demon race's camp in spite of their injuries. Along the way, the two demon race great emperors constantly cursed Yi Tianzong, Kang Xian, and Mo Chen, and vowed to take revenge. In the process of returning to the demon race's camp, Yi Tianzong and the others only encountered a few demon race great emperors in the battle fortresses. They didn't encounter any other demon race great emperors, so it took them less than 10 days to return to the heavenly courts camp. Yi Tianzong didn't hide the fact that he controlled the battle fortresses to enter the heavenly courts camp, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. In about 10 days, under the joint efforts of millions of celestial soldiers, celestial generals, and numerous god kings, the incomplete demon emperor's body was completely destroyed and refined, turning into energy for the battle fortresses. After everyone walked out of the battle fortresses, Yi Tianzong directly put the battle fortresses away with a universe in the palm. After settling down the celestial soldiers and celestial generals, Yi Tianzong went to see Marshal Li Kang with Kang Xian and Mo Chen, who had already stabilized their injuries. After hearing Kang Xian and Mo Chen's report, Marshal Li Kang looked at Yi Tianzong in shock. After pondering for a moment, he said, "You brat, this marshal really underestimated your ability to cause trouble. For your safety, you'd better not enter the battlefield in the near future. Otherwise, the demon race will definitely madly take revenge on you. Although your strength is not bad, you won't be able to withstand the demon race's revenge. Only living heaven's prides are true heaven's prides. Too many of our human race's heaven's prides have been killed by the demon race in advance. Do you understand what this marshal means?" This general understands. Many thanks for Marshal's advice. This general's military service is already enough. In the future, this general will not enter the battlefield. I will stay in the rear and contribute my strength to the human race until we stop fighting the demon race. Yi Tianzong said respectfully. En. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Li Kang nodded with gratification. So far, Yi Tianzong's performance had made him very satisfied. Not to mention his strength and talent, he was also very sensible. Even his mentality was excellent. Outstanding heaven's prides were all conceited. Marshal Li Kang had seen too many heaven's prides fall into desperate straits because of their conceit. As a result, they died midway before they could mature. Since Yi Tianzong entered his sight, Marshal Li Kang had attached great importance to Yi Tianzong. Otherwise, he would not have broken the rules and separated Yi Tianzong from Mo Chen's subordinates. If Yi Tianzong had confidently said that he was not afraid of the demon race, and that a powerhouse would face all kinds of dangers and tribulations in the process of growth, he would have to face them bravely and so on. Marshal Li Kang would definitely have a headache. At the same time, his regard for Yi Tianzong would also decrease. The strength of the demon race far surpassed that of the human race. Right now, the demon race was just unable to split themselves. If the demon race was determined to target Yi Tianzong, then Yi Tianzong would absolutely not be able to resist the demon race's assassination. With Yi Tianzong's stunning and troublemaking ability, once he attracted too much hatred on the battlefield of the demon clan and irritated the demon clan, they would ask the human clan to hand over Yi Tianzong on the condition of a truce between the two clans. At that time, the higher-ups of the human clan would be in a dilemma. Geniuses were not scary. What was scary was that geniuses had no brains and were too conceited. Yi Tianzong clearly knew the difference between the human race and the demon race. He also understood the hidden meaning in his words. This was the reason why Marshal Li Kang attached so much importance to Yi Tianzong. "Take out that battle fort of yours and let me have a look," Marshal Li Kang said. "Yes, Marshal, please have a look," Yi Tianzong said as he flipped his hand. Suddenly, a palm-sized battle fort appeared in his hand. Yi Tianzong controlled the battle fort to fly in front of Marshal Li Kang. Marshal Li Kang took the small battle fort. His eyes flashed as he carefully examined the battle fort in his hand. Then he looked at Yi Tianzong and said, "Not bad. It's in the same vein as the battleship you handed over before. However, it's much stronger. It's not enough to deal with great emperors, but it's enough to protect yourself. This thing will be of great help to the human race. What do you think?" Yi Tianzong thought for a moment and said, "Actually, this battle fort is the same as the Sky Patrol battleship that I handed over before. However, this battle fort was only gradually perfected after I ascended. Right now, I can only figure out the Sky Patrol battleship and the Sky Patrol battleship. If the human race didn't have a war with the demon race and the other races, I wouldn't have taken it out so easily. However, the situation has forced me to do so. In order to not be bullied by the other races in the future, I can only offer what I know in hopes that it will be of help to the human race. Since I've taken out this battle fort, I won't hide it. The method to build it has already been recorded in a jade slip. I'll leave it to the marshal to decide. In addition to the one for my own use, this general also has 5 fortresses that I wish to sell. I wish to obtain some military merits for myself and my subordinates, and exchange them for some cultivation resources. After all, this general will not be able to enter the battlefield for a short period of time. Thus, this general will lack a direct way to obtain military merits. Right now, I'm not sure what price this fort should be sold for. I hope the marshal can tell me. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, Kang Xian and Mo Chen looked at Marshal Li Kang with eager eyes. Chapter 368. After Marshal Li Kang heard Yi Tianzong's words, he thought for a moment and said, "How about this? This fortress is 100 times more powerful than a warship and can hold 3 million people. According to the price of a warship sold by the Heavenly Court, let's set it at 3 billion battle merits. With this fortress, as long as we aren't besieged by multiple great emperors, we'll be invincible. 3 billion battle merits is a good deal. What do you think?" After speaking, Marshal Li Kang looked at Kang Xian and Mo Chen. "It's a good deal, but 3 billion battle merits is too much. We can't take it out all of a sudden," Kang Xian and Mo Chen said helplessly after hearing the price of the fortress. "This fortress can hold 3 million people. Can't you all buy one together? Buying one for each of you is too extravagant. It's simply a waste. 3 billion battle merits is already low enough. If those people from the Heavenly Court built it, you won't be able to buy it even with 5 billion, Marshal Li Kang said in annoyance. Kang Xian and Mo Chen didn't know how to respond to Marshal Li Kang's words. Yi Tianzong then said, "How about this? This general will sell the fortress to the two marshals at the price of 3 billion battle merits. If the two marshals can't take out 3 billion battle merits, it's fine. You can pay half up front, 2 billion battle merits. The remaining battle merits can be paid in 4 installments over 20 years. There's no interest. How about this? This is a good idea." Kang Xian and Mo Chen's eyes lit up when they heard Yi Tianzong's words. They then looked at Marshal Li Kang. Marshal Li Kang thought for a moment and said seriously to Kang Xian and Mo Chen, "That's good too, but you better not let this marshal know that you don't want to pay up. Do you understand? Marshal, don't worry. We definitely won't make things difficult for the Heaven Expanse Divine General. We definitely won't go back on our words," Kang Xian and Mo Chen said solemnly. Don't be in a hurry to sell the other 3 fortresses. Wait until Kang Xian and Mo Chen demonstrate the power of the fortresses on the battlefield. Naturally, someone will take the initiative to trade with you. At that time, you can directly sell them for 3 billion battle merits. Also, you can stay in the camp in the future and build more of these fortresses. Our human race will need them in the future. Marshal Li Kang turned to Yi Tianzong and said. "Yes, this general understands," Yi Tianzong replied. After leaving Marshal Li Kang's residence, Yi Tianzong took Ling Xinyu, and the million celestial soldiers and generals under his command to the area designated by Marshal Li Kang and set up camp there. Kang Xian and Kang Xian, Yi Tianzong and Mo and Xianzis and soldiers and their generals and Xian and Mo were. Kang Xian and Mo Chen didn't have time to continue recovering from their injuries. They gathered all the divine generals and celestial soldiers under their command to discuss the purchase of battle fortresses. All the divine generals and celestial soldiers under Kang Xian and Mo Chen's command had deeply experienced the power and security of battle fortresses. They were very much in favor of purchasing battle fortresses. Kang Xian and Mo Chen easily gathered 2 billion battle merits. They couldn't wait to find Yi Tianzong and purchase battle fortresses from Yi Tianzong. They then happily returned to their camps and began to recover from their injuries. Time flew by, and 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and the million celestial soldiers and generals under their command hadn't entered the demon race battlefield for 100 years. But from the news that Yi Tianzong had received over the years, he knew that the human race's situation was developing in a good direction. Ever since Kang Xian and Mo Chen had recovered from their injuries 100 years ago, they had led their soldiers to control the battle fortresses and fought fiercely against the army of the demon race several times. Every time, they had returned victorious and defeated the demon emperors who were fighting against them. They had even killed 2 demon emperors and pushed the human race's defense line forward by hundreds of millions of miles. After that, all the soldiers of the heavenly court on the battlefield of the demon race knew the power of the battle fortresses. Since then, Yi Tianzong's remaining battle fortresses were traded away at the fastest speed. Yi Tianzong also used the more than 10 billion battle merits he had obtained to exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources and materials. In addition to providing for the cultivation of the million celestial soldiers and generals under his command, he also built more battle fortresses with the help of his soldiers. At the same time, after the heavenly court obtained the method of building battle fortresses from Yi Tianzong, they also gave Yi Tianzong a lot of rewards and began to build battle fortresses. With the heavenly court's foundation and power, they built battle fortresses much faster than Yi Tianzong. But after all, the heavenly court's artifact forging skills and methods were inferior to Yi Tianzong's, Ling Xinyue's, and Shenyu's. Therefore, the heavenly court's battle fortresses cost at least 50% more than Yi Tianzong's, so the price was very, very touching. Each battle fortress cost 2.8 billion battle merits. The heavenly court's battle fortresses had such a touching price that even Yi Tianzong had to raise the price to 2.7 billion battle merits. Faced with the doubts of other great emperors, Yi Tianzong blocked them with the excuse that he was afraid the heavenly court's higher-ups would cause trouble for him. Some of the great emperors and generals of the heavenly court had no choice but to accept this. At the very least, if they traded with Yi Tianzong, they could get 100 million battle merits cheaper. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame the heavenly court's artifact forgers for being useless. They couldn't blame Yi Tianzong. It was like this with the Sky Patrol battleships, and now it was the same with the battle fortresses. The original creator's skill was superb, so they sold it for a cheap price. But the copy's skill was too inferior, so the cost was too high. But the copy represented the heavenly court. The original creator, Yi Tianzong, couldn't do anything about it. In order to protect himself, he could only raise the price. Thinking of this, all of the great emperors and generals of the heavenly court couldn't help but feel resentful and dissatisfied. Fortunately, Yi Tianzong proposed to pay in installments. They could pay half of the battle merits up front, and the rest could be paid in 3 installments over 5 years. This made the great emperors and generals of the heavenly court much more relaxed. Otherwise, the great emperors and generals of the heavenly court would have flipped the table. No matter what other people thought, Yi Tianzong had made a lot of money over the years because the exchange price of the heavenly court's battle fortresses was too high. In 100 years, with the support of the Immortal Mansion's Black Heaven sect and his own refining, Yi Tianzong had sold a total of 60 battle fortresses in 100 years. In order to avoid arousing the heavenly court's suspicion, Yi Tianzong sold them at the slowest speed. After 100 years, Yi Tianzong still had more than 80 battle fortresses in his hands besides selling 60 battle fortresses. With the addition of the battle fortresses, the human heavenly court's army and the experts of the various major factions quickly stabilized the situation on the battlefield of the devil race. Instead, they forced the devil race to retreat. The human race took back about a quarter of the vast territory originally occupied by the devil race. Moreover, in the other 4 battlefields, the human race's strength had also increased due to the addition of some battle fortresses on the battlefield between the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the blood demon race, and the silver moon race. They had dealt a heavy blow to the living beings below the great emperor realm of the 4 races, greatly slowing down the situation of the human race being retreating due to their weak strength. The war still had no intention of stopping. Whether it was the devil race, the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the blood demon race, or the silver moon race, they would never let the matter rest so easily. They were also unwilling to withdraw from the human race's territory just like that. As time passed, another 100 years had passed. The war between the human race and the devil race finally stopped. From the outbreak of the war to the end, the human race and the devil race had been fighting for nearly 400 years. In this period of time, both the human race and the devil race had sacrificed countless living beings. Because the devil race was fighting with the heavenly saint race and the star spirit race, they were unable to transfer more forces to support the human race's battlefield. On the other hand, the human race had sacrificed too much for this war. In addition, the other four races were pressuring them step by step. Unable to continue, the two sides finally stopped the war and reached an agreement. However, the agreement signed was more beneficial to the devil race. In order to take the overall situation into consideration, the upper echelons of the human race had transferred forces to deal with the other four races as soon as possible. Therefore, they could only agree to cede half of the area occupied by the devil race as the devil race's territory. That was a huge area that was hundreds of billions of kilometers long and tens of billions of kilometers deep. However, Yi Qianzong knew that there was another reason why the upper echelons of the human race agreed to such an agreement. That was, the construction method of the Sky Patrol battleship had been leaked. There was a traitor among the upper echelons of the human race who had leaked the construction method of the Sky Patrol battleship that Yi Qianzong had contributed to the devil race. In the subsequent war, the devil race had also built their own Sky Patrol battleship. If not for the huge gap between the Sky Patrol battleship and the battle fortresses, allowing the human race to stabilize the situation, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Later on, the upper echelons of the human race closely guarded the construction method of the battle fortresses that Yi Qianzong had contributed. The traitor who had leaked the secret was directly executed by the supreme celestial venerables of the human race. Fortunately, Yi Qianzong did not enter the battlefield in the following 200 years, because the devil race had indeed requested to hand him over in the condition of agreeing to the ceasefire. What made Yi Qianzong angry was that there were people among the upper echelons of the human race who had agreed to hand him over. Fortunately, Marshal Li Kang and many other marshals of the Heavenly Court had sternly refused. Finally, the Heavenly Venerables of the human race had explicitly refused, preventing the devil race from having their way. This was under the condition that he had not entered the battlefield for 200 years. If he had been active on the battlefield of the devil race in the following 200 years, the situation today might have been different. But in any case, Yi Qianzong remembered the upper echelons of the Heavenly Court who had agreed to hand him over. He had made up his mind that when he became stronger in the future, he would definitely properly deal with those bastards. The war between the human race and the devil race finally came to an end. Yi Qianzong's group of three, as well as the millions of heavenly soldiers and generals under their command, followed Marshal Li Kang back to the southeastern branch of the Heavenly Court in the hinterland of the human race. After a year of recuperation, Yi Qianzong and the others were sent to the battlefield of the Blood Demon race by Marshal Li Kang. Chapter 369. Although the Purple Spirit race, the Ancient Elephant race, the Silver Moon race, and the Blood Demon race were all among the top 100 powerful races in the Greater Thousand Worlds, they were all behind the human race. Therefore, Yi Qianzong didn't need to worry about these races as much as he did on the battlefield of the devil race. Leading the million heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under his command to the battlefield of the Blood Demon race, Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu completely let go of their worries and started a massacre on the battlefield. None of the enemies of the Blood Demon race were spared. The human race transferred a large number of Heavenly Court's troops and experts from the battlefield of the Devil race and sent them to the battlefields of the Blood Demon race, the Purple Spirit race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Silver Moon race. The remaining human race forces on the battlefield of the Devil race were only 40% of their peak strength. Fortunately, the human race had set up various defensive positions on the battlefield of the devil race over the years. There were also many war fortresses and Sky Patrol battleships. Therefore, even if the devil race suddenly attacked again, the human race would have time to mobilize their troops. After withdrawing a large number of forces, the human race gradually stabilized the situation on the four battlefields of the Purple Spirit race, the Blood Demon race, the Ancient Elephant race, and the Silver Moon race. Although the human race's defense line was still retreating in the face of the four powerful races, the human race's war rhythm had been stabilized. The four races would pay a bloody price for every 5,000 kilometers they advanced. Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shun Yu led their heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to fight on the battlefield of the Blood Demon race for 100 years. During these 100 years, Yi Qianzong couldn't remember how many enemies of the Blood Demon race they had destroyed. Under the powerful power of the war fortresses, countless blood demons below the Great Emperor realm were annihilated. In order to avoid uncontrollable dangers, Yi Tianzong had been avoiding meeting the great emperors of the blood demon race for 100 years. It wasn't that he was afraid of those early-stage great emperors of the blood demon race, but that he was worried that other great emperors of the blood demon race would disturb the battle. A considerable portion of the human race's forces were now guarding against the devil race. On the other 4 battlefields, the number of human experts was far less than the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the silver moon race, and the blood demon race. However, these days of hiding were about to change. Yi Tianzong checked the number of battle forts left in his universal ring. There were 12 of them. Ever since Yi Tianzong made the deal with Black Heaven Sect in the Immortal Abode, Black Heaven Sect had built 200 battle forts and 6,000 patrol warships for Yi Tianzong in the past 300 years. In addition, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had refined their own fortresses and warships during the 200 years they had spent on the demon race's battlefield. In the past few hundred years, Yi Tianzong had sold a total of 230 battle forts and over 10,000 patrol battleships. Through these battle forts and battleships, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu had exchanged for countless resources and materials. With the support of these countless resources, the number of god kings in Black Heaven Sect in the Immortal Abode had greatly increased. The overall strength of Hao Ranzhen's sect in the Spirit Profound World had increased by at least 6 times. The strength of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under Yi Tianzong and the other 2 had also increased. Just the number of god kings alone had reached 50, and the number of upper heavenly generals at the 6th heaven of the myth realm had exceeded 3,000. With the current strength of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 commanders, they were much stronger than some star marshals. I've comprehended 80% of the nomological laws, and I've completed the 3rd cycle of the 9 revolutions mystic technique with the help of countless resources over the years. It's time to break through. You've also reached the critical point of breaking through. You must break through. Otherwise, if you continue to suppress it, your divine bodies won't be able to withstand it. Yi Tianzong sat in the immortal mansion and hugged Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. Yes, but we have to think of a foolproof plan to conceal our tribulation. Otherwise, we'll become the enemy of the entire world. Shunyu looked at Yi Tianzong and said, "Don't worry about that. I've already thought of a way. We'll go to the Blood Demon Tribe's territory to transcend the tribulation. Then, we'll open up a dimensional space underground in a remote area of the Blood Demon Tribe's territory and transcend the tribulation there. The Immortal Abode has the ability to conceal the secrets of the heavens. Unless a Supreme Empyrean happens to come across it, they won't discover our secret." Yi Tianzong said confidently. "This time, let's break through first. Your breakthrough is too dangerous. After we break through, we'll stand guard for you." Ling Xinyu said expectantly. "Hihi, okay, I'll listen to you. You 2 break through first." Yi Tianzong intimately kissed Ling Xinyu and Shunyu. After making up their minds, Yi Tianzong and the other 2 immediately took action. Yi Tianzong gathered his divine generals and celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He told them that he was about to transcend the tribulation and become a great emperor. He needed to find a safe and hidden place. To be safe, he told everyone to enter the battle fortress. He would take them with him and disappear for 2 years. Their leader was about to become a great emperor. None of Yi Tianzong's subordinates were unhappy. They all cooperated and entered the battle fortress. Yi Tianzong used a great divine ability to put away the battle fortress. Then, Yi Tianzong controlled the immortal mansion and took Ling Xinyu and Shunyu away from the Blood Demon Tribe's battlefield. With an unimaginable speed and method, they crossed an immeasurable distance in an instant and arrived at a remote area of the Blood Demon Tribe's territory. In this remote area of the Blood Demon Tribe's territory, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was very thin. The strongest expert that could be born was only at the 2nd sky of the mythic realm. It could be said that it was extremely barren. Yi Tianzong did not hesitate. He controlled the vast expanse Immortal Abode to go 1,000 miles underground. Then, he burned his dharmic powers and controlled the power of the vast expanse Immortal Abode to open up a dimensional space with a radius of 10,000 miles. After opening up the dimensional space, Ling Xinyu and Shunyu appeared in the dimensional space. Yi Tianzong looked at the 2 and said, Only transcending the tribulation and becoming a great emperor in the myriad races macro world can be recognized by the heavenly Tao. In this dimensional space, the heavenly Tao of the myriad races macro world can seep in and send a heavenly tribulation to us. You can start transcending the tribulation when you're ready. Be careful. Okay, don't worry. Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu adjusted themselves to their peak state in just 7 days. Shen Yu was the first to transcend the tribulation. Shen Yu, like Ling Xinyu, had comprehended all 27 kinds of laws of heaven and earth. She bathed in thousands of heavenly thunder and had completed the third transformation of heaven's origin. This time, she did not wait for the Sea of Origin to bestow her with the tribulation to become a divine king. Instead, like Yi Tianzong, she took the initiative to step into the black gate of heaven and earth and grabbed the origin of laws from the vast and boundless Sea of Origin. For each type of law, Xinyu directly grabbed a 1-meter-long, palm-wide law origin from the origin sea. Compared to the normal method of transcending tribulations, obtaining the recognition of the origin sea and being bestowed with the origin sea would give at least 5 times more law origin. Unsurprisingly, this caused a riot in the Sea of Origin. If Xun Yu had not run fast enough, she would have died without a burial place. After enduring 81 lightning tribulations at the cost of serious injuries, and then passing the test of the heavenly Tao net of law, Xun Yu finally succeeded in passing all the tests and became a great emperor. With the reward of the heavenly Tao net of law, she completely recovered from her injuries, and the divine king power in her body transformed into the heavenly emperor's origin. After successfully transcending the tribulation to become a great emperor, Xun Yu entered the immortal mansion to use the power of the long river of laws to cultivate the heavenly emperor body. According to Xun Yu's own estimation, once she successfully cultivated the heavenly emperor body and completely absorbed all the origin of laws, her strength would be at least 100 times stronger than when she was a divine king. After Xun Yu, Ling Xinyu did the same. Under thousands of lightning tribulations, she snatched 27 kinds of origin of laws from the Sea of Origin, narrowly avoiding the riot of the Sea of Origin. Then, at the cost of serious injuries, she endured 81 lightning tribulations, passed the test of the heavenly Tao net of law, and became a new great emperor. When Xun Yu and Ling Xinyu transcended the tribulation, although they opened up a dimensional space thousands of miles underground, there was still a huge tribulation cloud above the ground that covered thousands of miles. The entire ground cracked as if it was the end of the world, and the strong tremors spread tens of millions of miles away. When Ling Xinyu also entered the immortal mansion to cultivate the heavenly emperor body, Yi Tianzong knew that he could not stay in this place any longer. After controlling the immortal mansion to destroy the dimensional space, Yi Tianzong directly left. Controlling the immortal mansion to leave the Blood Demon tribe's territory, Yi Tianzong came to a remote place in the ancient Elephant clan's territory. Using the same method, Yi Tianzong directly went thousands of miles underground, then activated the immortal mansion to open up a dimensional space that was thousands of miles wide. Yi Tianzong had stayed in the dimensional space for 3 months and had already adjusted his condition to the peak. At this time, Ling Xinyu and Xun Yu stopped cultivating the heavenly emperor body and directly appeared in the dimensional space, looking at Yi Tianzong in the distance. After casting a reassuring look at the two of them, Yi Tianzong released the aura that he had suppressed for a long time and began to transcend the tribulation. The heavenly Tao of the greater 1,000 worlds of the myriad races sent down tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The more powerful a prodigy was, the more powerful the lightning bolts would be during the tribulation. Yi Tianzong withstood the powerful lightning bolts and immediately drew out the profound gate of the laws of heaven and earth. Then, he began the process of snatching the origin of laws from the Sea of Origin of laws. There were 108 kinds of laws of heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong needed to snatch all 108 origin of laws before the 81 lightning bolts ended. Yi Tianzong did not stop and raced against time. Amidst all kinds of hair-raising dangers, he finally managed to snatch 108 origins from the Sea of Origin before the end of the 81 bolts of heavenly thunder. Each origin of laws that Yi Tianzong snatched was 4 feet long and 1 palm wide. With the help of the endless power of the immortal mansion, Yi Tianzong temporarily suppressed the 108 origin of laws in his body. At the price of near death, he passed the test of the 10,000 lightning bolts and the heavenly Tao's net of law. Finally, with the reward of the heavenly Tao, he recovered all the injuries in his body and officially stepped into the heavenly emperor realm. Chapter 370. After more than 500 years since his ascension, he had finally reached this step. The lifespan of a heavenly emperor at the initial stage was 129,600,000 years. Every time he ascended a minor realm, his lifespan would double. A heavenly emperor at the peak had a lifespan of nearly 520 million years. It could be said that he was immortal. A heavenly emperor's divine soul was attached to the long river of laws. They were constantly comprehending the mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. They formed the heavenly emperor body and dominated the heavens and earth. The heavenly emperor's energy was incomparably powerful. It was a super-existence that was completely above the God King. Only by becoming a heavenly emperor could one truly become a high-level expert of the myriad races and the greater thousand worlds and step into the upper echelons of the human race's heavenly court. Feeling the incomparably powerful heavenly emperor's energy in his body, Yi Qianzong's emotions surged. After manipulating the immortal mansion to destroy this dimensional space, Yi Qianzong controlled the immortal mansion to leave the ancient elephant clan's territory and return to the battlefield of the human race's blood demon race. Hiding in the depths of the blood demon race's battlefield, Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, as well as their heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, disappeared for 2 years. In the immortal mansion, Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu cultivated for 16 years, wholeheartedly cultivating the heavenly emperor body. 2 years passed in the outside world. Yi Qianzong walked out of the vast expanse immortal abode and took out the battle fortress. Then, he, New Moon, and Xunyu's doppelgangers controlled the battle fortress and led the soldiers under their command to appear on the battlefield of the blood demon race. Meanwhile, he, New Moon, and Xunyu continued to cultivate the celestial emperor body in the vast expanse immortal abode. Because Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu had comprehended too many worldly laws and the powerful law origins in their bodies, they needed more time to condense their emperor bodies. Ling Xinyu and Xunyu needed at least 60 years, while Yi Qianzong needed at least 150 years. While Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were cultivating the celestial emperor body, the three of them controlled the battle fortresses and constantly appeared on the battlefield of the blood demon race. They avoided the great emperors of the blood demon race and killed a large number of blood demons. Every time they attacked the army of the blood demon race, they used a sneak attack to end the battle quickly. They didn't waste any time. Just like Yi Qianzong's battle strategy, the human experts and army on the battlefield of the blood demon race, as long as they had patrol battleships or battle fortresses, would use a sneak attack against the blood demon race and end the battle quickly. After the battle, they would escape millions of miles away, making the blood demon race unable to rest in peace. The blood demon race experts were furious. In the process of the rise of the human race, the decline of the other races was accompanied by endless wars. The purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the silver moon race, and the blood demon race bordered the territory of the human race. The hatred between them and the human race had long been deep in their bones and was difficult to resolve. This time, taking advantage of the fact that the devil race had attacked the human race and restrained most of the human race's forces, the four races were determined to make the human race pay a heavy price and tear off a large piece of flesh from the human race. By now, the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the silver moon race, and the blood demon race had already occupied 1/3 of the territory of the human race. Although they had paid countless sacrifices and prices, the four races clearly had no intention of stopping the war with the human race. They continued to pour in more forces to attack and occupy more territory of the human race. The strong become stronger, and the weak become weaker. The war between races is actually a competition for providence. Ever since they attacked the human race, the purple spirit race, the ancient elephant race, the silver moon race, and the blood demon race have sacrificed countless members of their races. However, they have occupied the vast territory of the human race and obtained even more providence. Similarly, we have killed a large number of foreign races on the battlefield of the devil race and the blood demon race. The providence of the foreign races that we have destroyed has not only returned to the human race, but also a small portion of it has been obtained by us. This is also the reason why cultivation is faster during the war between races than during peacetime. Yi Tianzong explained his understanding of the war between races to the divine generals, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals under his command. It had been 20 years since Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu broke through to the Great Emperor realm. 160 years had passed in the immortal mansion. During this period, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu had already cultivated the celestial emperor body and completely become complete great emperors. Although they were only at the early stage of the great emperor realm, Ling Xinyu and Xinyu's strength was enough to contend with most late-stage great emperors. Yi Tianzong spent a total of 160 years cultivating the celestial emperor physique without stopping for even a moment. He had become a complete great emperor realm expert, and his strength was comparable to most peak great emperors. Now, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu finally had the ability to establish a foothold in the myriad races' great thousand world and protect themselves. Now that we have become great emperors, our understanding of the law of mystique has reached the peak of our current stage. We won't be able to improve much in a short period of time. It's time for us to shine. We don't need to hide from the great emperors of the blood demon tribe anymore, Yi Tianzong said confidently as he looked at Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. The divine generals, heavenly soldiers, and heavenly generals under Yi Tianzong and the other two were excited because their leaders had all become great emperors. After witnessing the strength of Yi Tianzong and the other two, they were very sure that their leaders were not ordinary great emperors. At the very least, they would have no problem dealing with mid-stage great emperors. Yi Tianzong controlled the battle fortress and flew around the battlefield without any concealment. He looked around for the army and experts of the blood demon tribe. This undoubtedly attracted the attention of the blood demon tribe. The blood demon tribe was much stronger than the human tribe on the battlefield. They were at least 3 times stronger than the human tribe. Damned human tribe, I've finally found you. Let's see where you can run to this time. An angry roar reverberated through the sky. 10,000 miles in front of the battle fortress, 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe stepped out of the void. Then, the 3 of them split up and surrounded the battle fortress from 3 directions. Ha! 3 early-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe. I can use them as practice. Without waiting for the enemy to attack, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu flew out of the battle fortress and appeared in front of the 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe. Then, they released their powerful auras without hiding anything. How is this possible? How can you be great emperors? Aren't you god kings? Humph. It doesn't matter if you are god kings or great emperors. Today is the day you die. There are still great emperors of our tribe within a radius of tens of billions of miles. As long as we hold you back, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Die. After one of the great emperors of the blood demon tribe finished speaking, the 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe didn't want to say anything more to Yi Tianzong and the others. They immediately launched their attacks. The 3 early-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe were too weak in the eyes of Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. If they wanted to, they could destroy them completely in less than 3 breaths. Since there were still great emperors of the blood demon tribe within a radius of tens of billions of miles, they might as well play with these 3 enemies and destroy the other great emperors of the blood demon tribe as well. Yi Tianzong waved his hand and put away the battle fortress. Then, he transmitted his voice to Ling Xinyu and told them his plan. Then, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu suppressed their strength and fought with the great emperors of the blood demon tribe. Yi Tianzong and the others suppressed their strength to a level that was slightly stronger than the great emperors of the blood demon tribe. They fought fiercely with the 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe in the vast world. The fierce battle shook the heavens and the laws were everywhere. The violent energy storms and turbulence that tore through everything raged between heaven and earth. The 6 of them fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. They fought for billions of miles, and the powerful battle waves spread across tens of billions of miles. The 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe became more and more aggrieved and angry as they fought. They originally thought that Yi Tianzong and the others were only god kings. They didn't expect to find out that they were great emperors the moment they saw them. However, they couldn't beat them in a fight. They had been great emperors for at least tens of thousands of years. Yi Tianzong and the others could only be great emperors who had temporarily become great emperors in the recent years on the battlefield. In the end, they couldn't beat 3 great emperors who had just become great emperors. This made them feel extremely ashamed and angry. Under the shame and anger, the 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe gradually let go of their scruples. They no longer restrained their strength and entered a berserk state. In the myriad races and the great thousand domains, when great emperors and above fought, they would usually pay attention to restraining their strength and try not to affect innocent living beings. However, once great emperors let go of their scruples and stopped restraining their strength, even if they were only great emperors in the early stage, everything within a radius of 1 billion miles would be within their attack range. This was the strength of great emperors. The 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe let go of their scruples and fought fiercely with Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu. This finally attracted the attention of other great emperors. There were actually 3 great emperors within a radius of tens of billions of miles where Yi Tianzong and the others were fighting. One of them was a great emperor of the human tribe, and the other 2 were great emperors of the blood demon tribe. In the battlefield of the blood demon tribe, because the difference in strength between the human tribe and the blood demon tribe was too great, the human tribe's great emperors generally avoided fighting with the blood demon tribe's great emperors to avoid being surrounded. Therefore, when such a huge battle occurred, the great emperors of the human tribe and the blood demon tribe all rushed to the battlefield. The great emperors of the human tribe and the great emperors of the blood demon tribe appeared around the battlefield one after another and saw Yi Tianzong and the others fighting fiercely. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. When they saw that the 3 great emperors of the blood demon tribe were at a disadvantage, the other 2 great emperors of the blood demon tribe immediately joined the battle. The great emperor of the human tribe did not waste any time and joined the battle as well. Although the great emperors of the human tribe and the blood demon tribe tried to avoid fighting, since they had already started fighting, as long as they were not traitors of the human tribe, there was no reason for them to stand by and do nothing. The 2 great emperors of the blood demon tribe and the human tribe who arrived later were both great emperors in the early stages. Haha, we have more great emperors of the human tribe than the human tribe. You're dead meat today. The great emperor of the blood demon tribe who was fighting with Yi Tianzong immediately became confident when he saw the arrival of reinforcements. Humph! Ignorant ants! Since the great emperors of the blood demon tribe nearby have arrived, you are no longer of any use. Go to hell. Shen Yu, end this quickly. Cold killing intent flashed across Yi Tianzong's eyes. Then, as if a limiter had been turned on, his aura began to soar crazily in an instant. Boom! An extremely powerful aura shook the 9 heavens and pierced through the netherworld. Everything within a radius of tens of billions of miles was swept away by this lawless divine aura. Whether it was the great emperors of the human race or the great emperors of the blood demon race, they were all shocked by Yi Tianzong's sudden burst of aura. It was too strong, too unimaginable. Before they could recover from their shock, Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu's aura also increased exponentially. 2 powerful auras that shook the heavens and the earth rose, deeply stimulating the minds of the great emperors of the blood demon tribe and the other great emperor of the human tribe. Before the 5 great emperors of the blood demon tribe could recover from their shock, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shen Yu each raised their divine swords and slashed down. An invincible sharpness that could destroy everything in the world instantly slashed through the bodies of the 5 great emperors of the blood demon tribe. With just one slash, the 5 great emperors of the blood demon tribe were easily killed by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. Even their souls that were attached to the river of laws were instantly destroyed by Yi Tianzong and the other 2. How could this be? This was the only thought the 5 great emperors of the blood demon tribe had before they died. They couldn't understand how the 3 great emperors of the human tribe, who were only in the early stage of the great emperor realm, could suddenly unleash such power that made them tremble. Holy shit! The great emperors of the human tribe, who had originally planned to fight to the death, could only be described as holy shit and dumbfounded. The situation had changed too quickly, and he couldn't react in time. Where the hell did these 3 great emperors of the human tribe come from? They seemed to be at least in the late stage of the great emperor realm. He was the only great emperor in charge of this area. Why didn't he know anything about them? Chapter 371. When Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu retracted the divine light around them and turned around to look at the mother King Human King, the mother King Human King stared at Yi Tianzong and the other two in shock. You guys have become emperors? Clearly, this mother King Human King recognized Yi Tianzong and the other two. Furthermore, they were all under Marshal Li Kang. He didn't recognize them earlier because of the divine light around Yi Tianzong and the other two. Furthermore, the situation was urgent. He was about to fight the Blood Demon Tribe Emperors to the death, so he didn't have the time to see who Yi Tianzong and the other two were. It was a taboo to use one's godly soul to check on experts of the same level. Marshal Yuntian, long time no see. Yi Tianzong looked at the mother King Human King and said. The mother King Human King, whom Yi Tianzong addressed as Marshal Yuntian, stared at Yi Tianzong and the other two in shock. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect it to be you guys. Although I knew that with your talent, you guys would become emperors sooner or later, I still found it hard to believe that you guys would take such a huge risk to become emperors on the battlefield. You guys are so strong too. We're both early-stage emperors, but I can't compare to you guys. Yi Tianzong smiled and said, What are you talking about, Marshal? We were just lucky. We're all fighting for the human race. There's no such thing as who's stronger or weaker. Hearing Yi Tianzong's words, Marshal Yuntian shook his head and didn't argue with Yi Tianzong. Instead, he continued, Since you guys have become emperors, based on my understanding, your battle merits should be enough. There's no time to lose. You guys should hurry back to the Heavenly Court camp and become marshals. Now that all the Blood Demon Tribe Emperors within a radius of tens of billions of miles have been killed by you guys, the pressure on me has lessened. The remaining blood demons are nothing to worry about. With your strength, once you become a marshal, you'll definitely be sent to a region closer to the center of the battlefield. I hope you guys take care of your own safety. Yi Tianzong cupped his fists towards Marshal Yuntian and said, Thank you for your kind words, Marshal. We'll return to the camp now. Goodbye. After saying that, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu turned into streaks of light and disappeared in front of Marshal Yuntian's eyes. He is indeed a peerless genius. He has such tyrannical strength as soon as he became a great emperor. Will he become a sovereign of the human clan? After watching Yi Tianzong and the other two disappear, Marshal Yuntian sighed and also disappeared randomly between heaven and earth. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's promotion to marshal went very smoothly. Their battle merits were enough for them to become marshals long ago. They had contributed a lot to the human race and the heavenly court. The only thing they lacked was their cultivation. Coupled with the fact that the human race was going through a war between races, they urgently needed more power. Therefore, in just 3 days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu became star marshals of the heavenly court. Each of them could lead at least 1 million celestial soldiers. After becoming marshals, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu displayed strength that was no weaker than a mid-stage emperor. Yi Tianzong and the other two were indeed assigned to a region closer to the center of the Blood Demon race's battlefield, just as Marshal Yuntian had said. The battlefield between the human race and the Blood Demon race stretched for hundreds of trillions of miles. From the outside to the inside, it could be roughly divided into 5 battle regions. The outermost region was the region guarded by early-stage emperors, followed by mid-stage emperors, followed by late-stage and peak emperors, and finally, the most central region was the battlefield of heavenly venerables. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu all had strength comparable to mid-stage emperors. Therefore, regardless of their cultivation, they were still assigned to the battlefield where mid-stage emperors roamed freely. After resting in the heavenly court's camp for 7 days, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu headed directly to the battlefield. A huge battle fortress flew at an extremely high speed at an altitude of tens of thousands of miles. Yi Tianzong, Xinyu, and Xinyu were inside the fortress, along with 1 million celestial soldiers and generals under their command. All of the mid-stage emperors of the Blood Demon race are basically no match for us. In the region of mid-stage emperors, what we need to do is to push forward and eliminate as many of them as possible to obtain more battle merits. We also need to expand our celestial soldiers and generals. 1,000,000 people is too little. We need at least 2,000,000 people. Yi Tianzong said to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu. Yes, it's not difficult to eliminate the blood demon race's emperors, but it's not easy to expand our manpower on the battlefield. After all, we humans are already weak on the battlefield. The best way to expand our manpower is to recruit from the Heavenly Court's recruitment points. Ling Xinyu said. It's possible to recruit from the recruitment points, but the strength of those recruits is too low. They also need countless resources and a long period of battle to nurture them. They won't be able to form any battle strength in a short period of time. Let alone us, most of the marshals in the Heavenly Court are lacking soldiers. Xunyu analyzed from Ling Xinyue's words. There's no need to worry about needing resources to nurture them. The blood demon race is different from the demon race. The demon race represents the evilness, slaughter, and darkness of the myriad races in the greater thousand worlds. They use demonic qi to cultivate and can't be used by humans at all. However, the blood demon race is different. Like us humans, the blood demon race relies on the energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. The blood, corpses, and yarrow cores of the blood demon race can all be used as materials for refining pills for us humans. In particular, many of the blood demon race's blood contains miraculous power that can help humans improve their physique and even help human cultivators gain some abilities. Therefore, the blood demon race is our resource. As long as the blood demon race isn't destroyed, we'll have an endless supply. We only need to spend time to nurture our people. Yi Tianzong's eyes shone brightly. Okay, then let's go once in 20 years. I'm sure Lin Shui and the others will be able to recruit many people by then. Xunyu said. As for Lin Shui, she was a female god general in the mid-stage god king realm under the three of them. Including Lin Shui, Yi Tianzong, and the others left behind 4 men and 2 women. A total of 6 God King Realm God Generals returned to the Heavenly Court's branch in the human heartland to recruit more recruits and undergo short-term training. Relying on their overwhelming strength, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu controlled the battle fortress and galloped around the battlefield unscrupulously. Very soon, they attracted the attention of the blood demon race. As long as the blood demon race's great emperors discovered the battle fortress, they immediately went to intercept them. Ever since they attacked the territory of the human race, the human experts rarely fought the Blood Demon clan head-on. They either ambushed the Blood Demon clan from the dark or fought guerrilla warfare when they saw the Blood Demon clan. All the Blood Demon clan emperors had been suppressing their anger. Now that they saw a human battle fortress swaggering around without any concealment, the great emperors of the Blood Demon race didn't hesitate even though they knew it might be dangerous. This was because the blood demon race was much stronger than the human race on the battlefield. They had at least 3 times more great emperors than the human race. In the face of absolute strength, even if there was danger, the great emperors of the blood demon race were confident that they could hold on until reinforcements arrived. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu were besieged by 6 great emperors of the blood demon race in the first battle after they entered the battlefield. The great emperors of the blood demon race all came alone because they were in a hurry. Therefore, Yi Tianzong immediately put away the battle fortress and fought the great emperors of the blood demon race with Ling Xinyu and Xunyu. In order to attract more great emperors of the blood demon race and make a name for themselves, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xunyu all suppressed their strength and fought the 6 great emperors of the blood demon race to a standstill. It was extremely intense. Because there was no one below the level of a great emperor, everyone simply let go of their worries and didn't restrain their strength. The vast and boundless ripples of the battle spread tens of billions of miles away. When the 6 great emperors of the blood demon race realized that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were only beginner great emperors, they concluded that Yi Tianzong and the other 2 were definitely peerless geniuses of the human race and couldn't be allowed to continue living. No matter what, they had to kill Yi Tianzong and the other 2 today. Therefore, when the 6 great emperors of the blood demon race fought with Yi Tianzong and the other 2 with all their strength, they deliberately made the battle's aura and shockwaves very large so that they could attract more great emperors of the same race and kill Yi Tianzong and the other 2 together. Of course, it would be even better if they could attract more great emperors of the human race. Perhaps they could use this opportunity to deal a heavy blow to the forces of the human race in this area. It had to be said that no one who could become a great emperor was a fool. Perhaps there were times when the choices and words of some experts seemed to be retarded. However, under certain circumstances and influences, the seemingly retarded choice could be the normal or the best choice. Because of the commotion caused by Yi Tianzong and the other two, more great emperors of the human race and the blood demon race were attracted. All the great emperors of the blood demon race and the human race who came to the battlefield joined the battle without hesitation. Even though the great emperors of the human race didn't want to engage in a large-scale battle with the great emperors of the blood demon race, under the circumstances, they had no choice but to fight. As time passed, all the great emperors of the human race and the blood demon race within a radius of hundreds of billions of miles had gathered here. A total of more than 50 great emperors of the middle stage were engaged in a fierce battle. Powerful supernatural powers and the power of laws swept across the heavens and earth, destroying the universe. The 9 heavens and the netherworld trembled in this battle. The destructive energy turbulence and shockwaves swept across the heavens and the earth, sinking the void and the earth in this crazy battle of great emperors. There were 39 great emperors of the blood demon race, while there were only 15 great emperors of the human race including Yi Tianzong and the other two. There was a great disparity in the numbers. They were all at the middle stage of the great emperor realm. No matter how hard the great emperors of the human race attacked, they still couldn't resist the advantage in numbers of the blood demon race. Chapter 372. Yi Tianzong noticed that the great emperors of the human race were already injured, and there were no more blood demon tribe experts coming. Therefore, he sent a telepathic message to Ling Xinyu and Xinyu to fight with all his might. Instantly, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu, who were the focus of the blood demon tribe's great emperors, all roared. Then, their auras surged wildly. An aura that far surpassed that of a mid-stage great emperor suddenly spread out from Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. All the great emperors on the battlefield had rushed over because of Yi Tianzong's plan to attract the blood demon tribe experts. Yi Tianzong did not want these great emperors to be injured because of his plan. Therefore, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu went all out this time. They planned to finish off the great emperors of the blood demon tribe on the battlefield as quickly as possible. How powerful were Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu when they went all out? In the great emperor realm, there was a huge gap between the early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. The gap between each stage was at least 4 or 5 times. In a battle, the difference of one stage could completely crush the other party. Although Ling Xinyu and Shen Yu were only early-stage great emperors, their overall strength was stronger than many late-stage great emperors. Yi Tianzong was even stronger than many peak-stage great emperors. Wearing emperor armor and holding divine swords, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu were like 3 tigers rushing into a flock of sheep. They rampaged through the battlefield. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu could not cooperate at all in their panic. They were pushed forward and crushed by Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. How is this possible? I don't believe it. Ah, how can this be? The heavens are unfair. The mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe were completely powerless against Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu. They were like weak toddlers. Even if they resisted with all their might, they were still easily killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two. Escape was not an option. In order to lure the blood demons away, Yi Tianzong had created a heavenly law Xian formation in advance. It was a formation that could seal off the void and trap great emperors. After all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe arrived, Yi Tianzong secretly activated the heavenly law's Xian formation and trapped all the great emperors within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. No one could escape in a short time. Therefore, these great emperors of the blood demon tribe were like turtles in a jar. All the great emperors of the human race were shocked as they watched Yi Tianzong and the other two kill the great emperors of the blood demon tribe as if they were vegetables. They all gasped. Oh my God, who are these people? They are so terrifying. They are too strong. Since when did the human race have such powerful early-stage great emperors? In the eyes of all the great emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu's cultivation realms were not a secret. However, The strength that the three of them displayed was not something that an early-stage great emperor should possess. It was not that they had never seen powerful great emperors of the same level, but they had never even heard of anyone as powerful as Yi Tianzong and the other two. The 12 great emperors of the human race watched in a daze as Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu crushed the great emperors of the blood demon tribe. None of them had any intention of stepping forward to help. It was not that they did not want to, but they knew that if they stepped forward with their strength, they would only be adding to the trouble instead of helping. Furthermore, they were worried that if they stepped forward, Yi Tianzong and the other two would accidentally injure them. Yi Tianzong and the other two's swords were extremely sharp and invincible. Just look at the fate of the great emperors of the blood demon tribe. If they were accidentally cut by the swords, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. You want to kill me? I will take you down with me. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the great emperor of the blood demon tribe gave up on running. Instead, he decided to risk everything and self-destruct. Even a peak great emperor would not dare to take the self-destruction of a mid-stage great emperor head-on. If they were not careful, they would at least be severely injured. It was conceivable that if a great emperor of the blood demon tribe self-destructed, other than Yi Tianzong and the other two, none of the great emperors of the human race present would be spared. Humph, self-destruct? Dream on. Yi Tianzong immediately used the great mystique that he had never used before, the soul roar. The soul roar originated from the law of the soul and was specifically targeted at the soul of a cultivator. It could be used to attack a group or a single person. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu used the soul roar at almost the same time. Regardless of whether the great emperors of the blood demon tribe wanted to self-destruct or not, their souls seemed to have suffered an unparalleled heavy blow after Yi Tianzong and the other two's great mystiques were used. They lost all sense of the outside world and became muddle-headed. They did not know where they were at all. Massacre the world, supreme new moon, eternal mystique. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu took this opportunity to use their most powerful great mystiques. The sea of nomological sword qi that filled the sky instantly drowned the remaining 13 great emperors of the blood demon tribe. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The blood demon great emperors couldn't withstand the endless sea of sword qi and perished. Die. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu continued to attack while the great emperors of the blood demon tribe endured the endless sea of sword qi. After the last scream disappeared, the sea of sword qi dissipated and all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe were killed. Seeing Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu eliminate the 39 great emperors of the blood demon tribe so quickly, the human great emperors were happy but also a little nervous. After all, Yi Tianzong and the other two's killing intent was rising. They did not know what to say for a moment. Greetings to all of you. My wife and I came to the battlefield for the first time. Due to our carelessness, we were discovered by the blood demon tribe and caused all of you to be injured. I feel very guilty. Yi Tianzong took the initiative to speak to the 12 great emperors of the human tribe. You're too kind. Marshal, you belong to the heavenly court. I'm Tian Chen. Marshal, you don't have to worry about being injured. The blood demon tribe is the enemy of the human tribe. It's natural for us to fight when we meet. However, Marshal Tian Miao and his wife killed dozens of great emperors of the blood demon tribe for the first time. Your strength is really admirable. After Yi Tianzong finished speaking, a great emperor in red armor among the 12 great emperors of the human tribe responded. Marshal Tian Chen is right. Marshal Tian Miao, you don't have to worry about it. I'm Jiyu Yuan. I'm Ying Xian from the Black Blade Heavenly Sect. Greetings to Marshal Tian Miao. I'm Luo Yun from the Deluo Heaven Sect. Greetings to Marshal Tian Miao. I'm Shi Tian. Greetings to Marshal Tian Miao. Your strength really puts us to shame. Yi Tianzong responded to the 12 great emperors of the human tribe one by one. Then, he followed the great emperors of the human tribe to the temporary gathering point. The temporary gathering point was built by the 12 great emperors of the human tribe within a radius of a few 100 billion miles in order to strengthen the communication of information. The location was very hidden. However, now that all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe within a radius of a few 100 billion miles had been killed by Yi Tianzong and the other two, There was no need to worry about whether or not the location was kept secret. In the temporary gathering point, Yi Qianzong and the 12 great emperors of the human tribe decided to send out their troops immediately to kill all the blood demon tribe within a radius of a few 100 billion miles. Now that all the great emperors of the blood demon tribe were dead, the remaining blood demons were nothing to worry about at all. After all, this was a blatant war achievement right in front of their eyes. Therefore, the 12 great emperors of the human tribe mobilized all their men and charged towards the blood demon tribe directly. On the other hand, Yi Qianzong took out the battle fortress and left the temporary gathering point under the astonished and envious gazes of the 12 great emperors of the human tribe. From the previous conversation, the 12 great emperors of the human tribe already knew that Yi Qianzong would not stay for long. After killing the blood demon tribe, he would head to the regions of the other great emperors of the blood demon tribe to kill more enemies. However, they did not expect Yi Qianzong to have a battle fortress. Now, the battle fortress had long been known by the people of the Heavenly Court and the other major forces. On the battlefield, it was a great killing weapon that targeted living beings below the great emperor level. Unfortunately, it was too expensive. None of the 12 great emperors present could afford it. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qianzong and the other two had been fighting for 30 years. In the past 30 years, Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu led their divine generals and divine soldiers to fight in the mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe's battlefield. They made a name for themselves on the battlefield. Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu turned into the harvesters of the blood demon tribe's great emperors. They were invincible on the battlefield. By leaking their whereabouts, they would attract the attacks of the blood demon tribe's great emperors. When the time was right, the three of them would launch a counterattack and kill the blood demon tribe's great emperors. They were all terrified. In the past 30 years, Yi Qianzong and the other two had killed more than 400 mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe. If the great emperors of the blood demon tribe hadn't seen through Yi Qianzong's scheme and avoided Yi Qianzong and the other two, Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu would have killed even more great emperors of the blood demon tribe. It was also because of Yi Qianzong and the other two that the great emperors of the blood demon tribe had lost a lot of their great emperors. Although the human defense line in the mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe hadn't advanced, it had given the humans the upper hand and wiped out countless blood demon tribe troops. It was really because of Yi Qianzong and the other two's prowess that the blood demon tribe directly sent out late-stage great emperors to hunt down Yi Qianzong and the other two. However, Yi Qianzong and the other two had held back a portion of their strength and were evenly matched with the late-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe. The three's battle results shocked the Heavenly Court's rear. Many great emperors and marshals were shocked by the battle results of Yi Qianzong and the other two. They couldn't help but remember Hao Miao and Shuangyu and made up their minds to befriend them if they met in the future. It was also because of Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu's extraordinary battle results that the Heavenly Court's rear immediately filled up the empty heavenly soldiers and generals under their command. Now, the three of them had a total of 3 million heavenly soldiers and generals under their command. Because Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu used the corpses, cores, and blood of the blood demon tribe to refine all kinds of divine pills, the strength of the 2 million heavenly soldiers and generals under their command increased rapidly. We can't stay in the mid-stage great emperors area for now. If we continue to kill, the late-stage great emperors of the blood demon tribe will probably go crazy. Let's return to the camp first and rest for a while before going to the early-stage great emperors area for a stroll, Yi Qianzong said meaningfully. Chapter 373. Although Yi Qianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu were powerful, they were still early-stage great emperors. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with going to the area of early-stage great emperors. Yi Qianzong and the other two didn't say anything. They just greeted the great emperors of the human race, then quietly returned to the Heavenly Court's camp behind the battlefield. After returning, Yi Qianzong found that the person in charge of the camp behind the battlefield was his superior, Marshal Li Kang. The war between the demon race, the heavenly saint race, and the star spirit race was in full swing and became more and more intense. Correspondingly, the pressure on the human race became smaller and smaller. Marshal Li Kang, who was originally guarding the demon race's battlefield, was also transferred to the blood demon race's battlefield. According to what Yi Tianzong knew, the original heavenly court was created by the human race's only supreme empyrean, the Void Supreme Empyrean. Then, after millions of years of development, most of the God-King level forces, Emperor level forces, and Supreme level forces in the human race's territory sent their forces to the heavenly court. Only then did the heavenly court gradually develop into the strongest orthodox force of the human race. In the heavenly court, the Void Supreme Empyrean was the supreme ruler. Under the Void Supreme Empyrean were the 13 ancient seeking heavenly lords of the human race. Under the heavenly lords were the 18 grand marshals of the heavenly court's army. Each of the grand marshals was an extremely powerful peak great emperor of the human race. They all had powerful forces supporting them. Moreover, each of the grand marshals had made indelible contributions to the human race. Under the grand marshals of the heavenly court were the sun, moon, and star-level marshals of the heavenly court. Then there were the divine generals of the 1st to 5th level, and finally the celestial soldiers and celestial generals. The above was the division of the heavenly court's battle department. In the division of administrative departments, the highest level of heavenly court's righteous gods were equivalent to the sun marshals. Then there were the ancient gods equivalent to the moon marshals, celestial gods equivalent to the star marshals, celestial gods equivalent to the celestial generals, celestial gods equivalent to the celestial generals, and celestial officials equivalent to the celestial generals. Marshal Li Kang was one of the 18 grand marshals of the heavenly court. He led many great emperors, marshals, and tens of billions of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. He belonged to the bloodline of the Void Supreme Empyrean. Yi Tianzong felt that his luck was pretty good to be able to gain Marshal Li Kang's favor so early on. Seeing Marshal Li Kang again, Marshal Li Kang happily praised Yi Tianzong's outstanding performance on the battlefield. Then, Yi Tianzong said that he wanted to take a stroll in the early stage Great Emperor's area. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Marshal Li Kang knew that Yi Tianzong was going to bully people. Marshal Li Kang immediately agreed. After all, they were all enemies. It didn't matter what methods they used as long as it was beneficial to the human race. Yi Tianzong and the other two were still early-stage Great Emperors. There was nothing wrong with going to the early-stage Great Emperor's territory. After receiving some rewards from Marshal Li Kang, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu rested for a month before continuing to lead their subordinates to the battlefield of the blood demon race. The arrival of Yi Tianzong and the others immediately caused trouble for the blood demon Great Emperors in the early-stage Great Emperor's territory. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu could already do whatever they wanted in the mid-stage Great Emperor's territory, let alone in the early-stage Great Emperor's territory. Through the various information provided by the Great Emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong and the other two didn't make a big fuss. Instead, they sneaked in and killed the Great Emperors of the blood demon race with lightning speed. As for the rest of the blood demon race's army, Yi Tianzong and the other two shared the battle merits with the Great Emperors of the human race who provided the information. With the information provided by the Great Emperors of the human race, Yi Tianzong and the other two's efficiency in killing the Great Emperors of the blood demon race was very high. The battle merits of their subordinates also increased rapidly. As for the early-stage Great Emperors of the human race, they only needed to provide information. With Yi Tianzong and the other two's help in killing the Great Emperors of the blood demon race, not only was there no danger, but they could also participate in killing the blood demon race's army and gain a lot of battle merits for free. Whether it was for Yi Tianzong and the other twos or the other Great Emperors of the human race, it was a win-win situation. Yi Tianzong and the other twos won the favor and goodwill of many marshals of the heavenly court. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu led the 3 million celestial soldiers and generals under their command. With the help of the Great Emperors of the human race, they were like ghosts as they constantly killed the Great Emperors of the blood demon race. Gradually, the blood demon race began to panic. However, Yi Tianzong had learned his lesson this time. He knew when to stop. When the Great Emperors of the blood demon race began to panic, he stopped his killing to avoid attracting the attention of the late-stage and peak-stage Great Emperors of the blood demon race. After stopping their killing in the region of the early-stage Great Emperors, Yi Tianzong and the other twos returned to the region of the mid-stage Great Emperors. Then, with the information provided by the Great Emperors of the human race, they continued to kill the mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race. In any case, they were going to fight the Blood Demon race to the death. The reason why Yi Tianzong was able to kill the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race so easily wasn't because the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race were stupid or not vigilant. It was because Yi Tianzong was proficient in divination and could roughly determine where the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race were hiding and how dangerous they were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to avoid the ambushes and traps of the Blood Demon race every time. At one point, the Blood Demon race experts thought that there was a traitor among them. The regions of the early stage and mid-stage Great Emperors seemed to have become a treasure trove for Yi Tianzong and the other two subordinates to obtain military merits. When the blood demons of the mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race began to gather together in fear, Yi Tianzong came to the region of the early-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race and began to hunt the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race like ghosts. The battlefield between the human race and the Blood Demon race stretched for more than 1 trillion miles. From the two sides to the middle, it was divided into 5 regions: early-stage Great Emperors, mid-stage Great Emperors, late-stage Great Emperors, peak-stage Great Emperors, and heavenly venerables. Looking from the sky, Yi Tianzong had been active in the region of early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race on the left. Yi Tianzong hadn't been to the region of early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race on the right. Yi Tianzong had been active for 30 years. In the region of early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race on the left, the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race were very nervous. The army of the Blood Demon race had also suffered heavy losses. They hid in their camps and didn't dare to go out to battle easily. They never took the initiative to attack the human race's defense line again. On the other hand, the human Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race in the region of early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race on the left were very safe because of Yi Tianzong and the other two's presence. They obtained countless military merits and exchanged the military merits for a large amount of cultivation resources. As a result, the strength of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals under the command of these human Great Emperors was increasing every day. The military merits of Yi Tianzong and the other two's heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals were simply blinding. After some consideration, Marshal Li Kang sent Yi Tianzong and the other two's heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals to the right so that Yi Tianzong could do as much as he wanted while ensuring his own safety. Yi Tianzong very straightforwardly began his journey of hunting Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race. The early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race in the region of early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race on the left were scared by Yi Tianzong and the others. They also learned from their mistakes and hid in their camps, making it more and more difficult for Yi Tianzong to hunt. As for the early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race on the right, in Yi Tianzong's opinion, the Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race were still very pure and not difficult to hunt. As a result, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu stirred up trouble again. They turned into phantom killers in the region of early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race and ran amok for 50 years. In total, more than 500 Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race had died in their hands. Including the number of Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race that had died in the hands of Yi Tianzong and the other 2 Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race since they became Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race. Such a huge loss drove the Blood Demon race crazy. They sent out more than 200 late-stage and peak-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race from the region of late-stage and peak-stage Great Emperors to hunt down Yi Tianzong and the others like crazy. In order to prevent the late-stage and peak-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race from killing the early-stage and mid-stage Great Emperors of the Blood Demon race, Yi Tianzong made a prompt decision. He, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu led their celestial soldiers and generals through the Blood Demon race's defense line. They went deep into the Blood Demon race's territory alone. After entering the Blood Demon race's territory, Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Shunyu released 3 million celestial soldiers and generals under their command. They went on a killing spree in the Blood Demon race's territory. As long as it was a member of the Blood Demon race, they would kill them all. Yi Tianzong also spread the news to the outside world, telling the brainless Blood Demon race to come and capture him if they had the ability. He had attracted a lot of hatred. Moreover, each killing spree would only last for half a day. After that, they would immediately move to another location and continue their killing spree. It was a classic case of changing locations after each shot. Yi Tianzong was proficient in divination. Coupled with the concealment of the immortal mansion, even the heavenly venerables and supreme heavenly venerables of the blood demon race couldn't deduce his whereabouts. They could only send out the great emperors of the blood demon race to search for him. In this way, the late and peak great emperors of the blood demon race could take advantage of the opportunity to kill the early and mid-stage great emperors of the blood demon race. With an unstable factor like Yi Tianzong stirring up trouble in the blood demon race's territory, he could do whatever he wanted. Today, he could kill millions of his own kind. Tomorrow, he could launch a sneak attack on an emperor-level force. The day after that, he could wipe out a few king-level forces. The blood demon race couldn't rest in peace. Even their offensive against the human race was somewhat affected. All the higher-ups of the blood demon race who knew about Yi Tianzong and the other two couldn't wait to grind Yi Tianzong's bones into dust. In the territory of the blood demon tribe, Yi Tianzong had been running amok for 2 years under the pursuit of many great emperors of the blood demon tribe. He had humiliated the experts of the blood demon tribe and caused great losses to the blood demon tribe. In the end, Yi Tianzong sensed an unprecedented danger. He guessed that the heavenly venerables of the blood demon race couldn't help but take action. Therefore, he immediately hid in the immortal mansion with Ling Xinyu and secretly left the blood demon race's territory. He didn't know that after he escaped, the heavenly venerables of the blood demon race were so angry that they destroyed billions of miles of territory with a slap and severely reprimanded the great emperors of the blood demon race. It could be said that Yi Tianzong and the other two became the targets of hatred of almost all the blood demon race. Yi Tianzong, Ling Xinyu, and Xinyu led their heavenly soldiers and returned safely from the blood demon race's blockade. This shocked the higher-ups of the human race on the battlefield of the blood demon race. Not to mention the great emperors, even the 3 heavenly venerables on the battlefield remembered Yi Tianzong and the other two. As Yi Tianzong's superior, Marshal Li Kang patted Yi Tianzong's shoulder happily and praised Yi Tianzong generously. Chapter 374. Haha, you're good, kid. You actually managed to escape from the encirclement of the blood demon race. This marshal has to admire you. When I was at your level, this marshal was far inferior to you. Grand Marshal, you're exaggerating. This kid is also a little frivolous. At that time, I was hot-headed and had no choice but to make such a dangerous decision in order to not implicate my colleagues. Fortunately, I managed to come back after going through all kinds of dangers. If I had to make a choice again, I wouldn't want to make the same decision again, Yi Tianzong said with a bitter smile. This wasn't Yi Tianzong's polite words. Instead, Yi Tianzong truly felt that his decision back then was a little reckless. Unless a person was emotionless and without desires, no matter how calm they would still be affected by the overall situation and the bigger picture. Ever since the war between the human race and the demon race, Yi Tianzong had seen many cultivators who were willing to risk their lives for the human race. Those tragic scenes and spirits had unknowingly affected him. It was also because of this that he had made the decision to enter the blood demon race's territory in order to not implicate others. Otherwise, with Yi Tianzong's powerful spiritual cultivation in the profound heart realm, he definitely wouldn't have made such a dangerous decision. He couldn't and wouldn't allow himself to act recklessly just because he had the immortal mansion. Since you've returned safely, you shouldn't enter the battlefield for a while. Rest for a while. Otherwise, the blood demon race will probably go crazy. The corner of Grand Marshal Li Kang's mouth twitched as he said this. Not only would they go crazy, they would definitely go crazy. Just thinking about the losses and humiliation that Yi Tianzong's group had caused to the blood demon race was enough to know how much the experts of the blood demon race hated Yi Tianzong's group. For example, if he and Yi Tianzong were placed together and the blood demon race had to choose, the blood demon race would very likely crush Yi Tianzong's bones and scatter his ashes. Got it. I will cultivate properly for the next period of time. Yi Tianzong nodded in understanding. After returning to the camp, Yi Tianzong told Ling Xinyu, and his subordinates about Marshal Li Kang's intentions, and then settled down and entered a state of quiet cultivation. In the spirit profound world, which was infinitely far away from the myriad races' great thousand world, a world war was currently breaking out with another world. Perhaps it was due to some unknown force, but in the past, when the spirit profound world was heading towards its end because of the netherworld devil emperor, for hundreds of thousands of years, the spirit profound world did not encounter any other worlds. Ever since Yi Tianzong broke the profound spirit world's heaven and earth seal, other worlds from the primal chaos outside the heavens started to interact with the profound spirit world. First it was Yuan Ling world, then it was Luo Yu world, and now it was Meng Xian world. Meng Xian world was also a middle world that was attached to the myriad races' greater thousand world. It was also a powerful middle world. There was only one race in Meng Xian world, and that was the beast race. There were all kinds of strange ancient beasts. The strongest in Meng Xian world were the 30 god kings of the ancient beasts. Meng Xian world actually met the spirit profound world 3 years ago in the primal chaos. At this time, the various major forces in the spirit profound world were already fighting with the ancient beasts in Meng Xian world. Because the overall strength of the spirit profound world was stronger, and they also had various war weapons, the various major forces in the spirit profound world took the initiative to attack the Meng Xian world. After 3 years of fighting, the various major forces in the spirit profound world had already established a vast territory in the Meng Xian world. Hao Ranjin sect, which was once a behemoth in the spirit profound world, a super overlord, had now become even more unfathomable. Thanks to the various cultivation resources obtained from helping Yi Tianzong build the Sky Patrol battleship, the Hao Ranjin sect now had 39 people who had advanced to the God King realm. They accounted for more than half of the total number of God King experts in the spirit profound world. In addition to the God King experts, the Hao Ranjin sect also had more and more Myth Stage 5th Celestial Stage and 6th Celestial Stage experts. The total number of people exceeded 800. The current Hao Ranjin sect could challenge all the other forces in the spirit profound world. However, although the Hao Ranjin sect's strength was strong, the other forces in the outside world did not understand. This time, the war with the Meng Xian world could originally be settled by the Hao Ranjin sect alone. However, Yi Haoran and the others thought about it and gave up on this idea. There was no need to be so extreme. The Hao Ranjin sect completely treated this war with the Meng Xian world as a training ground. Ever since the Hao Ranjin sect became the overlord of the spirit profound world under the leadership of Yi Tianzong, they had been sitting on the overlord's seat for a long time. Even with the strict and fair rules of the Hao Ranjin sect, there were still many people from the Hao Ranjin sect who were lost in the power of the overlord of the world. They relied on the Hao Ranjin sect to act tyrannically and tyrannically outside. Originally, Yi Haoran and the others had wanted to deal with these people for a long time. However, when they heard Yi Tianzong's clone in the spirit profound world say that there would be other worlds coming, Yi Haoran and the others planned to take advantage of the war with another world to reorganize the Hao Ranjin sect and get rid of those who were tyrannical, mean, and misbehaved. Taking advantage of the 3 years of war with the Meng Xian world, Yi Haoran and the others directly got rid of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, this strategy of getting rid of people who were not beneficial to the sect continued. The war between the spirit profound world and the Meng Xian world lasted for another 7 years. Because the Hao Ranjin sect secretly went easy on them, this war lasted for a long time. However, because of the existence of the all-life nets above snares below, the overall strength of the spirit profound world was far higher than that of the Meng Xian world. In the 10th year of the war between the two worlds also came to an end. In the last battle, the more than 20 ancient beast god kings who were stubbornly resisting finally surrendered when the 39 ancient beast god kings of the Hao Ranjin sect came out. Not only were the ancient beast god kings of the Meng Xian world shocked, even the other forces of the spirit profound world felt a trace of fear. Originally, in this world war, when they saw that the Hao Ranjin sect's performance was not very good, they thought that the Hao Ranjin sect was starting to fail. They did not expect that they were just leeching and did not use any strength at all. 39 ancient beast god kings were enough to beat the whole world. They were all desperately developing, but why was the gap getting bigger and bigger? The Hao Ranjin sect must have cheated. To be so powerful, It was simply intolerable. After swallowing the Meng Xian world, the spirit profound world expanded by another 50%. The 3,000 profound laws of heaven and earth advanced towards 80%, and the world's origin became stronger. When Yi Tianzong was free, he controlled the immortal mansion to return to the spirit profound world. The Hao Ran Zhan sect's Yi Haoran and the others were discussing the matter of ascension. Since we have swallowed another world, then the will of heaven and earth has enough power to communicate with the heavenly Tao of the myriad races' boundless world. With your contributions to heaven and earth, it is enough for you to ascend. Yi Tianzong looked at Yi Haoran and the others and said. This time, the people who decided to ascend were Yi Haoran, Su Mengxian, Yi Haoyun, Zi Yunxian, Yi Yuanshan, Li Qingya, Li Qingsha, and the other 7 Hao Ranzhan sect's god kings, a total of 14 people. Among them, Yi Haoran and the others' cultivation had already reached the peak of the God King realm. The other 7 God Kings' cultivation had also reached the peak of the late God King realm. These people were currently the strongest group of people in the Hao Ranzhan sect. Yi Tianzong had already made some achievements in the myriad races' boundless world. Hence, the ascension of Yi Haoran and the others was something that Yi Tianzong was happy to see. After they ascended, they could continue to establish the Hao Ranzhan sect in the myriad races' boundless world under his watch. After Yi Haoran and the others left, the Hao Ranzhan sect would be led by Yi Tianzong's cousin, Yi Xianlin. The current Yi Xianlin was already an early God King realm expert. Coupled with the fact that he cultivated the true God 9 transformations, his current strength could be ranked in the top 3 after Yi Haoran and the others. Hence, he was not worried that Yi Xianlin would not be able to handle the situation. At the very least, he still had Yi Tianzong's doppelganger. With his doppelganger, there was no trouble that he could not handle. Yi Tianzong's communication with the will of the profound spirit world went smoothly. The will of the profound spirit world agreed to help Yi Haoran and the others ascend to the boundless world. In return, Yi Tianzong directly offered the corpses of 5 blood demon race emperors to the will of the profound spirit world. The corpses of emperors were condensed from boundless power of laws. To a middle world like the profound spirit world, these corpses were a great supplement. After obtaining the understanding of cultivation and the operation of the world from his doppelganger, Yi Tianzong returned to the boundless world with Ling Shenyu and Shenyu. There were still 7 days before Yi Haoran and the others ascended. After Yi Tianzong recovered his energy, he went to find Marshal Li Kang. What? You said that the doppelganger you left behind in the lower realm informed you that someone is about to ascend? Marshal Li Kang said in surprise. Yes, Marshal. Before I ascended, I left behind a doppelganger. Only when my relatives or people from the same sect ascend will I be able to sense it through the connection. Just now, I sense the hint, so I want to go back to the place where I ascended to take a look. If there are no accidents, at most half a month, there should be people from my sect ascending. Yi Tianzong said. Ian, that's good. Since you can't appear on the battlefield now, I'll give you a month. Go back and take a look. Marshal Li Kang said after thinking for a while. Thank you, Marshal.